documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable, the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table today the Policy Review Report of the Commission of Inquiry into the actions of Canadian officials in relation to Maher Arar. It's issued under Part 1 of the Inquiries Act. The report is entitled A New Review Mechanism for the RCMP's National Security Activities. On behalf
of the Government of Canada, I would therefore like to sincerely thank the Commissioner of the Inquiry, the Assistant Chief Justice of the Court of Ontario, Dennis O'Connor, the work he's done in the past 2 years.
This report we will carefully review and respond in a formal manner in the near future.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order Section 33 of the Canadian Aviation Safety Transportation Act, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the report of the Advisory Committee on the examination of Canadian air transport security entitled Flight Plan Managing the Risks of Aviation Safety.
Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act. I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Advisory Panel on the review of the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act entitled Flight Plan Managing the Risks in Aviation Security.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Mr. Clement, seconded by Ms. Finlay, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Clement, appuyé par...
Mr. Clement, seconded by Ms. Finlay, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Perth, Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th and 11th reports related to the Telefilm Canada and the 12th report related to the Canadian feature film industry by the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present the 25th report of the procedures of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs regarding the membership of the Legislative Committee on Bill C-30, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, the Energy Efficiency Act, and the Motor Vehicle Fuel Consumption Standards Act, Canada's Clean Air Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 113.1, the report is deemed adopted. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Maloney, seconded by Mr. Rota, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Change the Name of the Electoral District of Welland. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a motion to change the name from one municipality within the riding, which consists of actually 5 different municipalities, although they've just picked one, and we'd like to change it to wording of Niagara Centre South, which was very similar to the name that represented roughly the same area in the 38th Parliament and behind that. So it asks that this House respectfully consider the renaming of the riding.
Mr. Maloney, seconded by Mr. Rota, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi.
First reading, introduction of private members' bills.
Bills. Motion.
Motions.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Ms. Keeper, moves that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, December the 6th, 2006 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate, while on the specific motion of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, believe that is on a motion that has a series of questions in it that we believe should be used in any future plebiscite on the Canadian Wheat Board. But, Mr. Speaker, it's about much more than just those questions. This debate is really about governance, justice, and fair play. This debate is about a Prime Minister who is enforcing his ideology on prairie grain farmers regardless of whether farmers agree with him or not. This debate is about undermining the democratic principles that exist within Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'll turn first to make that point, to emphasize that point in terms of democratic principles, to an article in the Red Deer Advocate by an individual by the name of Ken Larson. And this is what he said, and I quote, "Stephen Harper's Conservatives have identified an internal enemy that does not fit their ideology. Using their power as the government, they have started a campaign of suppression and disruption, supported by a flood of propaganda and misinformation utilizing the federal bureaucracy. The target of this attack, an organization 100% funded and democratically controlled by its members, has been permanently stripped of its right to free speech by ministerial order. Their organization is also the subject of Harper government propaganda attacks on almost a weekly basis."
Order. The member's been here a long time and he knows he can't do indirectly what he's not permitted to do directly, and he keeps mentioning the Prime Minister by name, so I wish he'd stop doing that.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I was just quoting from an article, I guess you realize. But in any event, this I'll quote and I'll take out the and insert Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. "The organization is also the subject of the Prime Minister's government propaganda attacks on an almost weekly basis. It is restricted by a cabinet directive from expending any corporate resources to defend itself. These attacks come in the middle of this organization's democratic elections for membership to its board of directors." End of quote, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, this is now not just about a question on a plebiscite. It's about a government so driven by ideology that it is willing to undermine our reputation abroad as a trading nation, a government willing to weaken our credibility as a trading nation and respect our grain markets at a cost economically to producers, a government that's willing to use misleading propaganda, a strategy that really strays from the truth. Why are we having this debate, Mr. Speaker? Why did the Agriculture Committee put this motion in the first place? Because this government, they call themselves the new government, cannot be trusted. They can't be trusted to allow a fair question. They can't be trusted to abide by the Wheat Board Act itself, and they can't be trusted to abide by democratic principles. Farmers actually believe the minister will try a trick question, one that would mask what the government is really doing. That's why farmers forwarded these questions to the committee, and asked that we at least, as a committee, put these questions forward so that a fair question could be asked of farmers if indeed there is a plebiscite called on barley and on wheat. These questions put forward by the farm community are clear, and I ask Parliament for your support in this matter. A clear question on any plebiscite that may be held in the future. Farmers are right, Mr. Speaker, to not trust this government because this has been the issue all along. They've tried to mask what the debate really is. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, although now the Minister of Agriculture gets up on an almost daily basis and claims he's turning to farmers in a plebiscite, what did he say some while ago, Mr. Speaker? And I'll quote him. The Minister in the spring, he failed repeatedly to support a plebiscite by producers. At the Senate Agriculture and Forestry Committee on May 10th of this year, he stated, and I quote, "I have not had a plebiscite, and I do not have plans for a plebiscite," end of quote. The parliamentary secretary, who was soundly defeated in terms of his theory that farmers in his riding wanted to do away with pro-marketing board, wheat board directors, on the weekend in the election in his riding, they voted 66% in favour of a pro-wheat board single-desk selling director. But the parliamentary secretary for the Canadian Wheat Board told the Agricultural Committee on October 25th, 2006, quote, "Actually, for me anyway, the issue is not about a plebiscite," end of quote. However, then on October 31st of this year, Mr. Speaker, the minister announced a plebiscite will be held on barley marketing. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a good thing that there will be a plebiscite, but it really should be on both barley and wheat at the same time. But, Mr. Speaker, so what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you really can't trust this government in terms of the Canadian Wheat Board issue. Let's look at the Prime Minister's trickery itself, Mr. Speaker. On April 6th, the Prime Minister said in this House, and I quote, "The government will empower producers by allowing them to have dual marketing options when it comes to the wheat board," end of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has now changed its mind. They're not talking about dual marketing anymore. And there's no question that the government in the last election campaign did campaign on dual marketing. But really, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in the election, while he may have promised something, he really didn't have the authority to carry it out, because it's farmers themselves that should, in fact, make those choices. So what we're seeing is a kind of, and I'll get to it in a moment, Mr. Speaker, that the government is really now all about changing the language. When you listen to the minister response or members opposite, they're no longer talking about dual marketing, which they said they campaigned on during the election. They're now using a new word called marketing choice. Well, why, Mr. Speaker? Why, Mr. Speaker? There's a huge difference. The member opposite yells, "What's the difference?" There's a huge difference, because what the government is really doing, they have their Republican spin doctors up here, and dual marketing, farmers really understand what dual marketing is. It means no longer single-desk selling. But in terms of marketing choice, it sounds better. So they're listening to the spin doctors because the word sounds better. It's more deception by the government opposite. And they believe that by using the word marketing choice, Mr. Speaker, that they will be able to confuse.
Honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the member opposite at length here, but he goes on about deception and trickery and other things by specific members on this side of the House. And while the words may be quite appropriate in the terminology, Mr. Speaker, I think that the inferences that are quite disparaging, and I would ask that you caution him and suggest that if he's trying to explain his point, that he do so without these disparaging remarks on the government and ministers on this side.
Well, I'm sorry to report to the Honourable Member for St. Albert that I don't find anything that's been said by the Honourable Member for Melpac to be unparliamentary. The members opposite may find it unacceptable to them, but that's a matter of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand that the member opposite doesn't really want the facts on the table. Well, let me, in terms of the wording, Let me, I was trying to explain, Mr. Speaker, that they're now using the word marketing choice because it sounds better. Well, but it's really the same thing. And it is, and the member knows that it is, in fact, deception. Let's look at what the minister had to say on June 7th. It's when the minister wasn't using the word dual marketing. And I quote what he said on June 7th, and I quote, "During the campaign, there was a clear and honest question put forward. We said at the time that our party believed there was a good future for the Canadian Wheat Board. It involves dual marketing." End of quote. That's in Hansard of June 7th, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll get to in a moment why they have changed the word to marketing choice, Mr. Speaker, because it really hides what they're doing. The minister appointed a task force, a stacked task force. Of course, there was no pro-wheat board supporters in the task force. It was only opponents. And in that task force, a very credible senior civil servant who was the chair of the task force, this is what he had to say on what marketing choice means. And I quote from the report, Mr. Speaker. "Marketing choice is a better term to describe the new environment than dual marketing. The latter term implies to some that the existing market approach, a Canadian Wheat Board with monopoly powers, could coexist with an open market approach. This is not possible." End of quote. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker. That's why the word changed, because marketing choice is more deceptive. What the report actually says, dual marketing is not possible. That's the facts, Mr. Speaker. Haven't the new government members been saying all along that they'll go to dual marketing? Haven't members of the Conservative party campaigned on dual marketing? Hasn't the Prime Minister campaigned on dual marketing? I quoted him a moment ago. And now the truth is out. By the minister's own task force, dual marketing's not possible. The task force says marketing choice means the same thing, and it does. But it sounds better in the farm community, and the Conservatives know that at the end of the day, it'll mean the end of the Wheat Board. Well, let's turn to a moment for a group of academics who studied the task force report and looked at dual marketing and marketing choice. And I quote out of that report, out of a press release in that report. Though the task force report insists a new wheat board needs to have a high probability of success, the proposed changes would not allow the Canadian Wheat Board to survive commercially. That's from Murray Fulton and Richard Gray. But they go on and they talk about the business case that's in the task force report, Mr. Speaker. And they say in conclusion on that, but there is no business case for a viable Canadian Wheat Board 2. It would be unable to obtain the strategic assets necessary to compete. There are at least 4 reasons for this, they say. First, without grain handling facilities, particularly port facilities, the Canadian Wheat Board 2 would be completely reliant on the existing grain companies to handle its grain. The board would be unable to provide guarantees to customers, since the existing companies would much rather handle the grain for themselves than allow it to be handled by Canadian Wheat Board 2. And purchasing key facilities from the existing companies is not going to happen, since these players have no interest in allowing a viable Canadian Wheat Board 2 to enter the market. They go on to say, since Canadian Wheat Board 2 will have no significant strategic assets, it will not be commercially viable. Given the expectation that it will not be viable, farmers will have no incentive to purchase shares, and as a consequence, Canadian Wheat Board 2 is unlikely even to get established. Thus, the only marketing choice that a farmer will have is to, quote, to which private multinational grain company should I sell, end of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, what it really comes down to, you in effect give up the multiple marketing choices and options that are available through the Wheat Board, and you end up with one: sell to the multinational grain trade. That's the choice. And you know, they can play with the words all they like. They can talk about dual marketing, they can talk about marketing choice, but at the end of the day, there really will be no other choice left for primary producers in this country but to sell to the multinational grain trade. And, Mr. Speaker, that's no choice at all. And what the government opposite is doing is taking away marketing power from producers that they've collectively had for years and leaving them at the disadvantages, of the multinational grain trade. And as a country, the sad part is, as a country, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing here is we're seeing the Government of Canada do from the inside what the multinational grain trade has tried for years and years to do from outside the country, to do away with the Canadian Wheat Board and eventually destroy it. And now we're having a government in Canada, in fact, doing that from within the country. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, the government objective, and really it's the Prime Minister's ideology, ordering his ministers around, is to eliminate single-desk selling. And while I don't think even government members realize it, it does mean that eventually we will lose the Canadian Wheat Board, we will lose that marketing power in the marketplace, and who gains, Mr. Speaker? As I said a moment ago, the international grain trade. And let me quote from an article in U.S. Trade. I'll give you two quotes, Mr. Speaker. This is from an article in U.S. Trade on October 27. Quote, the United States government for years, through the WTO, has tried to eliminate the monopoly powers of the Canadian Wheat Board. End of quote. Quote 2. A United States wheat industry source said, the timeline is not crucial to United States producers so long as Canada eliminates its monopoly powers. End of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, you can see who is overjoyed by the decisions that this particular government is making? It's producers in the United States. It's the U.S. grain industry. It's the multinational grain industry. They're overjoyed by the steps that this government has taken to undermine the marketing power of grain producers in Western Canada, an agency that gives them some market power and, in fact, offers them a lot more choices than you'll get when you only have the choice to market to the multinational sector itself. Mr. Speaker, I have tried to outline the net impact of the government's decision and the need for a clear question and for Parliament to speak on this issue. However, what we have seen to date, Mr. Speaker, I want to give you basically what's happened from the time of the election to now. What we've seen to date from this minister certainly does not instill faith that they will, in fact, do the right thing. In all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we have ever, in this country, unless it was the Coyne affair and the firing of the Governor of the Bank of Canada by then Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, that we've ever seen such abuse of ministerial power, such violation of democratic principles in Canada, and such a undermining of the very laws that the Minister of Agriculture and his parliamentary secretary took an oath of office to uphold. And I say that in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go through what's happened. Yes, it started with the election campaign. The election campaign, but we have to understand, the election campaign was not a referendum on the Canadian Wheat Board. Section 47(1) of the Canadian Wheat Board Act itself states that the ministers should consult with the board and call a question of producers on changes to be made to the board. The Prime Minister really in the election, Mr. Speaker, promised something that he didn't have the authority to provide. That is producers' rights, Mr. Speaker, to make that decision. In any event, we had the election. Shortly after, in midsummer, we had the Minister of Agriculture holding a meeting in Saskatoon of anti-wheat board invitees. Even the governments of Manitoba, although they eventually went to the meeting, they weren't invited to participate. They were only invited to observe. Now, for those other Canadians out there, what would you think if we were having a discussion on Medicare and two provinces, say Ontario and Nova Scotia, disagreed with the government of Canada? And you'd have a meeting at which they wouldn't be invited to participate in. Duly elected governments have the right to participate in that meeting, and they were refused to participate in that meeting by the minister himself. First, they weren't invited; they pleaded their case. Then they were allowed to go, but they have to sit in the back and observe. The minister then started the process of trying to fill. For those that don't understand, the Canadian Wheat Board is made up of 15 people, board of directors, 10 elected by producers, and 5 appointed by the government. Always the government has tried to, the previous governments have tried to provide balance, have business people who had business understanding in terms of the appointed directors. But the mantra of the government opposite on appointments to directors now is one thing: they must absolutely be opposed to single desk selling. And they made their first appointment on September 15th. On September 19th, Mr. Speaker, the minister appointed a task force to look at dual marketing. I've quoted from that task force report, in which they said dual marketing is not possible. But the people who were on that task force were all opponents to the board. Even the wheat board itself, although they were asked, they didn't attend because they knew it was a setup. So only opponents on that task force, and they didn't, Mr. Speaker, no witness list provided, no list of meetings, no economic analysis of any kind of what their recommendations would do. It is clearly a discredited task force, and as I quoted from Mr. Fulton, clearly discredited by the academic community as a task force with one objective: just to come up with recommendations on how to move away from single-desk selling of the board without outlining the impact, the economic impact itself on the farm community. And the reason they didn't, Mr. Speaker, because the wheat board does provide, and it's well known, provides an advantage to producers about $655 million annually. Mr. Speaker, on September 5th, the election started for 5 directors of the wheat board. That's important because during that whole election campaign, the full power of the bureaucracy was out there propagandizing against pro-board directors. On October 5th, the government issued a gag order to the Canadian Wheat Board that they couldn't speak out. In effect, they would have a hard job doing their job, Mr. Speaker. On October 17th, Minister Stroll directed that 16,000 farmers be removed from the electoral list itself, in the middle of an election campaign, Mr. Speaker. On October 26th, a pro-wheat board director was fired so that they could replace him with an anti-single-desk selling director. On October 30th, the task force report came down, and it was as we expected. Really no analysis, no economic analysis, no list of meetings, as I mentioned a moment ago. In November, we agreed that as a standing committee we would hear from the President and CEO, but that eventually got cancelled and then got reinstated. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm starting to run out of time, but I do want to make a couple of more points. The minister himself, and this goes to the essence of what we are as a country, because the Wheat Board put on its website a critique of the task force report. They put on their website that critique, which farmers should know. They should know the implications of the task force. And on November 17th, the Minister of Agriculture sent this letter to the board, another directive. Quote, I ask that you instruct the Canadian Wheat Board staff to immediately remove from the Canadian Wheat Board response to the report of the Task Force on Marketing Choice that was posted on the website on November 6, 2006. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the minister went so far as to say to take down proper information from their website that farmers should know on the impact relative to what the consequences of the decision of the government would be to producers themselves. That's a violation of freedom of speech, Mr. Speaker. And that's a terrible to see happening in Canada. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm just about out of time, is the most recent event. The most recent event is that the minister is about to fire the CEO, a man who's had 33 years' experience in the grain industry, got credibility around the world, is the chief salesman abroad, and the minister is about to fire that CEO. For what reason? Because he doesn't agree with the government policy. Mr. Speaker, this is a farm agency, should be allowed to operate as a farm agency, should make their decisions as a farm agency on behalf of the farm community, and the government itself should stop interfering in the wheat board activities and allow farmers to make that choice. These questions we presented as a committee are clear, they're unequivocal, and with those, the farmers could make a clear choice.
Other questions and comments? The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate today, and I've been farming for roughly 35 years, born and raised on the farm before that, and I've heard those same arguments for those whole 35 years. There's been no change at all in the position of that particular member, and of course all of the Western Canadian farmers that sit behind him up there in the peanut gallery. Oh, wait a minute, they aren't either. They're from Ontario, which isn't under that board that we have out there. Now, the member went on to make a huge statement about multinationals are going to slide in and take over, and I would like to correct that a little bit, Mr. Speaker, in that the multinationals are the ones that like the Canadian Wheat Board. Right. That single desk buyer gives them access to a constant flow of product at a far better price for them than it is for the producers that support it. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker, and they will tell you that. The non-board crops that we grow out there that are running rampant, the capacity of the wheat board has gone down and down and down over the years. Their market share is sliding terribly because of the way it's governed and the way it's run, and those are changes that will be made in time, Mr. Speaker. But that whole non-board crop, we're seeing value added, we're seeing acres growing. Even the people that supposedly support the board are growing an abundance of non-board crops. And we haven't seen the multinationals slide in and take over that aspect of the farm out there. We also haven't seen the multinationals slip in and take over the Ontario Wheat Board now that it is a market choice situation. So I'm wondering what basis the member makes that statement on, that the multinationals will rush in and take over, when we haven't seen that happen anywhere else in the world, and we certainly haven't seen it happen in Western Canada on the pulse crops and the non-board crops.
The honourable member for Melpick.
I don't know where the member does farm in the West, Mr. Speaker, but I don't know where he's been in terms. He's chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture. He should know that the power that the multinationals have, and it's not that they're moving in to do the farming, Mr. Speaker. It's in fact they're taking economic advantage of farmers, and studies clearly show that under the single desk selling approach to the Canadian Wheat Board, and it's been posted, it was replied to the task force report. What that benefits would be under a number of scenarios with the Canadian Wheat Board hasn't been refuted by anyone. That the economic advantage to farmers collectively is there as a result of the Canadian Wheat Board's single desk selling approach and its ability to provide economic power to the farm community. And the member knows that Canada's credibility in the international market is due to our quality grains that we export, or exporting through the Canadian Wheat Board itself, and a lot of that will be in fact lost should the Canadian Wheat Board be destroyed, Mr. Speaker. And it's obvious the multinational grain trade has for years 11 challenges from the United States. We have won every one in terms of the United States grain industry and the multinational grain trade challenging the Canadian Wheat Board as a marketing institution because it benefits Canadian farmers. And we've won every challenge. And now we have a government in Canada is going to do the bidding of the multinational grain trade and the United States and undermine that board and take away that power for Canadian farmers. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Honourable member from Victoria.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his very solid support for the Wheat Board and for what he has just said. The NDP raised this issue when it first came to light. It's obvious that the government is trying to reduce the farmers' ability to act collectively within their own interest, and we see that this neoconservative government is also attempting in many other areas, such as by reducing funding for status of women and eliminating court challenges. The government is trying to prevent people from acting, from being able to defend their personal and collective interests. But I wonder whether he would not agree in saying that his government, when it eliminated the cooperatives, the possibility for people to build cooperative housing, whether in that case his government did not act in the same way as the current government in this other issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. The fact of the matter is that when you look at cooperatives, and I think you will note that the previous government was a fairly strong promoter of the cooperative system, both within the social housing community, within the farming community, and many others. But there used to be a strong cooperative movement, the pool movement in Western Canada in the grain sector. There used to be the Sask Wheat Pool, Manitoba Wheat Pool, Alberta Wheat Pool, who were wholly owned by the farm community, whose assets were built by the farm community. Those pools as cooperatives no longer exist. They've been taken over. The Archer's Daniel Midland is in fact involved to 23% in one of them. Those pools, when they were operating as cooperatives in Western Canada, did their best to try and return economic advantage to the farm community because their shareholders were, in fact, farmers. Today, that's not the case anymore. The shareholders of the grain companies in Western Canada, yes, some of them are farmers, but many of them, as I mentioned, Archer's Daniel Midland is a major shareholder of Agricor, 23%. Shareholders are on the New York Stock Exchange. They come from around the world. And they're not interested in the farmers anymore. They're only interested in the profits to themselves. So the cooperative movement has been very much undermined in Western Canada. And the last barrier against being exploited by the grain trade internationally is, in fact, the Canadian Wheat Board, and that's what the Conservative government is about to undermine and cut away.
Further questions or comments? The honourable member for St. Albert.
Edmonton, St. Albert, Mr. Speaker.
Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening with interest to the member opposite, whom we all know is from PEI, and never advocates a single market for potatoes, which grows there, but he seems to ensure that he wants to keep the farmers in the West under the domination of a socialist idea of the Wheat Board. And he uses phrases, Mr. Speaker, such as the proposals would undermine democratic principles and are the essence of what we are as a country. Now, Canada, as we know, Mr. Speaker, is built on entrepreneurship. The great pioneers who developed this country created the wealth and so on. And it seems to me that this member opposite is absolutely opposed to anything that this country actually does stand for and how we did actually build this country. In fact, he goes on to say that the people who are interested in profits are the people who are out to destroy this country. Well, Mr. Speaker, he needs a little lesson on capitalism. But my question to the Speaker is, if he feels that this Wheat Board single market is so good, can he tell us why the grain industry has been in such bad shape for a generation or more? Where we have had farmers going bankrupt by the thousand. We would think that if he was such a great proponent of this wonderful idea, that they would be so prosperous that everybody would want to emulate them. But the opposite is true, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And the first part of the member's remarks were that I happen to be from PEI. You know, I've spent 17 years in Western Canada. I've probably been on a heck of a lot more farms than that particular member who happens to live in the West, Mr. Speaker. And as far as promoting national marketing agencies, we have done it. We've promoted a national potato board. But the government of the day, and it was the Trudeau government, I will admit, wouldn't in fact put it in place. But in terms of low farm incomes, Mr. Speaker, I did a study, and I would refer him to it. It's called Empowering Canadian Farmers in the Marketplace. I'd refer him to put that under his pillow and read it at night, and he might learn something in terms of why farm incomes were low. And the reason farm incomes were low is because everybody else in the agricultural industries, from processors to chemical companies, to grain companies, to transporters, everybody, to financiers, everybody involved in the agricultural industry was making the biggest profits in the last 2 years while the farmers were making the lowest. Why? Because farmers don't have power, because farmers didn't have power in the marketplace. That's why. And the Canadian Wheat Board does give them some power in the marketplace. And the Canadian Wheat Board, Mr. Speaker, allows for Canadian producers to yes, the returns are low out there from the grain industry, they are. But it allows the Canadian farmers to maximize those returns back to primary producers in the industry and through its marketing power. Of course it's not going to ensure them a profit, but it's going to ensure them the greatest share of that returns that is in fact out there. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be here today, and I just want to point out something that may not be obvious to people, but I'd like to ask them the question, are they a little bit interested in why the member from Malpeque didn't even talk about his motion this morning? The motion was brought forward at the committee. I want to talk about it a little bit later, but if you'll notice, through his entire speech, he didn't talk about it, and that's probably because he's embarrassed by it. And I've actually been disappointed in him in a number of ways in the last couple of months. He's had 2 opportunities to bring forward concurrence motions this fall, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately he's done both of them during scheduled committee hearings. Earlier on, we had a hearing. We were going to sit down with the representatives from the U.S. Trade or U.S. Embassy, their trade representatives, and talk to them. And the member from Malpeque decided that he was going to bring a concurrence motion forward that day, and he did that. And so those of us who wanted to go to committee, wanted to hear about that important issue of trade with the United States, were not able to do so because he wanted to be in the House here standing on his soapbox. Again, today, we've got an issue that's of importance at the committee. We're talking about the own-use import system. It's very important in Western Canada. I was out in Ontario last week doing some meetings. It's very important to farmers out there. We finally got these folks to committee. What does the member from Malpeque do? He brings this motion to the House today. So those of us who are actively involved with the Agricultural Committee can't be at the meeting for the full scope of the hearing. So the obsession that he has with this issue is grown to the point where he's beginning to lose credibility over it. The committee has done some good work, Mr. Speaker, and I'll admit that. Just last week, we released a report on the Canadian Grain Commission. It was a review of the Canadian Grains Act and the Canadian Grain Commission. We came together and made a number of recommendations that were very important. We were able to bring that report forward unanimously from the committee. We thought that we'd be able to get some traction and some interest in that report because it's got a number of very important recommendations for Western Canada. Member from Malpeque, I haven't heard him mention it ever once. He never mentioned it this morning. He should be standing up. He supported the motion. The report. He thought it was a good report. But instead of coming here and saying, here's what positive things that we are doing, that the government's doing, that the opposition's been able to work with the government on, and saying that these are some of the things that we're putting forward, instead he comes here once more just to bash the government, to get on his soapbox on the one thing that's become an obsession for him, and that is the Canadian Wheat Board. And as the member from St. Albert pointed out, it's interesting, he doesn't live anywhere near the region that the Canadian Wheat Board operates. He may have been there in Western Canada 17 years, a long time ago. He's obviously not been there lately and doesn't particularly understand the situation there. The committee report last week made a couple of recommendations that are very important for Western grain farmers. And I want to talk about them because they are the kinds of things that are going to make the system in Western Canada work. And I'll come to this motion a little bit later. But one of the things that was important is that we made sure, and this was with the help of the chairman, the member from Battleford's Lloydminster, that producer cars in Western Canada are being protected for our producers. Over the last few years, more and more producers have turned to producer cars to move their grain. They load their own car, they ship it out to the coast, and they're responsible for the grain that's in it. It's become a very important component of shipping grain off of the prairies. During the last election campaign, when I was asked about this and about our commitment to it, I said that I am committed to these producer cars. I've used them for years off my own farm. They've been important to us, and in fact, we were using them for years before the Canadian Wheat Board even supported them. In the last couple of years, they've got on board and said, we want to manage these cars and we want to make sure that producers maintain access to them. Well, some of us were using them for quite a while before the board even got interested, and actually the only time they got interested was after the number of producers who were using them became great enough that they thought it was worth their while to be bothered with it. But anyway, the report last week called for the support of producer cars and the enhancement of the option of using them. Another thing that we brought forward was we felt it was important that there be an Office of Grain Farmer Advocacy in Western Canada. And so we brought that forward as one of the recommendations from the committee, that farmers would have an office kind of associated with the Canadian Grain Commission that would stand up for their rights, and that there would be a suggestion of a half a dozen commissioners that would be deployed regionally across Western Canada. So if farmers have problems with grain handling, grain transportation, grain grading, that they would be able to go to the Office of Grain Farmer Advocacy and be able to get their problems dealt with. We think that's a really good recommendation. We also made a motion that, made a recommendation rather, that it was time to begin to change the grading system in Western Canada. For many years we've had what's called KVD, Kernel Visual Distinguishability System, in place in Western Canada. That was removed in Ontario 17 years ago. And because of the removal of that requirement in Ontario, they've been able to grow their industry. They've been able to bring a whole host of new products to market in terms of grains and cereals. And so we felt it was about time that Western Canadian farmers began to experience some of the benefits of that. And actually, the opposition members from the Liberals, the Bloc, and the NDP all supported those recommendations. I thought it was a very good report, and I would have liked to have seen it get some attention. Unfortunately, the opposition, particularly the member from Malpeque, has decided that it apparently isn't important. He's got something else that he needs to be fixated on, and we would like to make sure that Western Canadian farmers have the opportunity to know that that report's out there and that it's going to be moving ahead. Another important thing happened last Friday for Western Canadian farmers, and that is finally C2, the Accountability Act, passed the House of Commons for the final time, and it will receive royal assent here shortly. And this is going to give farmers access to information that they've asked for decades. They want to know what's going on at the Canadian Wheat Board, how their money's being spent on things like communication and on political lobbying and those kinds of things, and they're finally going to be able to have access to that information. And in spite of the misleading information that was put out by the opposition, this isn't going to force the Canadian Wheat Board to reveal all of their sales information to their competitors and those kinds of things. It simply gives farmers a tool to understand what's being done with their own money, because it is all farmers' money that goes towards the running of the Canadian Wheat Board. So it's been disappointing, actually, Mr. Speaker, to see the member from Malpeque ignoring the issues that are important, not only to people in Western Canada, but also to his own riding. As I said, we've had two committee meetings that have been basically disrupted by his insistence on bringing these concurrence reports forward at this time. And both of those issues had to deal with his constituency and his constituents in Prince Edward Island, the important issue of U.S. trade, and then this issue that we want to discuss today at committee about the own-use imports. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to be here to speak to this motion today. As you know, grain farmers in Western Canada have chosen their directors for the next 4 years. That's going to be an important thing. It was interesting. I heard the member from Malpeque this morning talk about the fact that he apparently doesn't want appointed directors to be farmers. He thinks they should come from outside the industry, but the minister has been good about that. He's appointed a couple of farmers to the board who bring a perspective of experience in the business, and we think that there's going to be a good balance there. The newly elected directors and the newly appointed directors are going to have a number of important issues to deal with, including the fact that this government is moving in the direction of marketing choice. The government looks forward to working with the board as we move ahead. And we remain committed to providing marketing choice to Western Canadian farmers while continuing to preserve the board as one of those options. To speak directly to the matter of this concurrence debate, I want to say that, as I've said, that I appreciate some of the other work that's been done by the committee, but there need to be a couple points made, particularly regarding this motion. Perhaps one of the reasons the member from Malpeque didn't want to talk about the motion is that it was ruled out of order twice by the chairman of the committee. It was ruled out of order on the first occasion because it clearly, in the chair's opinion, I believe, walks into the area of the minister's responsibility. We'll talk about that a little bit later. The member from Malpeque withdrew it. I think he understood that at the time, but he decided, I think maybe political points are more important than actually dealing with the issue here, so he reintroduced the motion. And the motion came back, and it was ruled out of order a second time. The second time it was ruled out of order because when you reintroduce a motion, it's supposed to be substantially different than it was in the first time, and it was precisely the same motion. So it's been ruled out of order twice. The opposition on the committee obviously outnumbers the government at this point, and so they made the decision that they were going to bring this forward anyway. And so that's why we see it here today, and that's, I assume, one of the reasons why the member from Malpeque really didn't want to talk about the motion itself. Another problem with the motion is that it's unbalanced. It doesn't deal with the real issues. There are a number of choices that will be available to Western Canadian farmers. We understand that one of them would be that they would be able to market their grain and have the option of going through the Canadian Wheat Board as well, and that isn't included in here as one of the options. The member has again taken the extremist position that he's held in the past and written up a motion here that really doesn't have anything to do with the options that farmers want. So he's trying to come up with another extreme position here. He just wants to bring it into the House so he gets his 3 hours of debate. But in this case, ideology has once again trumped reality. And it's been a bit embarrassing to, I think, for us to have to bring this motion forward when it was ruled out of order twice, as I said. He talks a little bit about intimidation. I think that we need to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the tactics that have been used by the opposition in this debate. This is an example of one of them. The motion has been brought forward today, but last week on Thursday we had a very interesting thing happen at committee. We had invited a number of witnesses down to speak on the Canadian Wheat Board issue. And of those, Mr. Jim Chatney, who is an elected director of the Canadian Wheat Board, was one of the witnesses that we had called. We brought him down here to speak on Tuesday, and then the meeting on Tuesday was canceled because the board had decided that they were going to launch a legal action against the government. The chair had to check and make sure that we could hold the meeting, so we decided to hold it on Thursday. But while we were waiting for that meeting to be held, the steering committee of the steering committee for the Agriculture Committee had a meeting, and in that they decided that they were going to exclude Mr. Chatney as a witness. So he'd been brought down here. The committee had asked him to come down. He was already here. Steering committee behind closed doors made its decision that the witness list was going to be changed. So we came on Thursday, and the witness list was set. And I wanted to make a couple of points, and that is that Mr. Chatney was a veteran of the Board of Directors. I told the committee that. He's been a strong voice for farmers. He'd been down at the committee all week. And anyway, I think there were some reasons why the opposition had made a decision. Well, actually, I brought a motion forward at the committee that Mr. Chatney be allowed to sit at the table, and the opposition voted against it and would not allow him to come to the table. And I was wondering why that would happen, Mr. Speaker, but I think there are some reasons why that would have happened. I don't know if you know, but in the early 1990s, we had a crop in Western Canada that froze in the fields. And the farmers needed to market it. Somehow they had to get it to market in order to get the money out of it. As we looked for places to market, the board basically said to us, well, they didn't really think they could market that grain. It wasn't good grain. They weren't sure they'd be able to market it. So the farmers in our area, which is southwestern Saskatchewan, started looking around for another market. They went across the border, they took samples down into the United States, and they found out that the grain really wasn't that bad. And under their grading system, they were willing to give us a decent price for the grain. We began to set up a buyback from the Canadian Wheat Board in order to take our grain across the border. We had a decent price, as I said, for it. When you go to do the buyback with the board, you have to give them all your sales information, including the company that you're doing business with. And it wasn't very much longer. Farmers got a phone call from the company and said, we don't need your grain, we're not going to buy it from you. We have as much of a supply of that type of grain as we want. And we found out the price that they were offering for it, and it was about 85 cents a bushel, less than our farmers had been able to negotiate. The bad thing about it was then we watched the trucks come into our elevator, load up, followed the trucks across the border to those same elevators. So they had taken the sale, they had offered it to these companies, about 85 cents a bushel less than the farmers themselves have been able to negotiate, and we watched our wheat go out at that price. That, of course, started to make farmers angry, and that really was the genesis of the 1990s opposition to the Canadian Wheat Board and interest in marketing choice. Out of that, of course, there were farmers who moved ahead and decided that they wanted to move their grain across the United States or into the United States. When they started doing that, the Liberal government started pushing back on them. Farmers went to court, and actually when they won in the courts, that same day, the member from Wascana was the minister that the government moved to change the regulations so that the farmers couldn't do that. So as the farmers won, the government counteracted, shut things down, changed the regulations on the fly so that farmers would then be considered, what they were doing would be considered illegal. Farmers went ahead and moved their grain across the border to some extent. The government arrested them, and the member from Malpequ's well aware of this. At least a dozen farmers went to jail, time periods ranging from a few hours to a couple of months. One of those farmers in particular was strip searched a number of times. He was dangerous enough, I guess, that the government felt that they really needed to make an example out of him. What was really concerning about it is it wasn't just one agency that was doing this. There were at least five agencies of the government that were involved in these activities. The Mona Police at the time, the Canada Revenue Agency, Justice, the Canadian Wheat Board, and others were all ganging up on individual farmers just because they wanted a fair price for their grain. Now, Mr. Chatney was one of those farmers, Mr. Speaker, and so you can begin to understand why the member from Malpeque didn't want him at the witness table. But I was he sits over there and laughs about it. It's a joke to him. But it's not a joke to Western Canadian farmers who want some choice in marketing their grain. I don't know if you saw it, Mr. Speaker, but I think there was a graph that was circulated to MP's offices last week from one of the Western Canadian grain organizations that shows that Western Canadian farmers over the last year have received on average about 50 cents a bushel less than their counterparts in the United States. And so we continue to pay a price for just wanting to market our own grain. Anyhow, the report, or this motion, when we come back to that, it talks about recommending a plebiscite. And the member from Malpeque knows that we're having a plebiscite. We've committed to having a plebiscite in the new year. It's going to be on barley. It's going to be a clear question put to a broad base of voters. It's going to allow barley producers to vote on the future of their industry. That's the way it should be. In the new year, Western Canadian farmers are going to be able to vote on a clear question of whether they like choice on barley or not. And we want to stress that the Canadian Wheat Board will be one of those options. There's going to be the option of selling your own grain and the option of using the Western Canadian Wheat Board to market your grain. And actually, for feed barley, Mr. Speaker, that's already the way that it is. Farmers have the choice of going through the wheat board, or they have the choice of going on the open market with their feed barley. With malt barley right now, they have to go through the Canadian Wheat Board, and so we want to give them the option. Do they want some choice in dealing with their malt barley as well? It's very interesting how well our marketing system is working right now, because in Western Canada this fall, feed barley has been, which is on the open market, has been at a higher price than malt barley, which is supposed to be the premium barley. So malt barley is supposed to receive the premium. It goes through the Canadian Wheat Board. They cannot react quickly enough to the market, and the open market does react quickly. Farmers have been selling their barley onto the open market at a higher price than they can get for their premium barley through the Canadian Wheat Board. But the farmers themselves deserve to be heard, and they will be heard in a plebiscite, which will be held in January. Secondly, this report dictates what the questions will be and who should be able to vote. I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that Section 47(1) of the Canadian Wheat Board Act specifically grants the minister these powers. He's got the full authority to develop the process for the vote. And I'll quote from it so that we can't be misunderstood. But the minister shall not cause to be introduced in Parliament a bill that would exclude any type of class, grade, or wheat of barley or wheat or barley produced in any area of Canada from the provisions of Part 4, either in whole or in part, or generally for any period, or that would extend the application of Part 3 or Part 4, or both Parts 3 and 4 to any grain unless 1, the minister has consulted with the board about the exclusion or extension, and B, the producers of the grain have voted in favour of the exclusion or extension, the voting process having been determined by the minister, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, the member from Malpeque is quick to quote the Act and demand rigid adherence to it, but he wants to ignore it, as he's done today in his report, when it suits him. And so I think we need to point that out, that there's some serious inconsistencies here, that on one point, or one side, he's up and he's yelling and screaming about how the minister has to abide by this and that, his interpretation of the Act and all that means. And yet, on the other hand, he comes forward with a motion that clearly it does not agree with the Act itself. That doesn't bother him. He's here today. He wants to have his 3 hours of debate on this issue, and he's brought forward a motion that is just basically violates the Act. So the draft question that's offered in the report is one possible formulation. The Minister of Agriculture has said that he's going to listen to views about the question. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, he's the one who's going to be developing the question that meets this commitment, and he will be consulting as well. The report also proposes to use a voters list that members on both sides of this House know includes people who are not barley producers. I guess a member from Malpeque should be answering the question about why that is. Why is it that he's expanding the vote in his motion here today to include people who don't grow barley and who are not included in the barley industry? I'm not sure what his answer would be, and perhaps later he can give us some clarification on that. The Minister's promised to have a plebiscite question considered by a broad base of voters, and that's what he intends to do, but that is not what this concurrence report proposes, and unfortunately I'm sure that the opposition members will be supporting it. They should think twice about that, and I would suggest that they should reject it. We're I would like to take issue with the fact that, and the charge that we often hear, that we're rushing through change. Nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, this House will be aware that in mid-September the Minister launched a technical task force to explore the transitional and structural issues that might be encountered in the move towards marketing choice. The task force came out in late October. It recommends a phased-in transition from a wheat board with monopoly powers to a marketing choice environment, preparing for change, launching the new wheat board with transition measures, and a post-transition period. So it was a report that's fairly comprehensive that lays out some of the possibilities as we move ahead with change to the Canadian Wheat Board. The task force was not marching to orders from the Minister, it was giving advice to him. For example, the task force advised to start with legislative change, and I think we're glad to see that the Minister has decided to start with consultations first. So that's why at the end of October he announced the plebiscite on barley. Now, plebiscite on barley is the only thing in the window right now, Mr. Speaker. The board is going to remain in place, and it will continue to be one of the options for marketing. Canada's grain industry is open for business. That's the positive message that our customers overseas need to hear loud and clear. They don't need to hear some of the doomsday scenarios that have been coming from some quarters. And this, I guess, is something that's had a number of us concerned, is that we hear from some of the people in the board and I guess the provincial governments in Saskatchewan and Manitoba that the sky is falling. And they've been screaming and exaggerating the consequences now for some months. And now they tell us that, oh, can you imagine some other people are actually listening to us when we say that? Well, the government is saying to the board, why don't you focus on marketing grain? Go out and do a good job of marketing grain for Western Canadian farmers, and as we bring choice forward, you'll have a lot more farmers who will support you as we move into that choice environment. But it's interesting that the other side decided they're going to exaggerate the possibility as far as they can in order to scare farmers, and I guess farmers generally are scared or farmers are being scared by the rhetoric that they're hearing. The government has been very clear. We made a campaign commitment to provide marketing choice to Western Canadian farmers, with the Canadian Wheat Board as one of those options, and that is the direction that we continue to move. I understand my time is up. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Gentleman member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to actually look into the accusation that the member opposite made relative to Mr. Chatney coming before the committee. I have before me the original notice of meeting. There's original notice for the December 5th meeting that the chair eventually cancelled. Was the time frame on it, this notice, the time frame on the bottom was dated November 24th, 2006 at 4:14 p.m. If you want a copy of that, Mr. Speaker, I can give it to you. Mr. Chatney's name is not on that witness list. And so the parliamentary secretary is dreaming in technicolor on that point. What I'd like to ask the member opposite the parliamentary secretary, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know, he's accusing us, the committee, and the opposition of taking charge of the committee. And the minister himself, in his presentation to the committee, asked the committee for suggestions. And I'll just ask him a simple question. Is that not true? He did. The committee is doing its work and providing him advice in terms of what the question should be. But my other question to the parliamentary secretary is this, Mr. Speaker, and that is that Adrian Meisner, the CEO of the Canadian Wheat Board is about to be fired, a man of credibility, over 33 years in the grain business. This is what he said to the committee, Mr. Speaker. He said, and I quote, I've been asked to pledge support for the government's policy of eliminating the single desk, barring which I will be removed from my job. It would seem to me that opposition to the single desk should be far better grounds for my dismissal than unwavering support for the laws of Canada, end of quote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Meisner is saying, and gentleman opposite is the Parliamentary Secretary responsible for the Canadian Wheat Board, is what Mr. Meisner is really saying in simple terms is he's been told by the minister he can break the law and keep his job, or he can maintain the law and lose his job. Now, would the Parliamentary Secretary today tell us, is that still the position of the minister? Or is the minister going to allow this man who's got lots of credibility, who is still supported with the confidence of the Board of Directors, just been reappointed, in fact, in 2005, has the full confidence of the Board of Directors in terms of maintaining his position as CO, will he say today in this House that that man should remain in that job so that he continue to do a good job for Western Canadian farmers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Wheat Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, you hear the exaggerated rhetoric from the member from Malpeque as his obsession with this issue continues. The job of the board is to market Western Canadian farmers' grain. That's what the minister's asked them to do. That's what he asked them earlier to do this fall. He said, get out of the political advocacy role and why don't you go out and market Western Canadian grain? And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the market's improving. The market's come up a lot in the last few months. We expect that Western Canadian farmers are going to benefit from that. We hope that the board has not missed the sales opportunities that have been there, as they did a couple of years ago. They ended up running a deficit in the pool accounts because they were not paying attention to the market when it came up. They were not paying attention to it when it also dropped off. They weren't able to take advantage of the highs. And so we're asking the Canadian Wheat Board to get out there and market Western Canadian farmers' grain into this rising market so that Western Canadian farmers can take full use and advantage of the market as it's improving. The member from Malpeque wants to bring out original notices of meetings for the committee meetings. It was interesting. Mr. Meisner's name wasn't on that original notice of meeting either. But anyway, we sent in and had an amended witness list. Mr. Meisner was put on that. Mr. Chatney was put on that. Both of them were brought down here to appear at committee. Apparently, the member from Malpeque felt it was important that Mr. Chatney not be heard. We're a little tired of those kinds of ways of intimidating and threatening and trying to embarrass witnesses who don't have the same position that the member from Malpeque does.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've been listening to this debate with fascination because the Parliamentary Secretary talks about intimidation and harassment from our friend over there in Prince Edward Island, and I've sat on the committee with him, and I have to say that he has been relentless in his attack on the Wheat Board. It's not a vision of dual selling. It's an attack on the Wheat Board. It's an attack on a farmers-run operation. And we're being told every time we ask a question about it that, oh, you're from Prince Edward Island, oh, you're from Ontario, you don't represent all the Western grain farmers. I've been receiving hundreds and hundreds of correspondences from Western Canada. I've been phoning people in Western Canada. And I'd like to just quote from someone from East End, Saskatchewan. It's a typical letter. It was to the Parliamentary Secretary, so Mr. Speaker, you'll excuse me if I use the second person in this because it's in the form of a letter. He says, okay, I'll use the he. You claim to be open and transparent about things while hiding behind closed-door meetings with hand-picked invited guests and issuing gag orders to anyone who speaks against you. Is that being transparent? All right, because anyone can see through you. Canada is a democratic country, and sooner or later I'll get the chance to vote, be it on the future of the Canadian Wheat Board or the future of the member for Cypress Hills Grassland. Is one thing's for sure, I'd never support you. That's just one of the hundreds of letters I've received. I've talked to these people, and I would like to hear his comment on how he interprets the fact that of the latest Wheat Board elections, his cabal of enemies against the Wheat Board were soundly trounced. They were soundly defeated because Western farmers do not support them, and they do not support this member's relentless attacks on the credibility of the Wheat Board and on anyone who defends the notion of the Wheat Board.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Canadian Wheat Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you can see the kind of rhetorical flourish that we have in this whole issue from people who really don't understand it. What I've been relentless in is my interest in giving Western Canadian farmers the same opportunities that farmers in other parts of this country have. It's interesting that in one part of this country, people could be sent to jail, Mr. Speaker, for doing something that's perfectly legal in other parts of this country. That's ridiculous. Western Canadian farmers want the same opportunity to participate in a rising market. We see right now that we're paying a penalty of about 50 cents a bushel to our American counterparts. That's not fair. We want Western Canadian farmers to be able to take full advantage of the market. The member from Malpeque constantly refers to his former report that he made that talks about farmers not having power in the marketplace. When we want to give them some ability to respond to the marketplace and to take advantage of opportunities, he and the NDP do everything that they can to stop that. And I will continue to work to try to give Western Canadian farmers the same opportunities farmers across the rest of Canada have as they attempt to make their farms profitable.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago at the House Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, the President and CEO of the Wheat Board and the Chair of the Wheat Board made some very interesting statements that I believe the House would like to get a response to, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the first from the CEO, Mr. Adrian Meisner, the government's actions are also going to cost farmers money. You cannot make wholesale changes to the board of directors of a corporation with $4 to $5 billion worth of sales, gut its management team, restructure the grain handling system without causing major upheavals and concern throughout the grain trade, and most notably among buyers. I want to echo Ken Ritter's comments about process and how it is most unfortunate that the government has chosen this precise moment when some prosperity is finally returning to the grain sector to create this degree of chaos and uncertainty both domestically and in the international marketplace. And Mr. Ken Ritter, the chair, also says we've just come through what could easily be called a perfect storm, a cycle of low commodity prices, severely curtailed crops, and high input prices. We are just rounding the corner. The 2006 crop, for the most part, was favorable, both in terms of quality and quantity, and prices have rebounded. I'll skip down a bit. As a grain producer myself, that is Mr. Ritter, I can say clearly and unequivocally, now is not the time to foist major changes on our industry. We need to catch our breath. We need to recover from the crisis we've just been through. We need to make sure that in growing and improving our industry, we do not take a step back into the abyss. So I'd ask, Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we hear fear-mongering and exaggeration. Canadian farmers, and Western Canadian farmers in particular, grow high-quality grain. That grain is going to be sold around the world, whether the Canadian Wheat Board markets all of it or if people have the opportunity themselves to market their own grain. I find it interesting that the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River has gotten up today to defend the Canadian Wheat Board, because when the Thunder Bay Shipping Authority were in committee, we heard that they would actually experience growth in Thunder Bay through their terminal if there were more options available to Western Canadian farmers. Because what's happening right now, they told us, is that the Canadian Wheat Board insists that a vast amount of wheat be put on lakers rather than on shippers, and so the wheat is being loaded onto one ship, and then it's bypassing Thunder Bay, is being loaded on another ship. Thunder Bay could actually benefit from Western Canadian farmers having marketing choice. I wonder why the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River is not representing his own constituents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Malpeque for raising this debate today in the House, because the CWB is currently in jeopardy because of the Conservatives. Often a government of whatever political stripe, whether it's federal or political, is accused of ad hocery, and the Parliament Secretary earlier said that the government had been accused of acting hastily, but I agree with him. It wasn't ad hocery, it wasn't hasty. The Conservatives have for a long time have had the goal of ultimately dismantling the Wheat Board. So it's not ad hocery. In 2002, the current Prime Minister, who was then in the Canadian Alliance, tabled a motion on an opposition day that even back then referred to free choice. Of course, saying free choice or marketing choice is an embellishment. What they really want to do is prevent collective marketing and decide for Western farmers. And in Quebec, people are drawing parallels between what's happening to the CWB and what might eventually happen to supply management in Quebec. In their last election campaign, in their platform, the Conservatives set out this intention to put an end to the single window marketing. And so this is ultimately an attempt to put an end to the single desk marketing system. In committee, there are only opponents to the CWB on the government side. And so the committee was predestined to attempt to put an end to the CWB's single desk marketing system. And the ministers have tried to put a gag order on directors of the board so that they don't promote their own mandate. This is you remember the Russians went into Afghanistan in the 80s, and because the wheat board had a lot of trade with Russia, they were directed not to trade wheat with Russia because of what Russia was doing in Afghanistan. That was understandable, and we have to agree with that. But today, there's no justification for issuing this type of order to the wheat board. And even though I have parliamentary immunity here, I'll say no more about that. But I'll suffice it to say this was just part of the Conservatives' plan to do away with the single desk. The ministers are telling directors that they're no longer allowed to speak out, and I think that's a serious problem. There's also a bill put forward by the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, which is obviously a Conservative bill, that has the same purpose, which is to dismantle the wheat board. And more recently, there was the letter from the DG of the CWB, and because it wasn't consistent with the government position, he was threatened with being fired on December 14th if he didn't comply with if he didn't toe the Conservative line.
Now, I can understand. I'm not refuting the right of the Conservative Party or the government to have goals and to want to change things. Democracy will decide about that. But when democracy is thwarted, when people are victims of intimidation, and when Section 47.1 of the Act says clearly that it's up to the barley and wheat producers to decide about their own fate, and the member for Malpec suggested that there should be a democratic process to allow people to vote, and if that were to happen, then democracy would have spoken. But this isn't what the government is doing, and I'm not arguing the fact that the Conservatives in their election platform or election promises or in their behavior might say, well, we want free choice, we want to offer this option or that to the wheat farmers. Well, that's their prerogative, but there is a way to go about this, and that isn't what is being done now with respect to the wheat board. And in denying democracy, a large number of farmers and producers would be excluded from the vote if there's a plebiscite. The minister said there would be a plebiscite or a referendum for the barley producers, and they don't represent the majority of Western producers. It would be the wheat producers who are in a majority, and we wonder why they aren't entitled to a plebiscite. But in any case, part of the producers would be excluded from the voting process. So it seems that they're already trying to make a move to win this vote, and I think it's totally unacceptable to see the government acting in this way. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, on December 5th last, the CEO, Mr. Miesner, or rather the president, Mr. Miesner, or chairman, held a press conference to denounce the Conservative government's position as to the future of the wheat board, and he says rightly that the government should proceed as quickly as possible with a consultation on the future of the wheat board, and that is why we are debating this today. The Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food adopted a motion introduced by the member for Malpeque, and we're debating this today before the House, and the motion asks for a plebiscite to be held and that the producers themselves be able to decide on the future of their wheat board. And Mr. Miesner says that the interests of the producers should come before those of the government. That's his job, and he might be losing his job because he's doing it so well. That's what is about to happen. And he says that, I quote, "I was asked to support the government's position with respect to marketing. This isn't in line with the Act. If I continue to obey the law, I will be fired," end quote. And the government maintains that all of those who are appointed by the government must comply with the government's position. So, in other words, if this isn't a dictatorship, then I wonder what we would call this type of action. Board members elected by the producers want to maintain the single desk provided for under the Act, and they support the wheat board. And Sunday, 4 out of the 5 directors who were elected are in favor of maintaining the wheat board as it is. And it seems to me that the message to the Conservative government is very clear in committee or in the House when we debate the fact that the Conservatives are acting according to their own whims and don't take into account the provisions of the legislation. Section 47(1) of the Act must be remembered because on January 23rd they said that they held a vote that allowed them to do whatever they wanted, which means that anyone who voted against the Conservatives during the last general election would be in agreement with dismantling the board. Now, people vote in a given way for certain reasons, and you're a member, and I'm sure that in your riding, and you've been there for some years now, I'm sure that in your riding there are people who voted for you once and who might have changed their mind at a subsequent election because something changed. They were in favor of one issue or another that was personal to them. So you can't say, well, people sent us here, they elected us, and therefore we have a legitimate right to act in a certain way because this is what the people have decided in electing us. The wheat board represents wheat producers, and I'm sure that they didn't all vote Conservative. And even if that were the case, they were voting for a government. They weren't holding a plebiscite dealing with a specific issue. So there's a difference between voting during a general election and voting during a referendum that deals with a very specific issue. You can't say that you can do whatever you want because people voted for you during the last election. I was elected very democratically on January 23rd last and in 2004 as well, but I'm not going to say that I can do whatever I want in my riding because people decided that I was their representative and I could do what I wanted to. I have to meet with people, I have to discuss with them, as I do every weekend, to try to take the pulse of my riding and understand their concerns, and I know my riding very well, and I must reflect what people think, what the majority of people in my riding think, and the same applies to all other members. And we mustn't jeopardize the collective marketing tool used by 85,000 wheat and barley producers in Western Canada. There's a fear, and I compared the producers to the Quebec producers. I was told, well, you're from Quebec, so what do you know about the rest of Canada? It's as if I were to say to someone, well, you're from Ontario or Prince Edward Island, so what do you know about the West? I receive hundreds and hundreds of letters from Western producers who are asking me not to give up on them. I don't represent the West, but I have a responsibility. I think everyone here in the House has a responsibility for every issue that comes before us. Otherwise, we could not look at ourselves in the mirror every morning and say we're doing our job, we're doing that for which we are being paid or we're elected. If we don't take a stand, if we don't look after everything that comes before us. And the Bloc Québécois, and as the agriculture critic who defends the interests of Quebec farmers, I see the government attacking another tool for marketing that's offered to producers here in Canada, that is supply management. We have a large number of producers in Quebec, dairy producers and egg producers, and poultry producers who are very much concerned about what they are witnessing now, because when you negotiate with the WTO, you know exactly what other countries are saying. They talk about these two marketing tools that we have, and we've had ambassadors from various countries come to see us so that we could explain what supply management really means. And there is a growing interest and understanding with respect to supply management in Quebec and elsewhere. Notwithstanding that, in negotiations, these are the two tools that are always raised as an issue, as an irritant. And if the Conservative government ensures that the wheat board is dismantled, then of course other countries will want us to deal with supply management. Now, with respect to what the minister said in committee, he said that notwithstanding what happens if there's a WTO agreement, the government is going to have to sign. But that really raises an alarm with me, because if we have to make concessions on supply management, then that will be the beginning of the end for supply management, and the entire agricultural economy in Quebec will be at risk. So we can't convey that type of message. And when the minister says that in committee, well, committee hearings are public, and people watch the committee hearings, and they know what is going on in committee with the internet, with the World Wide Web and globalization. People are very well aware of what is happening. They know what ministers are saying, so we have to be very careful when we speak out and when we say that in any case, Canada at the end of the day will have to sign an agreement. The Director General of the WTO, Mr. Pascal Lamy, said that in any case, someday or another, concessions will have to be made with respect to the wheat board and supply management, because that's what other countries are demanding. Well, I'm sorry, but we are here to defend what we have acquired, and there is no government subsidy when it comes to supply management, at the very least. And with respect to market access, we can discuss this when other countries are on equal footing, when we know that the Canadian average is about 5% when it comes to access for other products and from elsewhere, and in other countries, market access is about 2.5% for imports. So when people from Europe or the United States reach the levels that we have here, then at that time we can perhaps start to discuss this and see what we can do. But for the time being, I think our market is open enough, and I think we should be able to maintain the system. Now, there's the attitude of the chief negotiator for Canada at the WTO, and that is why the Bloc Québécois had introduced a very important motion here in the House, so that no concessions will be made when it comes to supply management. The negotiator said, well, my hands are tied. This is wonderful news, because whenever I meet with groups of farmers, they thank me, and they are thanking the Bloc Québécois, and in fact the entire House should be thanked because it was adopted unanimously. But I hear thanks from everywhere, from New Brunswick, for example. I met recently with farmers from there, from Ontario, from Calgary, and I say this because, of course, the people in Quebec thank me, but I have to explain how important it is to farmers that we adopted this motion to protect supply management. And I have to make that clear. Supply management is important in Quebec. There are cooperatives, and all of this protects the revenue of our farmers. And they should be able to come together to market their product and ensure that they have the most efficient marketing system possible. That's what they did out west. The producers got together and decided that they would have a marketing tool called the Canadian Wheat Board. And as I said in a previous speech, I don't think that we can say that this is the way it is and it should never be changed. Of course, there is a way to change things, but you have to have the agreement of the producers. It's up to them to decide. This is what the Quebec commercial agriculture producers are saying. I am often blamed when I talk about the Wheat Board because some people think that I have no business talking about it because I'm from Quebec. And we are told, well, what if we were to impose this on you in Quebec? Well, there's no need to have it imposed on us because there is a group of producers in Quebec who decided to have their own type of board. It isn't the same as the Wheat Board, of course, but it is a marketing tool. And if people want to sell their wheat, they have to be part of this group. I've been told, well, you're comparing apples and oranges, but that's not the case at all. If a dairy producer and a Conservative member said, well, if I want to produce milk, that's my right and I can do it. No, that's not the case. You have to be part of the Dairy Producers Federation in Quebec, and it's a collective type of group where there is supply management. So you will have to join that group. You will have to buy quota. And you can't do whatever you want. You can't take your milk and go to New Brunswick or to the United States to sell it. You can't do that. Someone will come and get the milk that you produce. You have a quota. You have to respect that quota, but you will at least have a stable income, and consumers won't have to pay a price that is outlandish for this milk. Those are some of the advantages of supply management. And the producers in Quebec created a wheat marketing agency in Quebec, that it's the only marketing agency that can sell wheat for human consumption in Quebec. And this is similar to what is done for other types of products in Quebec, for maple syrup, milk, etc. And it's a democratic process when we have this type of agency, because producers are asked to decide on whether or not these tools will be created and these agencies will be created, and if the producers decide they no longer want it, then they can put an end to it. The Quebec Federation does not own the crops and has no direct link with the government. Now, that's the difference with the Quebec agency. Now, there have been a number of comments from Quebec dealing with the Wheat Board. For example, in committee, we heard from the Union des producteurs agricoles du Québec. They appeared in committee and compared supply management to the Wheat Board, even though I was the first one to raise this concern. In some media in English Canada, I was portrayed as someone who was mixing apples and oranges, someone who made no sense. And since that time, someone from the UPA appeared in committee to say that it did make sense. And the Minister of Agriculture from Saskatchewan sent me a note saying I was right. And the Minister from Manitoba said that I was right as well. And in Manitoba, they're going to have a plebiscite on the Wheat Board. So I think that the federal government, the Conservative government, should take note of what's happening elsewhere and remember that through a plebiscite, people can democratically choose what they want to do, and there should be a plebiscite for all wheat and barley producers in Western Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I see that he said a great deal about supply management, and yesterday at question period I put a question to the Minister of Agriculture asking if supply management would be the next target, and I was told that I didn't know what I was talking about and that the Conservative government had no intention of attacking or dismantling supply management. And we were told that we didn't know what we were doing. But last night I met with two people who are very well versed in that area, Mr. Laurent Pellerin and Mr. Bob Friesen, who is the president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. And these are people who are well respected in this field, the field that we're discussing today, and they're very much concerned about what the Conservative government is about to do. And they fear that if they are prepared to attack the Wheat Board, which operates so well and has worked so well for 70 years and is respected internationally and brings in hundreds of millions of dollars to the farmers, then if they're prepared to attack that, why won't is there any question about whether or not they will now turn their sights on supply management? And people are very much concerned about this, and they wonder why they should depend on the Minister of Agriculture, who says, don't worry, we're not going to attack supply management, we're only concentrating on the Wheat Board. Why should we believe the Minister when he says that? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasco. I'd like to thank the member for his comments. When he talks about Mr. Pellerin, he's right. When I mentioned for the first time that there was some great concern in Quebec with respect to what the Conservative government was doing and the way in which it was acting against the Wheat Board, the UPA were the first to come and see me to say that they were very much concerned about what was happening out west. And that's why we made vigorous interventions in committee, along with the member for Malpec and the NDP member. The entire opposition, in fact, spoke out in committee to try to make the government understand that the message that we are sending out on the international scene is very important. And that's why I said, and I will repeat, that when the minister comes to committee and says, no matter what happens, the government is going to sign an agreement with the WTO, then I say, well, I'm glad that other countries haven't come together to agree on something, because we, of course, are interested in what is happening in developing countries, and we're afraid that our own government will eliminate all of these tools that are so important to us, including supply management and the Wheat Board. Now, I agree with the member. I don't know what the answer is, because it's up to the minister to respond. Why would he not turn his sights on supply management? Because there's been enormous international pressure ever since the Wheat Board and supply management were created. Whenever there are negotiations, that is always what Canada is asked to do, that is to drop these two marketing tools. So if they want to dismantle the Wheat Board, then it seems to me, and we should be concerned about this, because we think that supply management might be next, and it would be irresponsible for us not to worry about supply management, because pressure will be exerted solely on supply management, and we are right to be worried. Other questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just would like to say to the member for Richmond, Athabasca, that he said in his remarks that he has a response, even though he's from the province of Quebec, that he has a responsibility to examine the issue regardless of where he's from. And I want to congratulate him on withstanding the attack that we get consistently from government members, that because we don't happen to be within the prairie region, then obviously we don't have we shouldn't be speaking on the issue. I think that's unfair on their part, and I think it really is because they don't have evidence to defeat our arguments, so they can only attack us personally, and that seems to be the Conservative way. But I want to expand a little bit on the question on supply management that my colleague asked the member, because supply management is certainly one of the strong industries in Canada, whether it's under dairy, turkeys, or eggs. Supply management is huge in the province of Quebec, where the member comes from, and he mentioned in his initial remarks, Mr. Speaker, that the key as it relates to the wheat board relative to supply management is that the government is moving to prevent collective marketing. And I think my honourable colleague asked, can we believe the minister? And I personally don't think we can. We can't believe the government. We know how honest they were on income trusts, Mr. Speaker. They said they wouldn't do anything, and they did. We know that on the Canadian wheat board issue, the member mentioned the hundreds of letters that he's getting, as I am, from Conservatives saying, I never thought they would do this, thought they might make some changes, but to basically set a structure up that would destroy the board. So my question really is, what would the impact on primary producers in his province be when the government opts it, which is truly their next step? The ideology of the Prime Minister is to go to the open market. That's the ideology. That's what he's doing here. He doesn't care what producers say. He hasn't allowed them their democratic rights. He's put gag orders on the board, firing the CEO. What's the member from Richmond Athabasca think the impact will be on farmers in his province when the Prime Minister gets to the next step? No way to supply management.
The member finally got to a question. The Honourable Deputy to Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I think he's put his finger on the key word in speaking of ideology. The ideology of this government, when we look at the implementation and the setting up and the whole scenery, if you like, surrounding the Canadian Wheat Board matter, the government is wanting to do something, and it says so openly, to have a free market everywhere, as little intervention as possible everywhere. I heard the Minister of Industry refuse to defend the bicycle industry in his own riding, in a manufacturer in Beauce. His own riding. He just washes his hands of it. Why? Because he says the free market has to do its work. If you're not able to survive in the free market, you're not competitive, we can't do anything. They refuse to intervene in any way whatsoever to protect our markets, especially so since under the WTO rules it is allowed. If for a province like Quebec, for Quebec, and in a riding like mine, where there are many dairy farmers, it is the whole agricultural sector of Quebec that will be just flattened, Mr. Speaker, if anything were to happen to supply management, because the majority fall under supply management in Quebec. I think that answers the question. But it is fueled by ideology, the ideology of the Conservative government. The Economic Institute of Montreal has done studies. The Conservatives are saying that the supply management isn't good. But we can take the example of Australia. When we take a look at what's happened in Australia now, there are fewer dairy farmers than under supply management, and they make far less under an open market. So there are enormous processing plants that exist. So you have the great big processors and no more family farms.
BC Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would first of all like to Thank you for the applause. I would like to thank the honourable member from Malpeque for making this debate possible. I think, Mr. Speaker, these are difficult times for farmers, not only in the West but throughout Canada. This calls for a rational thought and a spirit of cooperation. The threat, for example, to fire Adrian Miesner, a proven CEO of the Canadian Wheat Board, because he happens to disagree with the Conservative government's platform, is wrong. It is equally as wrong to stack the Canadian Wheat Board of Directors with two new appointees, one who was fired from the Sask Wheat Pool and the other who has demonstrated an open hostility to the very idea of a Canadian Wheat Board or to any kind of government assistance to farmers. We have seen the results of the Canadian Wheat Board elections. Farmers have spoken. 4 out of 5 directors are strongly supportive of a single-desk Canadian Wheat Board, with only 20% voting against it. Interestingly enough, the largest margin of victory for Canadian Wheat Board supporters came in the district of overlapping the riding of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. In District Number 1, Art Macklin, a strong Wheat Board supporter, lost his seat by only 205 votes. And here there is some suggestion to think this may have happened because of the minister's interference in the elections, where approximately one-half of the farmers found themselves out of this election. In fact, the gentleman himself who was successful in District 1, Mr. Henry Voss, was actually not happy with this government interference, even though he had won. As Mr. Ken Ritter, an elected director for District 4 and chair of the Wheat Board, stated in his letter to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food last week, since the Canadian Wheat Board last appeared before the committee on June 2006, the relationship between the federal government and the Wheat Board has unfortunately not improved. This is due to a number of reasons. 27th of July, a meeting to which the CWB was not invited. An unbalanced anti-Wheat Board task force. The Minister's order in Council restricting the Wheat Board's right to openly communicate with the farmers in a way it sees fit. Changing the director election process in midstream, and most recently, the intention of the Minister to fire Adrian Miesner. As Mr. Ritter states in his letter, there must be a better way. Why can the Minister not meet with the Board of Directors and have an open, frank discussion on the Board's future? The Canadian Wheat Board is not some kind of stagnant, top-heavy bureaucratic monster, as some critics would have us believe. It is willing, in Mr. Ritter's words, to grow and stretch and accommodate farmers who want more flexibility. For example, at a recent meeting, the directors looked at changes that would actually allow small processors to purchase wheat and barley for human consumption or export directly from farmers. They also looked at the CWB's policy toward farmer-owned new generation cooperatives that are involved in value-added processing. The Wheat Board, as you know, Mr. Speaker, also offers a wide variety of producer payment options. Over 17,600 farmers are availing themselves of the opportunity to price their grain themselves through options like the fixed price and basis payment contract. This crop year, according to Mr. Ritter, the CWB is putting in place a pilot program called the Delivery Exchange Contract that enables participating farmers to match delivery opportunity with their own individual business needs. Mr. Speaker, the point Mr. Ritter makes in his letter is that change should be a gradual process. These type of changes build on the strength of the Canadian Wheat Board without putting the organization at risk, and most of all, appear seamless to customers so that the Canadian Wheat Board can be counted upon to continue the high level of service to which they have become accustomed. In effect, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ritter is calling upon an evolution, not a revolution.
Mr. Speaker, all you have to do is study history to note that every revolution, in many cases, makes life more difficult and very often unsupportable. Our farmers have lived through many difficult markets and particularly difficult competitive times with the United States. But to date, no one has really analyzed the effects, the economic effects of a major change. But they seem to be in agreement, more or less, with the existence of a wheat board. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the Murray-Fulton report as an example, you can ask yourself what would be the results of the changes. It would be extremely difficult for the CWB to continue to exist without a single desk selling. Indeed, handling and transportation of grain should be compatible with the United States, but there is the U.S. Farm Bill that exists in the United States, which helps their farmers and shields them from another larger market. Also, changes would be irreversible. It wouldn't be possible to have a free market, and later on, I'm sure people would wonder if it should reinstate the CWB. The government talks about the Canadian Wheat Board number 2, which would continue to exist, but the new agency would not automatically have access to the staff and the technical resources of the present CWB. It would be impossible to find the quantities of grain necessary without additional handling of grain, and ultimately the producers would be at the mercy of grain producing companies that already are in place. The marketing power would be transferred therefore to the railway companies, for example. Farmers would lose their political power. There would be no CWB. Today, it is the Wheat Board that negotiates better conditions with the railways for the farmers, and it's hardly likely that the railways would be more accommodating to farmers with no Wheat Board.
The point is that any changes to the present system must be well thought out and based on valid studies that deal with the economic impact to farmers and to Canada, and not political ideology. It is imperative that this takes place before any changes to the Canadian Wheat Board single desk be made. We, as was pointed out earlier, we're in a very competitive international environment. It's no secret, and I've said this before, and my party has said this before, that our competitors would like to see an end to the Canadian Wheat Board, just as they would like to see an end to supply management. Underlying this debate, however, Mr. Speaker, is a question that we often don't talk about, and that is of individual rights or the rights of the minority. The question is, should a small group of farmers have the right to bypass the Canadian Wheat Board and sell their wheat and barley on the open market? Mr. Speaker, knowing that this signifies the possible end of single desk in Canada or the Canadian Wheat Board as we know it, or agriculture as we know it, does this group of farmers have the right to jeopardize the collective system put in place to sell grain on the world market, which the majority of farmers agree to? In my opinion, and the opinion of my party, I believe that they do not. It is easy. It is easy to go to market choice, which most agree will see an end to the Canadian Wheat Board as we know it. This is why we need good, valid research to look at the effects of such an approach. In other words, to look at a long-term vision. Will our farmers be able to compete on the world stage with prices, transportation, and markets controlled by the major multinational grain companies? Or will they be thrown out, so to speak, to the wolves, completely at the mercy of the major world players, with no one to stand up for them as they try to negotiate fair prices? Mr. Speaker, these are thoughts coming from someone who's thought about this. It's not some kind of so-called left-wing radical talking against the multinational corporations. These are valid questions that I think all of us need to answer. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we need a gradual evolution that involves close cooperation between government and the farm-based Canadian Wheat Board. Mr. Ritter and his board of directors have indicated a willingness to work with the minister to come up with a workable plan. Once this plan is formulated and shows the Canadian Wheat Board vision for the future, Farmers should then have the say. This is what we need, not another revolution. Mr. Speaker, with the time left, with your permission, I'd like to quote a little bit from the letter that was written to the chairman of our Agricultural Committee by Mr. Ritter. And please, I'd ask you, when I have a minute or so left, if you could let me know as I continue rambling on. In the letter it states, at the CWB, we have followed the committee's work with great interest. Unfortunately, some of the information that has been placed before the committee has been less than accurate. The CWB would therefore respectively submit the following for the record. The president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association, Ms. Sherilyn Jolly-Nago, indicated in her testimony that the CWB is not offering farmers the opportunity to capture the rally in wheat prices that is currently lending strength to markets. This is not the case. Opponents of the single desk often like to compare spot prices in the U.S. in a rising market with pooled values in Western Canada. They raise the issue far less often when markets are falling and pooled values are above spot values. If opponents of the CWB single desk compared the price of select winter wheat with appropriate protein levels to U.S. values, they would see that the two are close, especially when prices available under the CWB's producer payment options are used. It would also follow that farmers would be using the producer direct sales process to access those values. Autre point.
Another point that was brought up is that by the witness, the witness stated that it was unjust for farmers in Ontario to be free to sell their wheat and barley to whomever they please, including the export market, whereas any Western Canadian farmer who attempts to engage in the same activity is viewed as a criminal and is sent to jail. This statement is incorrect on two fronts. First of all, prairie grain producers are not victims of discrimination. They have the same right as Ontario farmers to determine how their grain will be marketed. Ontario wheat producers, through their elected board representatives, have chosen an open market system. That decision was not made by the government. Western Canadian farmers, on the other hand, have consistently elected a majority of single-desk supporters to represent them around the board table. We've seen that a few days ago. What's more, wheat producers in Quebec have decided to market milling wheat through a single-desk system. Prairie grain producers would only be discriminated against if this right were taken away by unilateral action on the federal government's behalf. Secondly, grain producers who want to sell their grain themselves can do so through the PDS process. This enables them to take advantage of any premiums for their grain above and beyond the values that the CWB can achieve in similar markets.
Claim that the Wheat Board deprives Western Canadian farmers of the opportunity to take full advantage of their skills as good marketers. This is a statement that is quite hard to defend in light of the growing popularity and extensive use of the Wheat Board's PPO's 3.5 million tons committed to the program so far. Grain producers in Western Canada now have the opportunity to lock in prices for their crops based on U.S. commodity prices. The Western Canada Growers Association often points out that a record number of wheat acres were planted in Ontario in 2006, and this then makes the inference that the elimination of the Wheat Board single desk would somehow reverse the trend towards less wheat acres in Western Canada. Farmers' planting intentions, Mr. Speaker, are actually determined by a whole host of factors, including soil conditions, the price of inputs, the price of alternate crops, and management considerations like crop rotation and availability of storage. It should also be noted that while it is true that the average wheat acreage in Western Canada has decreased 18% from what it was 10 years ago, American farmers who have another system, who don't have a wheat board, have reduced the number of acres they seed to wheat by 21% over the same time period. Other submissions attempt to blame the CWB for a total lack of investment in value-added infrastructure. And yet, in summary, malting capacity in Western Canada has tripled since 1985, and 75% of domestic malting capacity is now found in Western Canada. It is clear from the documents provided by the Wheat Board that the Canadian Wheat Board does not impede value-added processing and has actually supported real growth in both barley and wheat sectors at rates which compare very favorably to what is happening in neighboring jurisdictions. And Mr. Speaker, I've read some of the statistics, and I've seen that actually our malting capacity is increasing, as it's pointed out here, and that our malting capacity is not suffering. And there are other reasons why a plant may want to locate in the United States. That has nothing to do with the fact that we have a Canadian Wheat Board. Des témoins.
Witnesses were asked about the number of times oat and canola growers had been subjected to trade challenges by the U.S. The inference being, of course, that commodities where a single-desk marketing system was not in place were somehow insulated from trade action. This is certainly not true, as both the hog and cattle sectors will attest. The absence of trade complaints in crops like oats and canola, has nothing to do with how they're marketed. It's a function of how little of these crops is actually grown in the U.S., and the absence of an effective American lobby in these sectors pressuring Washington to keep Canadian imports out of their country.
Saskatchewan s'est plaint de différents aspects de processus de vente direct par
organic producers in the U.S. have said that there were the invoices were 3 times what the producer had been originally told it would cost. The invoice he received was simply an interim invoice. Though the invoice itself was not explicit on this point, interim and final payments must still be factored in.
We look at these reasons and we look at the counter-arguments presented by qualified professional people in the Canadian Wheat Board, we can see that maybe we are moving too quickly. Maybe we have to stop and think and sit down with the Board of Directors, democratically elected, and go over some of these points. We mentioned studies by the George Morris Centre, by Sparks, by Drs. Carter and Loyens. They were invoked by the House of Commons. And we can see that the growth in wheat processing industry is compared to expansions in oilseed processing, because the former is a mature industry with several long-established players and is not valid to compare it to the oilseed sector. We see the growth in value-added processing in Western Canada is said to be lagging behind expansion in other parts of the country or in the U.S., when it's really the opposite is true. They say that the CWB is accused of distorting domestic prices, when in reality, prices to domestic mills are directly linked to U.S. milling prices. And there is a failure to recognize that domestic mills, most of which are located in proximity to the U.S.-Canada border, are free to get their wheat from U.S. origins if the CWB wheat prices get to be too high. As the letter by Mr. Ritter states, in summary, the findings of all 3 Alberta-backed studies lack credibility. As a result, their conclusions that the CWB does not provide prairie farmers with added returns must be questioned. The existence of CWB premiums, a conclusion which both the KFT and Gray studies reached, is on the other hand corroborated by a very unlikely source, namely the United States International Trade Commission. In its 2001 investigation into the CWB's behavior in the marketplace, the U.S. ITC found that Canadian durum prices were higher than American prices in 59 of the 60 months that were examined. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the member from Malpeque for making this debate possible. It is a critical time in the history of farming in Canada. We have yet to form a long-range agricultural policy. I know that all parties are working on this right now. In the meantime, I caution that we must proceed with caution. We should not throw something out that has been around for over 60 years because apparently there is an immediate market gain. What if there is a market gain today, and tomorrow there isn't? And as the Fulton study report showed, this is irreversible. So once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor on this very important issue. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member intently, and I understand where he's coming from. What I don't understand is does he really know the results of what would happen if barley was taken out of the wheat board? In 1991 or 92, I believe that happened. Barley moved to an intercontinental open market. Access to information, which I have copies of, showed that the farmers never saw a better year in their years of farming than they did during that period of time. And access to information showed that the wheat board had increased their sales a great deal as well. It appeared to me that a little competition sort of spurred the wheat board on to maybe do a bigger and better job of what they had been doing, and it was quite successful. You know, just heard this member say that unless something is proven, we should never move in that direction. Does he not feel that that period of time in the early 90s, when we had an open continental market on barley, did that not show that there was a working formula there? It was a great year for all the farmers in my riding who simply want to have the freedom of choice.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
No, I'd like to thank the member for his very deep, interesting, valid question. I think I'd like to emphasize once again that we need to have in-depth studies, that maybe what happened in 1991, the situation may not be the same today, but maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. And I think we need to have in-depth economic consultation studies before we embark on this road. And it may be very true, Mr. Speaker, that my honourable colleague is right. But it also may be true that he's wrong. And I think before embarking on this road, we need to be very certain.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a question here this morning. And I thank my colleague across the way for his remarks. I guess what I would like to ask him is that, given the fact that producers would have to compete with multinational corporations who now control the sector, how does he see the single desk as a marketing tool in terms of empowering farmers? And my question to him also is, given that we have a highly trained workforce providing market intelligence at the Canadian Wheat Board, situated in the city of Winnipeg, many of whom live in our communities, I asked my colleague opposite, what does he see the result of the demise of the Wheat Board having on the impact of farmers, certainly, the impact of the ability of farmers to market internationally, most certainly, and an issue that's not being addressed, the impact that it's going to have on the city of Winnipeg, which for many of us we fear will be of significant impact.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
I thank my colleague for her questions. From the reading I've done, and specifically in the Fulton report, it seems to be that if we go to dual marketing and we have this Canadian Wheat Board too, that there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. And one of the things that will happen is that some of the large multinational companies will be siphoning off expertise because people will be uncertain of their future. So they may get an offer from Cargill or some other company, which means they'll move, probably, if they're not based in Winnipeg. So that in the end result, all of these professionals, it's not logical to assume that the Wheat Board will function as it is. I guess that's the point, that many of these people will then move and seek other jobs. Some may stay. It's not logical to assume that farmers will invest in a new Wheat Board because of the the uncertainty in the future, the fact that there is a corporation, in other words, the Wheat Board, working on behalf of farmers, a farmer-controlled organization on the international scene, offers some stability. So it seems to point is that there's a lot of uncertainty, and one of the points that were brought out, for example, in the Fulton report, is that prices will go up to farmers for transportation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Western Development, Western Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a comment and then a question for the Honourable Member. It's very interesting. He noted that he has been doing a lot of reading on it. This morning on a blog that I read, Small Dead Animals it's called, and I asked him to look at it. There is a comment on there about the Canadian Wheat Board by Larry Weber from Weber Commodities in Saskatoon. And he's a noted marketing authority. And I would like my colleague just to have a look at that website and read the comments. And then I'll be interested, after he does that, to hear his comments back. I'd like to hear from him on it. But I'd also like to ask him how many farmer producers of wheat and barley he has in his riding.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for her suggestion to read the blog. I think also what she's getting at is that because I live in BC Southern Interior, which has an apple industry and cattle ranching and some vegetable produce and some grain farming, that I'm somehow not qualified to speak on behalf of farmers. So that's the intention that I'm getting from the question. The point is, and this was brought up before, that I happen to be in touch with farmers. I'm receiving those hundreds of letters from Saskatchewan, from Manitoba. I've been talking to the National Farmers Union and other people involved and other farmers, and I'm here on their behalf. And what I say is not a lot of my personal views, but it's a reflection of what the majority of farmers are saying in Western Canada.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque on a point of order.
The member opposite would tell us how many wheat and barley producers are in the Minister of Agriculture's riding. I believe there's none.
I don't think we can use points of orders to ask other people questions other than the person giving the speech. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his intervention in this important debate today and just say that I too support the Canadian Wheat Board. But as an urban MP, not many people in my riding have very much experience with this particular issue. Our experience might be limited to driving by the grain elevators around Vancouver Harbour or watching a train go by with grain cars delivering grain to that facility. But I also know that many people in my riding understand the adage that farmers feed cities and want to be supportive of agricultural producers in Canada. I know that this has a really important meaning for the supply management system in Canada, but it also has implications for food security in Canada, and people in my riding understand that. But they also want to see justice for farmers in Canada. So I'm wondering if he might just speak briefly to the situation and the understanding of urban Canadians about why the Canadian Wheat Board is important to them as well as to people who live in the rural parts of Canada.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And you know, what's interesting is that often we don't bring in the urban community when we talk about this, as if somehow this issue is isolated, that it only concerns rural communities. But, you know, look, we are talking about food security. We're talking about the ability of farmers to continue to survive. I was at a meeting of the National Farmers Union a week and a half ago, and there was a couple of presentations, and one dealt with the energy crisis and agriculture. You know, it's very possible that soon, maybe not in our lifetime, but soon there will not be enough energy to continue this transportation of food all over the continent, that we're going to have to be more localized, and that we're going to have to revitalize our small communities, not with big mega farms, but with small family farms, and that there will actually be people going from the cities back to the small communities to produce food in order to feed the cities. And I think that when we look at the Canadian Wheat Board and we look at the possible destruction of the board because of pressure from the multinational grain companies and the European Union and Australia and the United States that want us to dismantle this so we have more competition, then I think we have to look at this as a one step in ensuring food security for our nation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Battleford, Westminster. I just a little flabbergasted when I hear some of the comments and the speeches that I've heard this morning. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I first came to this country from the States in the late 60s, one of the first things I got in on with conversations with agriculture producers was in regards to how they market their grain and the wheat board. And of course, where I came from as a farmer, I used to load my truck up with the grain and I would market my own, enjoying it very well. It was instant cash. I had choices of marketing a number of places. With my father and my brother, who was also in the farming business, we managed to do that on a regular basis. And I just was rather surprised when I came to this country that that wasn't how we marketed the wheat and barley. And so I began to pay a little more attention to what was going on. I thought it was rather strange because it seems to me, and I know this is always a contentious point with a lot of people in this house, but it seems to me like, from my experience as a farmer, that when I go out and I plant the seed and you nurture the crop, you pray for rain and hope the hail don't come, you sweat, you worry about being able to grow a good crop, and then comes the harvest time and it's looking really well, so you're in a hurry, you want to get it harvested, and you want to get it into your granary bins, and then suddenly it doesn't become yours. You no longer own it. It's as simple as that. You do not have the right now to take that grain out of the bin that you put it in and decide to go and sell it in whatever fashion that you want and try and get your best price that you can for it. It now is the property of someone else with no guarantees of exactly what was going to transpire and no guarantees of price. It appeared to me that we had it in place in this country, not just the appearance. I used to get fluctuating prices when I had marketing my own product, but it seemed like we had a set thing where we were concentrating on getting an average at best, not the top dollar, but an average, a good average across the board where all these things could be leveled out. I started attending, after I decided to get into politics, a lot of meetings with various organizations, barley growers associations, other groups of farmers throughout the riding, and it became quite obvious to me very early that following the open continental barley market that we had in the early 90s, where there was so much success for a great number of farmers and good success for the wheat board at the same time, that we didn't continue down that path because it was really going well. I couldn't understand why they would want to bring an end to it until somebody pointed out to me that it was illegal for them to do that according to the Wheat Board Act, and that it had to be changed back. But it's obvious now, after seeing the Liberal government in power for 13 years, it was changed back because that's exactly what they wanted to see happen. It was after they were elected in '93 that change returned to where barley was back into the Wheat Board, with the concession that feed barley wouldn't be, but the top grade malting barley would be under the Wheat Board. During some of those years, I remember when Mr. Van Cleef was the Minister of Agriculture. I remember when Bob Speller was the Minister of Agriculture. They traveled my riding and spoke at many, many farmers' meetings, spent a couple days. And I know, because I was there, exactly the message they got over and over and over again from my farmers in Wild Rose, which I happen to know that there's several hundreds, if not thousands. They said loud and clear, over and over and over, with the exception of 1 or 2 or 3 that I heard, there were hundreds who testified to the minister and to the traveling committee they wanted choice. Over and over again I hear in this House, particularly from the critic of the Liberal Party, about farmers want them. Majority of the farmers don't want that. Well, I don't know what majority he's talking about and where they come, but in 13 years, I've had ample opportunity to keep track of what my farmers are saying in Wild Rose, and it's always 80–85% of my farmers, who are mostly barley growers, who raise a good chunk of a great crop in my riding. They want choice. They consider it to be a matter of freedom. Now that should attract the attention on the other side of the House, because I've heard lots of debates on freedom and protecting minority rights, and under the Charter this should be allowed, and it kind of puzzles me why we would have the same group of people who would talk out of their mouth in regards to, say, the marriage law that we debated last week, and out of the other side of their mouth say the farmers shouldn't have that right, that freedom. That absolutely makes no sense to me. This is Canada. This is where we have freedom. This is where farmers do an excellent job of growing their crops. They put up through the sweat and the toil of it, and they want the choice of selling their product, and they don't have that freedom. I wonder, under the Charter of Rights, if the lack of giving that freedom and that ability to the farmers of barley, because specifically that's what is grown in the majority of my crop that deals with the wheat board is barley. I wonder how they feel. And in all aspects of society, we continually push and push and push for the rights and the freedoms of certain individual minority groups, but we don't do the same thing for all the farmers who go to the trouble of working hard and trying to raise a good crop and make a decent living for themselves and their families. Now, if they feel they can do that, I certainly believe they ought to have the opportunity. And I know no one of that group who would want to dismantle or get rid of the wheat board. They simply think that it ought to be part of a marketing choice. Since when has that become a bad thing in Canada? To allow choice for a farmer to do what he thinks he can do best with his own product. I'm really puzzled by that. And besides, why aren't the farmers from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Ontario, if it's such a good thing, why aren't they all lining up and signing up for the Canadian Wheat Board? After all, it is not Western Wheat Board, it's Canadian Wheat Board. But they continue to talk out of two sides of their mouth when it comes to that issue. Freedom, they have a right. Even if we do certain things, I can remember debating on child pornography, for example. You can't do anything about it because persons have the right to artistic merit, so they got to be able to express themselves, so we couldn't get anywhere with that. And then it had to be public good. Couldn't get anywhere with that because they have the freedom and the right to do that. You tell me, how can that possibly be then that a few farmers who grow barley, who would like to have marketing choice, don't have the freedom and the right in Canada? They don't have it in Canada because of parties that are sitting across the way were in charge, and they would not ever allow that to happen. But I could never understand why. And I also had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to talk to several members from the Toronto region who said to me, and they confessed loudly, they hadn't the vaguest idea of what the Canadian Wheat Board was all about. They didn't even know what the issue was about. I talked to them personally, And yet they stand up and vote against giving these farmers freedom. You would think that they'd be interested in knowing that what they're doing is preventing a producer, the guy who works hard to grow his own crop, the 85% of the people in my riding who want the choice. He's voting against them, saying no, in a dictatorial fashion, you will do with your product as we say. And that's just not right. It's just not right.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
I listened closely to the member for Wild Rose's comments, and I respect the member very much, Mr. Speaker. But the key question is should farmers collectively, be able to have the freedom of choice to decide on their marketing institutions and its authorities? That's what we're talking about. It's the freedom of choice to decide collectively and abide by those rules. I would correct the member from one point. His interpretation of what happened in the open continental barley market is certainly different than mine, because the studies have proven that the open market didn't return to the same amount as it would have to producers as they would have if it went through the board. So my question to the member is this. Is the member for Wild Rose suggesting that in Canada we should not allow marketing through institutions or marketing boards collectively? Is that what he's saying, is that we shouldn't allow marketing through institutions or marketing boards collectively, that farmers should not have that choice?
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to have this member maybe dig into access to information and get the real facts, what happened in the open continental barley market. Secondly, whenever a group of farmers, and it is the group as a whole, wish to have a method of marketing their product, I don't think anyone objects to that. What I'm saying is the people in my riding who farm, who grow barley, want to have choice. It's not the 40s and 50s anymore. Many of them have gone to some university and got some courses, or to some college and got some courses in marketing. They would like to be able to exercise that. The farming is different now than it was back in those years. They would like to be able to extend their ability to work with the job they have of growing food for our nation, and to extend that into marketing and extend that into value added. They just want to have the freedom and the choice to do that. There is no way that any board should be allowed or be authorized, or whatever the case might be, to prevent that from happening. There's no doubt about it that if the entire farming association in my riding wanted to use the board, I would be the first one there to say, we got to defend the board. But that's not the case. Now, this is Canada, and we have a Charter of Rights, and they're saying under the Charter of Rights they should have the freedom to market their goods.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his vigorous intervention on behalf of farmers in his province, in his riding. And I was a little bit astonished. Over the last hour and a half, we've had an opportunity to hear from a member from the Liberal Party, from the Bloc, and from the NDP. Now, we have the member from the Liberal Party representing Prince Edward Island, which, of course, doesn't have a wheat board. We have the member from Richmond, Athabasca, from Quebec, doesn't have a wheat board. We have the member from BC Southern Interior, doesn't have a wheat board. And I'm just wondering, what would the member's response be to members of Parliament representing jurisdictions that don't have a wheat board, telling Alberta farmers and those farmers in his riding how they should conduct their business?
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
That's a very good question, but I indicated in my speech, the people that are MPs from the Liberal Party that live in Toronto don't have a wheat board either. The members of Parliament that come from Montreal don't have a wheat board either. The city members from Edmonton don't have a wheat board either. The point is that those areas where they are obligated by law to market their goods as they are told through the Canadian Wheat Board live in the prairies, in the rural areas. There are some who would like to have the choice. It just sounds so easy to me that living in Canada, that should be made possible. Now, the member from the NDP party talked about there should be extensive studies and whatnot. I don't disagree with that. But the Liberals threw all of that open continental barley market, they threw them back into the wheat board, and there's never been any studies on it since then. It's just automatic. That's the way it's going to be, whether you like it or not. And that attitude needs to change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford-Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand again today and join in this discussion on, actually it started out as a concurrence on a report from the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food that I chair, a report brought forward by the minister, or the member from Malpeque, in that he wanted to somehow send a message to the Minister of the Day, Agriculture, who's the Minister of the Canadian Wheat Board as well, as to what should be on the ballot question in the upcoming plebiscite on barley. And he had quite a convoluted message there and so on, and that's certainly his right as a member of Parliament, whether he sits in the wheat board area or not, and I've heard that argument made here as well. The member from Malpeque has a history within the region that we serve out there with his leadership of the National Farmers Union some years ago. He was very effective in throwing wheat at the then Prime Minister, Trudeau, when Trudeau said, "Why should I sell your wheat?" And now he has since joined that party, and he's basically saying, "Why shouldn't I control the marketing of your wheat?" So he's on the same side now that he used to oppose, and I think he was more effective when he was opposing than he is now as a rubber stamp for the government agenda from that other side. I stood here this morning during the opening with the Speaker, and we do a little prayer here every day, Mr. Speaker, and it talks about how great it is to live in Canada, where we enjoy freedom and opportunity. And I thought, boy, that's quite apropos when I knew this concurrence vote and motion was coming forward today, when that's exactly what this discussion is about, is the lack of freedom and the lack of opportunity given to some Western Canadian farmers. Not all. Some agree with the single desk idea, and we saw that reverberate through Western Canada in the vote that was just held on electing 5 directors to the 10-member that are elected wheat board directors list right now. And we saw that reinforced by 51% turnout, and a portion of those voted against. So what you have is a 2/3 and 1/3 situation. So you've got minority rights being trampled here. And I know that other party over there, the opposition, are the party of the charter, they say. And they're all about minority rights. And they're all about this and they're all about that. But when the rubber hits the road, they tend to throw that ideology aside or bend it and twist it and shape it to fit the issue of the day. Now, farmers in Western Canada don't only vote on the directors, they also vote with their air seeders and their trucks in the type of product that they will grow and that they will market on their own. We hear a lot of difference out there from some people in that, gee, I enjoy growing canola and pulse crops because they're my cash crop. And these are the folks that defend the board to their last breath. And they say, well, I don't have time to market my wheat and my barley. I have to leave that to someone else to do it. And the member before me made a good case for the continental barley market that was selling more barley at a better price in the 2 months that it existed before the Sask Wheat Pool actually took the government to court, one of the cooperatives that the member opposite talked about so glowingly. And that cooperative has since hit the brink of bankruptcy because it no longer represented the wants and aspirations of the farmer delegates that it supported. So they're now crawling back from the brink, and they're one of the proponents of market choice. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. They had an epiphany on the way to the poorhouse, and they've come back with saying this is what farmers want. And they've redesigned themselves and reoffered themselves as a power of choice, as a power of let's do things differently here in Western Canada. And I know the member opposite from Malpeque spoke in dire consequences of what would happen. The multinationals are going to take over, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard that flown for years. It hasn't happened, Mr. Speaker. The multinationals, the Cargills, the Louis Dreyfuses, and the Bungys, and all of those of the world happen to like the wheat board very much. Because as a monopoly buyer, Mr. Speaker, that's it. That's the difference. They're a monopoly buyer. So these multinationals now have a single desk to go to. They know the quality is there because farmers in Western Canada are the best at producing that quality product. They know the quantity will always be there in certain areas of the wheat board, so they only have to shop at the wheat board desk in Winnipeg. They don't have to go anywhere else. They basically have their job done for them. Now, they do have an accumulation system, if you want to call it that, a great system across Western Canada. We're probably over-designed at this point for the bulk commodities that the wheat board handles because farmers are growing less and less of those commodities. The market share of the board has been sliding. As they ramp up to hang on to the single desk and spend a lot of their money on communications and spin, they're losing farmers' support. And we're seeing that out there in the types of crops that are grown. And certainly I know in my own farming operation and the folks that farmed around me when I was actively farming before this crazy job grew less and less wheat, durum, and barley. They grew it as a rotational crop, Mr. Speaker, and you know that in your own riding. That's how it's grown. You very, very seldom see wheat, durum, or barley grown on a summer-fallow situation. Now, that also is because of the multi-cropping that we're doing out there, the advent of different farming practices. The one farming practice that's never changed over the last 60, 70 years is our marketing opportunities. We've seen products come and go. We've seen crops come and grow onto the board. But the basic facet, this single desk, even with the changes they've made in offering price contracts and futures buying and so on, you still have to make use of that single desk, Mr. Speaker. Very few farmers are taking up on that, and the wheat board will spin it that it's a new program, it's not known, farmers aren't sure how to access it, how to make it work. But the farmers that I talk to are very much keen marketers, tell me it's administratively heavy, it's bureaucratically obtuse, it is extremely expensive in the administration of it, and they just don't bother with it. They just don't bother growing those commodities. But they do grow the canolas and the pulse crops and everything else out there because they know they can make money at it and they can make the marketing choices when they so need to. I have a real concern, and coming up to that time of year when our moratorium on clawbacks is about to lift at the end of this calendar year, and the wheat board finds itself as the vehicle of the cash advance on wheat, durum, and barley, they've been offering, in my neighborhood, it's been averaging, well, way less than $1, in some cases less than 50 cents a bushel on feed barley. But my farmers are forced to sell their feed barley, which is great quantity and quality this year, back through the board because they took the cash advance from the board. And you have to deliver product to pay off the cash advance. You can't sell that barley as feed barley outside the board, take the $3.50 a bushel you can get now for it, and pay off your cash advance. You have to deliver the barley to the board. So that's costing them, in most cases, $3 a bushel right off the top, Mr. Speaker. It's also going to cost them in the fact that 50 cents a bushel won't pay back their $2 a bushel cash advance, so they're going to be facing interest and penalties. Penalties to the tune of 10% of their cash advance, which could be as much as $10,000, and then interest dated at the day they took the loan out, the cash advance out, not the day they were forced into not adhering to it. So I've got some major concerns with that, Mr. Speaker, and you know, it was great, and all the parties agreed to changes to the AMPA legislation that extended those cash advances to other commodities and ramped them up for the grain commodities, but we didn't do anything on the punitive side. And I think that's going to come home to bite all members of this House of Commons when our phones start ringing in January, when guys are saying, I'm now being forced into bankruptcy because I was forced to sell my product cheap, couldn't address my cash advances, which is going to keep me away from a cash advance coming up this year, and I know the banks aren't going to look at me, and we've got a real landslide avalanche effect coming up here in the next couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker. And that speaks to the intransigence, the lack of change, the lack of flexibility that we've seen on the board. Sure, we have 10 elected officials, but we also have 5 that are appointed, and we also have a little thing called the Canadian Wheat Board Act. And I happen to bring a copy of that with me today, Mr. Speaker, and there's a lot of different things in here that the members opposite and the folks out there in the media like to use against the minister. But you have to read the Act, Mr. Speaker, and with the changes that the minister of the day in 1998, the member from Wascana made, he actually made the minister of the Wheat Board God. in that he controls everything. And the members on the board, whether they're elected or appointed, have what's called a duty to comply. And that's what got our friend, the President, Mr. Meisner, and some of his acolytes in trouble, was that they forgot to read that part of it. They started to think somehow that they could go way out there in left field and do their own thing outside of the mandate of the board. Now, the mandate of the board, in nowhere does it say, spend farmers' money to promote yourself. There's nothing in here. And the so-called gag order that the minister delivered to them, all it said was, please check out section so-and-so that says your duty to comply does not allow this third-party standing in lobbying for your own self-interest. So the members opposite spin that in a whole different way, but the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Wheat Board Act is very succinct, it's a very short document, and it certainly spells out what can and cannot be done, and I wish the members opposite would read it. Thank you.
Well said. Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, my question for the Honourable Member, and he's raised the charter issue and its relationship potentially to the Wheat Board. If he believes that, in fact, this is a charter issue and that farmers ought to be able to defend themselves through the charter against the Wheat Board, doesn't he agree that we should protect and bring back the court challenges program to enable farmers to actually pay for their right to defend themselves under the charter that he asserts? And if, in fact, he believes that it's important to defend the rights of farmers and other minorities, would he urge his government to, in fact, reinstate and fund the court challenges program, which would give them that facility?
Honourable Member for Battlefords.
Well, the unfortunate part with that court challenges program, Mr. Speaker, is you had to hire some Liberal lawyer in order to make it work. And the member opposite knows that it was specious arguments at best that were going through that court challenges program, and I certainly stand in defense of cutting it. It wasn't working in the best interests of Canadians at all, but being perverted for its own use by the government opposite. But it's interesting that he brings up court challenges. And the Wheat Board has faced 11 or so, I think, if I haven't lost count. The member from Malpeque can correct me if I'm wrong, on 11 different challenges under the WTO and NAFTA and so on. And we've won all of those. But the unfortunate part is it's cost tens of millions of dollars to Western Canadian farmers. It comes out of the pooling accounts of the Wheat Board to fight those challenges through the courts of the day. And the only reason we're facing those challenges, Mr. Speaker, is we're always accused of dumping. And that's a catch-all. And it's certainly been used as an anti-tariff trade barrier. But in reality, those challenges do have merit in that we are still stuck in Western Canada alone under the Wheat Board using the KVD, Kernel Visual Distinguishability Grading System. And what that does is the Wheat Board buys grain from a producer, or some would say steals it, and they send it to the States as number 3 feed. It gets down to the States because they've done it with this kernel visual distinguishability, and that's a wrinkled kernel. But it gets to the States, they regrade it through their technology and say, we don't care what it looks like, we're going to grind it up, this is number 1 milling flour. So we get charged then for dumping because we've sent in a feed when in reality it's top grade milling, and my farmers lose that value, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate again your recognizing me. We've heard much, Mr. Speaker, from members opposite. Well, let me back up again. I suggest to the member who has just spoken that he tell the women of Canada his views on the Court Challenges program, that provided many opportunities and made many legal breakthroughs for women from coast to coast to coast. So I think it's important that they know their views. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot on the other side about human rights. We've heard a lot on the other side about choice. We've heard a lot about fair practice and the opportunity to be heard. But I guess I wonder what the members opposite view the processes employed by their government as it relates to choice, as it relates to human rights, whether it's a gag order, whether it's a task force, whether it's selective meetings, whether it's firing people who disagree with you. To my mind, this is not what a democratic country is all about. And to my mind, this is a case study that students across the country will view as a what not to do in government as time passes.
The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Boy, if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what is, Mr. Speaker. She should check out all the work that's been done on ad scam if you want to see a court case in what not to do. She should check out the costing of her gun registry if she should check out what not to do in public policy. But it's interesting that she talks about jobs and safeguarding. And I've heard from members opposite. The member from Thunder Bay is concerned about his port, but at the same time, he's condemning the Wheat Board for not loading the salties or ocean-going ships right at Thunder Bay instead of forcing my farmers to pay for the whole system up through the lakes and the canals, and then offloading in Montreal and then loading back onto the salties. So at the same time, we have that member that was just up saying all these jobs in Winnipeg will be lost. But I've read reports where the 400 staffers at the Wheat Board don't do any more or better job in volume and quantity and quality than the 5 people who do the marketing for Cargill. So, I mean, how should I and how should my neighbors, friends and neighbors as Western farmers, be forced to support this whole industry that is antiquated across this country? We can't do it, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for St. Boniface.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre. And I am pleased to say that I am from Manitoba, for people that are concerned that maybe people from outside of the prairie shouldn't be able to comment on this kind of an issue. It is a national issue, and it's an issue that's probably been one of the most debated issues in the House this fall. And as a matter of fact, it was on the front page of the National Post, which is kind of unusual for a Western issue. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd debate that we've had on the Wheat Board, and obviously the Conservatives have not listened the first 2 times, so we're hoping that maybe this time they'll get the message. They continue moving ahead. They continue moving ahead with this ridiculous proposal, despite the fact that all the opposition parties are totally against this, and which is actually quite unusual. Not a lot of times all 3 parties are against this, and we're listening to our people out there. They're saying they're listening to theirs. We're obviously listening to ours as well. They continue to move forward despite the fact that farmers continue to vote in favor of the Wheat Board. They continue to support this institution. But it doesn't seem to bother them at all. They continue to move forward despite the Premier of Manitoba's claim, and I quote, that destroying the Wheat Board would have a major economic impact on Manitoba. The Wheat Board has a downtown location, several employees, and I'll leave my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre discuss that as well. They continue despite the fact that the mayor of Churchill has basically said, stop the insanity. It would basically close down this town and close down every town along the railroad line. And again, we know how important the Port of Churchill is becoming in northern Manitoba with global warming and something that the opposition party or the government does not believe in the first place. They continue to move forward despite the fact that the provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan are so frustrated with the anti-democratic process that they're holding their own plebiscites. It's absolutely unheard of that these provinces would hold their own plebiscites. And that's how much they trust this Conservative government. They figured they could not count on this government to do the right thing, so they will be doing that. And, Mr. Speaker, I can understand why they would feel such frustration. There was a meeting in Saskatoon at one point, an anti-Wheat Board meeting, and Manitoba and Saskatchewan were invited, but they were asked to sit in the corner, and they were told not to comment on any issues. So I can see why these provinces are now taking a lead on this and making sure farmers are represented at least at one level. And, Mr. Speaker, they're moving ahead despite the fact that the CEO, they tried to muzzle the CEO, and now they're trying to fire the CEO, which is absolutely ridiculous. One of the most respected CEOs in the country, and when I look back and I think back of how these people are trying to defend the Wheat Board, I'm thinking this is exactly the kind of people that I would like running this corporation. I think that they're doing exactly the right thing. They're trying to display the other side of this issue, and they're doing it very successfully. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture have to admit that this whole process has been a total disaster. And now this weekend's election, 4 out of 5 board of directors, members of the Board of Directors were elected that are pro-single desk. I think it's another confirmation that maybe they should be changing their idea on this very, very important issue. It's becoming a major problem for the government. I think they're realizing that. Their policy is flawed, and it's not supported by farmers. And, Mr. Speaker, I almost sympathize with the Minister of Agriculture. And I did say almost. I can see the Minister of Agriculture receiving his mandate letter from the Prime Minister, and the letter basically says, you have one objective, dismantle the wheat board. That is what you have to do. And because think about it. Think about it for a second. What else has the Minister of Agriculture done? He has focused uniquely through every anti-democratic process that he can think of in dismantling the wheat board. So I'm not sure exactly where the Minister of Agriculture stands on this. I mean, internally, he may be thinking this is absolutely nuts. I'm going against every institution. I'm going against the farmers. I'm going against the House of Commons. So hopefully, the Minister of Agriculture internally does not believe this is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, when does this stop? When does the government reverse its position on this? And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Agriculture is getting absolutely no support from his Conservative colleagues in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. I can tell you that it is very, very difficult right now to get some of these people to stand up and speak either for or against the wheat board. It's absolutely incredible that people that are elected by 80 or 90,000 people don't have the guts to get up and speak on behalf of it or speak against the wheat board. But for God's sake, get on record, and so that the voters next election can judge you on that. We even have, Mr. Speaker, rural Conservative members of Parliament in Manitoba that have householders out uniquely on agriculture, but with not a word on the wheat board. Can you imagine that? One of the most discussed topics in the House of Commons this fall, and for them it's as if it doesn't exist. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, try to get these people on record. Try to get these people on record, Mr. Speaker. The media has told us that they've been calling some of these members of Parliament 9 or 10 times, and with absolutely no success. The only person that stood up, Mr. Speaker, that's had the courage of his conviction is the member from Dauphin Swan River, and I believe he's been ostracized for his efforts. So we really appreciate that he has listened to his constituents. He has come through, and he is doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when I think of the senior minister in Manitoba, who has absolutely said nothing on the wheat board once again, he is supposed to be there to defend the interests of Manitobans, of Winnipeggers, actually of Canadians. But Mr. Speaker, not a word on from the minute he is the regional minister in Manitoba. He has a responsibility to stand up for what's important for Manitobans. But Mr. Speaker, not a word from this person. And I'll leave the economic impact to my colleague as well. So why aren't the Conservative colleagues here from Manitoba up in arms over this? Mr. Speaker, they're muzzled. It's very simple. I mean, on every major issue that we've had over the last 10 months, the members of Parliament, elected by 80, 90,000 people, are not able to speak their piece. And I think that's a sad, sad commentary in a very strong democracy such as Canada's.
Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to make a few comments about this issue, and I can tell you that I come from an urban riding, St. Boniface, but when people say that people who don't live in the prairies shouldn't comment on it, that's just ridiculous. My riding, as I said, is St. Boniface. It's an urban riding, but I have emails, letters from people who are contacting me unceasingly from both the urban centre itself and from the countryside. They're interested in rural issues. They're very close to the farmers, the people who live in St. Boniface, and they respect what work the farmers are doing. They don't want to see that institution destroyed. It's an institution that has served them well.
Alors, Monsieur le Président,
So, Mr. Speaker, this week, a constituent from the riding of Portage-la Prairie, it's a rural area in Manitoba, wrote to me and said that the loss of the CWB would be an economic setback, a lack of vision on a world scale, and a social disaster in the countryside. I don't want Mr. Harper to sell the farm to Mr. Bush. I think that this is an issue that's dealt with very seriously by the people who live there. For those Conservatives who are listening to us, I can tell you that we're receiving many phone calls about this issue. It's an enormous amount of stress for the producers. I spoke about this earlier with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, supply management. I think we have to realize that something else might be coming down the pike. It's clear when we asked questions in the House, we've been told, don't worry about this. Of course, don't worry about this. Everything will go well after we modify the situation with the CWB. But I can tell you we've seen the results to date. The Minister of Agriculture has said yesterday, you don't know anything about supply management, but I can say that with some colleagues yesterday, I met Mr. Pellerin, who is the president of the UPA, and Mr. Friesen, who's the president of the CFA. They are highly respected people in the agricultural area, and I'm sure that even the Conservatives would agree that they are worthy of respect and being listened to. They're very concerned about what's happening. They say that if the Conservatives are intending to dismantle and are dismantling the CWB, which works very well, why would they stop there? Why would the next step not be to tackle the whole issue of supply management? These aren't words that I have said. This comes from experts in the field.
It really bothers me that all this is done without any proof of dismantling the wheat board. It's really interesting, and one of my NDP colleagues was saying there is absolutely no proof, no evidence that dismantling this would be favorable to the farmers, and yet we move ahead. We move ahead with dismantling this thing. So I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that this new government, as they like to call themselves, always brags that they are the defenders of democracy, transparency, and accountability. Well, on the wheat board file alone, so many transgressions were done that they are discredited on all three accounts. Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? If they think offering choice is the solution, put it to a vote. Test the market. Let the producers decide, and not with a manipulated list of voters, not by splitting the vote by crop, and not by trying...
I apologize to the honourable member, but we are out of time for this part of his speech. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
One is that the member from Dauphin River, as you said, spoke for his constituents. And then he had the government vote against his bill to protect hunting and fishing in rural areas. Do you think that was some sort of retribution? Second is, how come Conservative members in the West are not answering phone calls from journalists? Have you heard that about the wheat board? They're hiding from the journalists. And third of all, do you see a change in the party from when it was a Reform and Alliance that used to represent its constituents, and now those that are not in barley states, I'm just talking about those that have wheat as a predominant of farmers, who are expressed for the wheat board in a majority, and they're not speaking for their constituents, and their leader says they should have leadership but not speak for their constituents?
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that is a very interesting question, and I believe that on the first one, there's no doubt that the whole muzzling factor here is quite obvious. I mean, we've seen it. The Prime Minister do it when it comes to the media. We've seen it with his people here in the House. I mean, we have the media has told us that they've been calling some of these members 9 or 10 or 12 times to get a hold of them to get at least a comment on the wheat board, and absolutely nothing. They don't even get a call back, or they say we can't comment right now. Well, it seems to me that if there's anything that's anti-democratic, that is it. I mean, we are elected by 90,000 members of Parliament to stand up for our ridings, to stand up for our constituents. And if we disagree with our leader, we should be able to express it in this House. And I'm sure, I'm convinced that although my Conservative colleagues from Manitoba tell me that they're getting absolutely no calls or no emails from their constituents in rural Manitoba, I can't believe that for a second if I'm getting it downtown Winnipeg. So there's something wrong there. So obviously their constituents are concerned, and they should be speaking on their behalf. And lastly, I agree with you. I mean, this is not the Joe Clark Conservative Party. This is not the Leo Duguay Conservative Party. I was speaking to friends this weekend who are members of the Conservative Party, and they will agree with me. This is a totally different party. This is a right-wing, neo-conservative party, and people, and otherwise, they would have let farmers decide on their own destiny.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Resume. Oh, questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my region of Timmins, James Bay, we do have grain farmers, and the grain farmers in Ontario had made the decision to go to dual marketing. They made that decision because the tonnages are much smaller, and they are in most of the grain farms in southern Ontario very close to market, so it was a very different setup. But the decision was made by the farmers. It was a very clear decision. We didn't have Premier Dalton McGuinty threatening to fire head of the Ontario Wheat Board. We didn't have them gagging them. We didn't have them holding meetings and kicking people out so that only a certain viewpoint. The farmers made their own decision. And I guess what I find confusing here is this attitude from this government that they don't feel they could actually win a fair vote, so they're doing everything they can to put the squeeze on a farmer-run organization. And as New Democrats, we've always supported, if the farmers want to choose a form of marketing system that works for them, the farmers have a right to do that. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a two-part question. First, why is he thinking the government, why would he think that the government has to resort to such tactics to pull this off? And secondly, if they are serious in going after this ideological drive for their concept of open markets, what does that mean then for the dairy farmers who don't have open markets? They have to go through the Supply Management Board. What does it mean for them? What does it mean for our poultry industry? What does it mean for our egg industry? Does he expect that they're going to use the same heavy-handed tactics against the supply management system as that they're currently employing against the Wheat Board?
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I think he brings up actually two very good questions. And first of all, I'd like to thank him for confirming that Mr. McGuinty is a very democratic person. I think it's important that we note that. In terms of why they have to resort to these tactics, I think it's very obvious. I've stated in my presentation that they don't have a leg to stand on. If the farmers are against you, and our position, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' position from day one has been let the farmers decide. We have always said let's have a free and clear vote without manipulating the list, without trying to fire, putting pressure on the CEO. Let's have one vote. Everybody's involved, and we will respect that decision as long as the question is clear. But they couldn't work that out, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comment. So obviously they're resorting to these tactics because doing it the legal way, doing it the right way, would not work. So, and the second thing, totally agree again on dairy farmers, poultry farmers. It's a huge issue. And again, I was saying that I met some people last night that are immensely concerned. I can tell you that Quebec farmers are watching this very, very closely right now. They're saying if these people can tear apart a democratically elected board of directors and dismantle this institution, why wouldn't they attack us next? So thank you very much for those questions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre has about 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So few minutes and so much to say. Mr. Speaker, the member from Battleford, Lloydminster, I hope I've got his writing correct, really indicated what this government is all about. It's opening the door to U.S. companies to come in to Canada. What they couldn't do 11 different times on the U.S. grain trade to find the Canadian Wheat Board guilty, this government is trying to open the door and trade 460 jobs in downtown Winnipeg for 5 at Cargill. And that's the nub of the whole debate, Mr. Speaker, that we have. You know, we've heard much conversation, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that nobody on the other side, bar one, is speaking up for the Canadian Wheat Board. And critical of those who come from other parts of the country for daring to speak up on the Wheat Board because they won't there. But what's important to get on the record, Mr. Speaker, is the fact of the economic impact that this is going to have for the province of Manitoba and the city of Winnipeg. As I said before, they're quite prepared to trade 5 jobs at Cargill Grain in order for 460 jobs in downtown Winnipeg. We have a total of over 2,000 or 2,200 jobs in the province of Manitoba, directly in the city of Winnipeg, directly dependent on spin-offs from or direct jobs at the Canadian Wheat Board. There's more than $66 million in wages and salaries, Mr. Speaker. There's over $3 million that goes to the local government. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing that Canadian farmers shouldn't... We'd rather have Cargill have the profits. We'd rather have Archer Daniels come in and take over these jobs. Mr. Speaker, the impact on the province of Manitoba, the city of Winnipeg, is devastating. As I indicated, the gross provincial income impact is $86 billion. Despite the obvious impacts the Canadian Wheat Board has on the city of Winnipeg, as my colleague has said, there has not been one word of dissent, bar one, from Conservative members across the way. Why are they not standing up? Why are they not looking at the economic impact on the city of Winnipeg, on the province of Manitoba, on the Port of Churchill? Downtown Winnipeg is challenged as is, and they are ready to move in, gut it. And it's as though if they repeat their reality over and over again, it will be true. The minister says that a dual marketing will have no impact. Mr. Speaker, there have been countless studies and a court case that shows that should dual marketing come into play, that it's the end of the Wheat Board. But they believe that if they repeat it, that it will have no impact, that their words will create a new reality. Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Speaker moved that the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, December 6, 2006, be concurred in. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Accordingly, the vote stands deferred until after question period today. Orders of routine proceeding.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my honour today to present a petition under Standing Order 36 from people all across Canada. There's 121 signatures on this petition, and they call on Parliament to do all that is necessary to preserve marriage as a union of one man and one woman.
Missisquoi.
Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to thank my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le for this petition, which comes to him from the shelter for the homeless in Chicoutimi. This shelter is concerned that the government's not restoring the Supporting Communities Partnership Initiative and frontline workers. This program helps the most disadvantaged and meets real needs. It serves a number of people in a number of organizations. It's responsible for a number of direct jobs, and those will disappear, and so will the support for the homeless should this Skippy program disappear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition of some 1,500 Canadians from every province across the country. They say that tens of thousands of young Canadians every year are denied an opportunity to serve in organized volunteer capacities at home and abroad. The NGOs are out there and waiting. The youth are there, and these petitioners call on Parliament to legislate or take other measures to enable all our youth, all our Canadian youth at home, to volunteer at home and abroad for these types of volunteer community activities.
Right. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very honoured to rise in this House with petitions of hundreds of names from the good people of Malagash, Pictou, Wallace, Shelburne, Halifax, Nova Scotia, and they have brought forward a petition to be presented to the House of Commons concerning museums, Mr. Speaker, because they have pointed out that museums generate over $17 billion annually to Canada's gross domestic product, that over 59 million Canadians visit museums every year from coast to coast to coast, that our museums have a positive social, cultural impact on virtually every community in this country, that the Museums Assistance Program is recognized as the most crucial element of the federal support for Canadian museums, and that the Museums Assistance Program funding today is virtually at the same level as it was in 1972 when I was in grade 4. Oh, sorry, that's not on the petition. Continuing on, that the Conservative Party of Canada, who are now leading the minority parliament in Ottawa, pledged in writing during the most recent election campaign that, quote, generous funding for Canada's museum would be a priority for a Conservative government, and that on September 25, 2006, the Conservative minority government announced a cut of $4.6 million from the Museums Assistance Program. Therefore, they are petitioning Parliament to immediately reverse the funding cut that was announced on September 25, 2006, and live up to the commitments made by all parties in the last election to increase funding for museums at the next opportunity to do so as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition of 240 signatures from the residents of the town of Caledon, Ontario, who are terribly upset with Canada Post and who want the government to ensure that traditional rural mail delivery continues in the town of Caledon.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present a petition for thousands of constituents to ban Terminator technology. This technology is designed, Mr. Speaker, to render seeds sterile at harvest and thus prevent farmers from saving and replanting seeds. Therefore, the petition requests Parliament to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field-tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. I have two other petitions, Mr. Speaker, and the second one is around the subject of animal cruelty, that Bill S-213 will not meet the needs of Canada's animals, and unlike its predecessors known as C-50, will do little to prevent further abuses. Therefore, the petitioners call on the government to veto Bill S-213, enact legislation, and instead enact legislation similar to Bill C-50 that would safeguard animals and hopefully lead to less violence. The last petition deals with the subject that has become increasingly important across Canada, certainly in my riding, about homelessness. That homelessness and mental health issues in Canada are not being addressed. The petitioners respectfully request that the House take such actions as are necessary to immediately address the issues of homelessness, mental health, and affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I present several petitions today with respect to the Employment Insurance Act. First, dealing with the recommendations that came, the unanimous recommendations that came from the committee. 28 of them all endorsed by the committee. It was an all-party committee to restore financial governance and acceptability to the Employment Insurance Act. Hundreds of signatures from right across the northwest of British Columbia, and a more specific set of petitions, Mr. Speaker, that deal with the actual zoning that employment insurance is designated by across our country. And in our region, which represents, by HRDC standards, half the province, taking it within it huge diversity and spectrum of employment needs, and demanding that the government finally take some common sense approach to this, splitting the region in a more justifiable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand here, and Mr. Speaker, I hope that you'll allow me, as it's very, very close to the season, what have you, to wish you and every one of my colleagues in the House all the best of the season. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and all that. And, Mr. Speaker, I have today a petition here that I'm very proud to present on 264 young Canadians from my riding. And what this petition is asking for, Mr. Speaker, is that these young people would like to assure that young Canadians from across the country are able to volunteer in communities at the national or international level if they so choose. And, Mr. Speaker, our youth are our future. They gain a lot of social and skills and ability from this, and it gives me great pleasure to present this to the House.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Read. So ordered. Yesterday, during routine proceedings, the Honourable Member for Malpeque requested an emergency debate on the subject of the Canadian Wheat Board. I have decided that request does not meet the exigencies of the standing order at this time, and accordingly there will not be an emergency debate at this time on that subject. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders.
Consultations.
Order. Mrs. Oda for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Finley, moves that this House take note of the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented to the House on Thursday, December the 7th, 2006. Debate. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for their enthusiastic encouragement as I begin to just tell the public a little bit about this report of the Finance Committee. This report was actually recommendations to the government from the Finance Committee about what should be in the upcoming spring budget, Budget 2007. And in order to make these recommendations, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee heard over 4,000 witnesses, 4,400 witnesses. There was extensive, many hours of consultations with different groups, some individuals, organizations who had input, who had some thoughts about what they would like to see in the next budget. The theme of the budget was enhancing Canada's competitiveness and productivity. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just say a couple of words about the theme of our consultations, competitiveness and productivity, because in a way, regular Canadians don't lay awake at night wondering about Canada's competitiveness and productivity. They're busy trying to figure out how they're going to pay their mortgage or their rent, about their job, about family matters. And so I just want to remind all of us that Canada is part of a global economy. No more does trade and commerce and all of the economic activities of any country happen in an isolated area. It used to be that countries would trade maybe a little bit with their neighbors, not so much with the far-flung corners of the world, only to a small extent, but increasingly, Mr. Speaker, now Canada's economy is interwoven with that of all other countries on the globe, and that has huge impacts for Canada, huge repercussions, and also, Mr. Speaker, huge opportunity. And so Canada has some unique advantages in this global economy, and it also has some challenges. And so these are the things that the Finance Committee looked at, how Canada, our country, could maximize the returns for our advantages and how we could deal with the challenges. And with respect to productivity, Mr. Speaker, you know, that's a phrase, a word that's used sometimes, and what it really means is being able to maintain our standard of living, being able to maintain the quality of life that we have in Canada, that we have built up over the years by hard work, by businesses investing and growing and becoming more able to succeed
in the global marketplace and taking advantages of opportunities in and with other countries. And all of that gives Canadians a high standard of living, one of the ones that is envied in the world, and also a quality of life, which is, I would say, second to none in the entire world, because we have values and qualities in our way of life here that are not only desirable, but that are worth protecting, fighting for, and continuing to have strategies so that we will be able to have this for many, many years in the future, not only ourselves, but our children and our grandchildren. And so if we're going to be able to shine, to be very at the top end of competitiveness on the global scene, and if we're going to be able to maintain the quality of life that we have in all of its facets, whether it's our social programs, our level of income, the goods and services that we want and that we need, then that takes some planning. Mr. Speaker, these advantages don't happen by accident. It takes planning, it takes hard work, it takes good decision making, and it takes some capable and smart financing and budgeting by governments, not just the federal government, but the provincial and territorial governments and municipal governments as well, because the activities of government can have an impact on a country's standard of living, on its quality of life. And if wrong decisions are made about levels of taxation, levels of spending, about preservation of programs and services, then the standard of living, the quality of life is impacted. And so our government, and I believe all members of this House, take that duty to Canadians extremely seriously, not just for today, as I said, but into the future, because leaders are paid to look ahead, to see what's coming, to see the challenges and the opportunities that are coming, and to make the decisions today that will make sure we succeed tomorrow. And so that was some of the framework around the consultations that we had. And we had many submissions by different groups. It was interesting, of course, Mr. Speaker, because some groups said spend more here and not there, and some wanted different kinds of spending. Some people said we're spending too far too fast, that the level of spending of governments is outpacing the ability of our economy to grow to actually fund that spending. And so we need to be more conservative, if I could say that word, but certainly more modest and more reasonable in the growth of spending by government. And also we need to take the burden of taxes away from our job creators. You know, a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, some members of Parliament talk about big business or big corporations. But really, Mr. Speaker, big businesses, big corporations, big banks are simply those that have succeeded, and they are our job creators, Mr. Speaker. They are owned by Canadians. These companies, these institutions have publicly traded shares, and they're owned by Canadians. They're owned by individual Canadians. They're owned by pension plans of unions, of professional organizations, pension plans, public pension plans, the Canada Pension Plan, the RCMP Pension Plan, the Armed Services Pension Plan. And so successful businesses not only create jobs for Canadians, but they create secure futures for Canadians, because their growth, their income, their profit, their wealth is shared among the shareholders, which include, of course, many retired Canadians. And so we want to make sure that our job creators and the wealth creators of our society are successful as well. And that means that we have to give incentives, and particularly because wealth can move anywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. We can't force it to stay within our borders. And wealth will go, investment capital will go where there are opportunities for growth, opportunities for profit. And we have to be cognizant of that. We have to make sure that the decisions that we make in our budgets federally, provincially, municipally, reflect those realities. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you make it too you make it too tough for job creation and wealth creation, then those opportunities will go elsewhere, and we want them here in Canada. So these are some of the things that we want to balance. We need to balance strong, stable, effective social programs as well, healthcare, education, making sure our infrastructure is conducive to activities by Canadians to succeed in their own business and professional lives, and for those who run businesses to be successful as well, so that we have the capital, again, to fund our social programs that are so important to us. And so these are the things that we wrestle with, both in the Finance Committee in our report, and also, of course, government and the Finance Minister and his officials in crafting budgets. And the budget 2007 is coming up quickly, and so it's been very interesting to hear from people, to come to grips with some of the issues that have to be thought about, some of the decisions that have to be made. Now, not surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, there are some differences of opinion among committee members. Some of them on ideological grounds. There's the ideology of what we would call sometimes the left, which calls for more government spending, more government intervention, and there's the belief of other members of Parliament, and many of them in the government, that government should enable others to succeed, but that the nanny state is not the best way to go. And so these, I think, are legitimate differences of opinion and call for some interesting and helpful debate. And so there were some measures, some recommendations that were made in the report of the committee that everyone agreed on, and were pretty much endorsed by everyone. There were a lot more where the opposition members outvoted the government members. This is a minority parliament, and so the three opposition parties voted together, and government members didn't agree on some of these, and that's how democracy works, and that's how a minority parliament works. But because there were some areas of disagreement, the different parties put in supplementary reports to clarify areas where they didn't agree with the main report, or where they wanted to add some items that did not make it into the main committee report. The supplementary opinions are appended to the report of the committee and make for interesting reading. I would certainly encourage Canadians to look at these documents on the internet and just have a look. Sometimes those short opinions, because they can only be about 4 pages, contain a great deal of condensed thought. Now, Mr. Speaker, we just want to spend a few minutes advising Canadians and the House of some of the principles that Conservative members, government members of the Finance Committee felt were important. We believe that government should restrain the growth in spending to a more sustainable level. Our GDP is growing by 2-3% a year, but government spending was skyrocketing at 8% per year on average, and last year it was 15%. Mr. Speaker, there's no household or business in the world that can only have an increase in income of 3 or 4%, but spend 8 to 15% more every year. I mean, that just doesn't compute. It's not sound financing. It's not reasonable spending. And so we believe that the rate of government spending should increase on services for Canadians, but to a reasonable, moderate level, a prudent level that is followed by all other Canadians, whether they be individuals or businesses, and that is that spending is pretty much in line with increase in income and not way above it, because once you start doing that, you get into trouble. That's just not good finances. So, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the principles that led us to disagree with some of the opposition recommendations in this particular report. We believe that recommendations have to be affordable and realistic. You know, sometimes it sounds good just to spend money on things, but if you look at really the bang for the buck, whether there's a benefit for the cost to Canadians who trust us to spend their money wisely, it isn't there. It can't be justified, or it isn't justified in according to the analysis that we believe is a reasonable one. And so we believe that the tax burden for individual Canadian and businesses should be reduced. We've done that, Mr. Speaker, just in our first budget, just a couple of months after we were elected. Our budget provided $26 billion in tax reductions for Canadians and for businesses. $26 billion over 2 years, because we believe, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians and business people and entrepreneurs and investors can spend money more wisely sometimes than governments and bureaucrats can do. That's a shocking concept to some in this House, Mr. Speaker, but we believe it to be so. We believe that the wealth creators of this country are really individuals and businesses, particularly small business. And so we want to give them more of their own money, more of their own earnings, more of their own wealth that they create to do with as they see fit. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that there should be value for money. You know, you hear politicians sometimes getting up and saying, you know, we gave this much to this program or this organization, and we gave that, and as if somehow just putting money out got results. But we all know, Mr. Speaker, from real life that just spending money doesn't necessarily give you good value. Sometimes you can buy a product that doesn't do what you thought it would do, or that isn't high quality, or that doesn't afford the comfort or the service that you thought it would. And so these matters have to be looked at carefully and reasonably to make sure that when we spend Canadians' money, they actually get real value for it. It isn't just bragging rights for politicians, but it actually delivers some measurable and some proper benefit for the Canadian public. Mr. Speaker, we noted, for example, that all the other opposition parties say that they oppose another cut to the GST. But we know, for example, that the GST cut was the only tax cut that could be given to a multitude of Canadians who otherwise do not pay taxes. This is the only tax they pay, and they deserve a tax reduction as well. The Retail Council of Canada said that the GST reduction did more than twice as much for Canadians' real disposable incomes than they'd been able to do for themselves over the last 15 years, and more than was done for themselves in a strong economy in 2005. The Retail Council of Canada said that the GST cut was a very powerful tool for increasing the incomes of Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, we believe that our promise to continue to reduce the GST by a further 1% over the next 4 to 5 years is one that Canadians will benefit from. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's an area, for example, where we disagreed with the opposition parties. We also believe that money should be spent directly on providing services to Canadians rather than on advocacy or rather than on high and burgeoning administration costs. We think it's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, that when money is spent, people see some measurable results. It just doesn't end up funding more hot air being blown around and more talk shops and more roundtables and more administration. We also believe that money spent on the environment should do something for the environment. We heard a lot from the previous government about billions of dollars being spent on the environment, but when the Environmental Commissioner gave her report, we found out that actually we not only were back at square one, still at square one, we'd actually gone backwards, that greenhouse gas emissions were 35% more than they were when we started out spending these billions of dollars. Well, Mr. Speaker, how is that fair to Canadians? That they work hard, they cough up $6 billion or so, it's all spent somewhere, but instead of making progress, we go backwards. Mr. Speaker, that's irresponsible. That is a complete abuse of hardworking men and women in our country, and we cannot continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, we want to have responsible spending. We want to reduce the tax burden for Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, we also want to pay down Canada's mortgage, because every dollar that you reduce a mortgage, you save in interest every single year. And so we reduced Canada's mortgage this year by $13.2 billion, above the $3 billion that would normally be paid down, and that will free up almost $700,000 every single year from here on out that we can spend on services for Canadians, because it's not going to interest. Mr. Speaker, Canadians try to pay down their credit card balance because they know they save tons of interest by doing that. Well, so does a country. So, Mr. Speaker, we're committed to making that kind of sensible debt repayment happen for our country. It's not fair, Mr. Speaker, that we spend money, billions of dollars, and then spend billions of dollars on interest every year and expect our kids to deal with this. That's irresponsible, it's unfair, it's taxation without representation. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to get the debt down. We're going to start with what we call the net debt, which is what a measure that all countries use and the OECD uses, which is the total debt minus the assets of a country. And once we get the net debt down in 15 years, then we'll start on other debt reduction measures. This is extremely important for our country because it gives so much more freedom, fiscal freedom, and freedom from being beholden to our debt holders from other countries as well, Mr. Speaker. We also, Mr. Speaker, want to make sure that we have results and excellence in our economy. The Institute for Competitiveness and Prosperity, the Dean of the Rotman School of Management, Roger Martin, said this in September. In 1998, Canada stood 6th in this ranking of our business competitiveness, and in 2001, we stood 11th. 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we slipped from 8th to 11th. Then he says, over the years, we've drifted down in the rankings as countries like Norway and Japan have stepped up their competitiveness. Many of these countries without the kind of natural advantages that we have. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to stop that drift. That's not what Canadians want. It's not what they deserve. We want to start moving up. We want to be one of the most vibrant, the most successful, the most productive, and the most envied economies in the entire world, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that that's possible because of Canadian know-how, because of Canadian initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, of course, we want to address the fiscal balance. The finance ministers are meeting this weekend, as a matter of fact, the finance ministers for the provinces and territories and for the federal government, again having discussions not just on the fiscal balance, but how all of us can work together to ensure that Canada remains a top performer by every measure in the world, not just economically, but environmentally. We've done a lot in the Clean Air Act and other measures to move forward on that. Our health care, we want to make sure that's strong. Our infrastructure, our bridges, our roads, our airports, so that trade and commerce and travel will be easy in our country. All of those things are investments for the future, and we're committed to doing that. And so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we need to have a plan, a forward-looking vision, instead of just, money here, money there, and no coherent framework without a future goal in mind. We have a strong plan. It's called Advantage Canada, just released in the fall update in November by the Finance Minister, and it's dedicated to making sure that under clear, reasonable, prudent, well-thought-out management, our country can continue to grow and prosper, that we reverse the slide that we have experienced in environmental quality. We reverse the slide that we've experienced in healthcare wait times. We reverse the slide that we've experienced in the past in our standing in competitiveness and productivity, and instead now we have measures, a clear plan to move forward. We can't reverse some of these, some of the areas where we've gone backward. We can't reverse them overnight. We inherited a bit of a mess in some areas, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that with the plans that are in place and the measures that are going forward step by step, that Canada is on the road not only to a recovery in some of the areas that are important to Canadians, but also to a very strong and vibrant and prosperous future where our quality of life is protected, where it's enhanced, and where Canada continues to be the envy of the world, and for good reason, Mr. Speaker. And so we're excited about these recommendations in the report. We're excited about the vision that we've laid out in our supplementary opinion, and we believe that with future measures that will come in Budget 2007 in the framework of the Advantage Canada plan that has been put forward by our government, that Canada's on the right track, it's in good hands, and that our children and grandchildren too will be assured that a well-managed and a prudently developed economy will be there for them in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I see several MPs rising, so maybe we could have 1-minute questions, 1-minute responses, and we can accommodate everybody. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps this won't be a part of my minute, simply to commend the Honourable Member for her speech and to say that all of us committee members, I think, had a productive journey together, even though we disagreed on several points. But my question has to do with the government's extreme non-accountability when it comes to telling Canadians what it is they are cutting. Just today, we Liberals released an access to information document from the Natural Resources Canada Department, and it's listed program cuts. This is a government document itemizing NRCan cuts totaling $584 million, and then saying cuts to other government programs, $6.8 billion. And we on this side of the House have been trying for months to get the government to itemize those cuts totaling $6.8 billion to Canadians. And when we were in government, we did expenditure review, and on the very day of the budget, line by line, every item was revealed. So my question to the Honourable Member, many months after the budget and on this very day that the Accountability Act is signed into law, is it not ironic that on that very day the government displays such lack of accountability on its cut?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question, and we did, as he says, have a very good time, a very enjoyable time, and a very productive time, traveling together, discussing issues, talking to witnesses together. I can't help him on the specific question he asked without looking into it. I'd be happy to do that. I think there has been a lot of information about spending reductions that will be coming forward. I know the Honourable Member himself was heavily involved in a program of spending reductions for government when he was Minister of Revenue, and I think found a few $1 billion to cut. And there's always, programs always seem to grow tentacles and sort of spread outwards, and sometimes those have to be cut back and pruned back. But if the Honourable Member will speak to me afterwards, I'll see if I can provide him with more information.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest because it does reveal a bit more of the sort of flat earth economics that's coming forward from the Conservative Party. In particular, this notion of a net debt that's being floated, that somehow if we add our assets together, then we don't really have a debt. I don't think you could tell any Canadian family that, well, if you add up your savings, you don't have to pay off your mortgage. So I'd like to follow up on this notion of a net debt, why they have not added government buildings onto our assets column and national parks. In fact, we could add enough assets that we wouldn't have a debt at all, so we wouldn't have to worry about it. This seems to be the economic reasoning that I'm getting from the Conservative Party, because a debt remains a debt, regardless of whether it's paid. And so it comes to the idea of a vision of how we make a national economy. What we've had is a debt that's been put into education for years. For students now are coming out of school with a debt of $20,000 and $30,000 and $40,000. That's a real debt. That is a debt made by government decisions. We have a debt in the environment, as has been pointed out, because we need a commitment. We have a debt in terms of infrastructure in every municipality across this country where money has not been put in to upkeep, so these costs are being downloaded to municipalities, and so these bills have to be paid at the end of the day. So the question is, when we look for a vision of a 21st century economy from the Conservative Party, they're creating this notion of a net debt and taking every dollar of surplus to pay off this debt. Meanwhile, the other debts that remain outside have not been acted on. And I would just like to correct the members.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess my colleague's accusation may have more credibility, except that the concept of net debt is one that is used all across the globe. It is the international standard. It's what the OECD uses. It is the way countries compare each other. And so this is exactly the standard that all other countries use. And to somehow suggest that it's inappropriate, I think maybe the honourable member will want to go to the OECD or the World Bank and make his case. But wiser heads than him, I might suggest, say that net debt is an entirely appropriate standard to start at. With respect to the other debts, the student debt, Mr. Speaker, the national debt of over $400 billion is a student debt. Guess who's going to get to pay it off? Students.
Good point.
With their earnings in the future. And every dollar we pay down on the nation's debt, no matter what you call it or how you quibble about its measurement or whether you challenge the OECD on it, is a mortgage that our kids are not going to have to pay, and that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the pleasure of being a member of the Finance Committee, and it was an excellent experience. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her guidance and leadership on that committee. One question that I have for her, we heard from many times from the opposition benches at the committee that they were opposed to any further GST cuts, which really surprised me considering it was one of their platforms many years ago to get rid of GST altogether. And I want to quote the one policy move by the government, the GST cut did more than twice as much for Canadians' real disposable incomes than they've been able to do for themselves for over the last 15 years, and more than was done for themselves in the strong economy in 2005. This was a very powerful tool for increasing Canadians' incomes. I'd like to ask the Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, what the Conservative view is on tax cuts in this budget recommendation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question and for his good work on the committee. Mr. Speaker, there's a legitimate difference of opinion or debate about whether we should cut tax A or tax B or tax C, but I don't think anybody really believes, or very few people believe, that there isn't room to return more money to Canadians' pockets, because our federal government has run huge, enormous, some would say obscene surpluses for years now, and that is pure and simple over-taxation. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have made a plan to return money to Canadians' pockets. It includes 1% reduction in the GST, which we've already enacted, and another one to come. There can be, economists can fight about this, but the fact of the matter is that it helps the poorest Canadians. It's a reduction that all Canadians can see, and that'll be very hard for governments to reverse in a sneaky manner because, GST is a highly visible tax. So there's some reasons why we picked that tax, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the House will support our plan overall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edgemont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the topics that the Finance Committee did discuss
was the government decision to eliminate the GST visitor rebate program. Now, as recently as last Thursday, the Minister of the Revenue Agency was before the committee, and I asked her if the government had changed its mind on rescinding that decision, and she said not that she knew of. But yesterday morning, the Minister of Tourism for Prince Edward Island announced that indeed the Minister of Industry informed him and other tourism ministers that indeed there was a change in the visitor rebate program, and it would at least part of it would continue to be applied. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, is this true? And number two, why don't they extend it to all tourists, not just those who come in on conventions? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, I think the member for his implied suggestion that I should be the Minister of Revenue, but my colleague is doing an excellent job there. There's really two parts to this rebate for visitors. One is a rebate of the GST. Mr. Speaker, not only did only 3% of visitors ever take advantage of that, but the cost of administering it was absolutely enormous. And so that's one area that I don't think there's very much dispute that it really wasn't a cost-beneficial program. The other area was reductions in GST for tours and conventions, which I think is what my colleague is speaking about, and whether there's discussion about some accommodation with respect to that particular aspect of the rebate program, I don't know. I'm not part of those discussions, but I expect if there is, he'll hear about it fairly quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to debate these issues and to, first of all, thank all those Canadians who appeared before our committee from coast to coast to coast. I think hundreds submitted their views on the government's upcoming budget, and I, along with all my colleagues, would like to thank them all, as well as to thank the clerk and the House of Commons staff who made our trip very pleasant and very well organized. I recall some months ago, in replying to the budget, I characterized that budget with 3 words: mean-spirited, dishonest, and unproductive. And I think the events since the budget, the events of our hearings across the country, what we heard from Canadians, as well as the proposals put forward in the fiscal update, have simply reinforced those 3 themes. So I would like to make my remarks today under those same 3 headings. And let me begin with this notion of mean-spiritedness. The $1 billion in cuts that the government announced some time ago came up just as we were crossing the country and meeting Canadians. And let me tell you that of all of those people who came before our committee, many were there to protest the cuts, to describe to committee members the impact of those cuts, sometimes in graphic detail. So we had people come to our committee and decry and criticize the government for its cuts to literacy programs, and to explain to us how crucial those were for people in their community and how mean-spirited it was to cut those programs. We had representatives from museums, Mr. Speaker, who described to the committee members the great difficulties in their communities, sometimes small communities, caused by these cuts to museums. We had people complaining about the cuts to the Court Challenges program, to the internship program, to the Law Commission. And so I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition parties came together on these matters and that we in the opposition voted unanimously and with enthusiasm as one of the recommendations of our committee to reinstate those mean-spirited cuts so that the government would cancel the cuts and restore the funding to Status of Women, to literacy programs, to the museums, and so on. Because that was the clear consensus of Canadians we heard from coast to coast to coast, and it was the clear consensus of all the opposition members on the committee. And I might just point out one small example of supreme mean-spiritedness. And this reflects the Disability Committee that was advisory to the Minister of National Revenue. It was set up as a consequence of a technical report, and when I was Minister of Revenue, I remember inaugurating this committee to advise the Minister of Revenue on measures affecting disabled Canadians. And most members of the committee were, in fact, disabled in some fashion themselves, and so had first-hand experience of the issues. And these people put in a great deal of work, and just recently one of the committee members came to see me, and he reported to me a couple of things. First of all, that the government had summarily terminated the services of this Disability Advisory Committee to the Minister of National Revenue, and indeed of all such committees, at a cost saving of 1/100th of 1% of the budget of the Canada Revenue Agency. But this individual, a member of the committee, and his colleagues were enthusiastic about their work. They thought it was important to disabled Canadians, and so they were continuing their work, even though they'd been disbanded by the government, on a volunteer basis. And he also told me that the chair of the committee had written to the minister to ask for an explanation, and even some months later had not yet received a reply. So to me, Mr. Speaker, this example, while it's not major in terms of dollars, is a good reflection of the mean-spiritedness of this government, that they would simply summarily cut the work of a committee to advise the government on how to make the tax system more responsive to people with disabilities, how they would not even respond to the chair of that committee when he wrote to the minister to ask for an explanation. And I might say, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of mean-spiritedness, these $1 billion in cuts, which Canadians across the country opposed, which the committee voted to reinstate, those cuts of $1 billion are only the tip of the iceberg. Because we have been asking questions for months, trying to get this government to tell Canadians what they are cutting that amounts to a total of over $7 billion. And the government has not come clean. And so we, as an opposition, had to resort to access to information documents, and we discovered through access to information the detailed cuts for one department, Natural Resources Canada, NRCan. And this government document lists under the heading Program Cuts, NRCan-affected programs, 6 or 7 items totaling $585 million. And then it says other government programs, $6.9 billion. So evidently the government has at its disposal information on cuts detailed in each and every department, and we in the opposition, despite efforts for months, have failed to convince this government to reveal those cuts to the people. We do know there are major cuts in post-secondary education. We do know there are major cuts in research. But unlike our government, which when we did expenditure review, we itemized every cut line by line on the day of the budget, this government, months later, has yet to come clean and to explain to Canadians who are the victims, where are the cuts, and we believe this is a matter of basic accountability. So my first point then, Mr. Speaker, to conclude on the question of mean-spiritedness, Canadians from coast to coast to coast flooded to our committee to tell us the dire consequences of these cuts to status of women, literacy, museums, and other cuts that have affected the most vulnerable Canadians. And we, as an opposition, united in the committee report to urge the government to reinstate these cuts. But finally, as I said, these cuts are simply the tip of the iceberg. $1 billion. The government has yet to come clean with Canadians, a question of basic lack of accountability. On this date of signing into law of the Accountability Act, they have yet to tell Canadians who is going to be cut by this additional $7.4 billion of cuts. Mr. Speaker, is that
My time?
Well, the honourable member has unlimited time, so he can continue his speech after question period if he so chooses. But we'll start with yes, you can. Yes, we'll start with déclaration des députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, I was proud to participate in a Christmas parade of military vehicles along White Avenue in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona. The annual event was organized by the Canadian Forces Reservists at the 15th Service Battalion, Edmonton. Led by Santa Claus in a light armored vehicle, the procession made a stop at Edmonton Youth Emergency Shelter, where Santa and members of the unit distributed Christmas gifts. The parade ended at the Diane and Irving Kipnis Center for Veterans, where unit members hosted a reception for veterans and their families. Reservists raised money throughout the year and presented checks worth $3,000 to both the Youth Emergency Shelter and the Kipnis Center. This marks the battalion's 9th parade to share Christmas spirit and support worthy local charities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work our men and women in uniform are doing here at home and overseas. Our soldiers exemplify the highest ideal of public service, and it was an honor to support their efforts this weekend.
Here, here. Good job.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Speaker, in the presence of my honourable colleagues, I would just like to talk about the Canadian Cancer Relay for Life. The Relay for Life is a unique community event that recognizes individuals who have survived cancer and honor those who have lost their lives to the disease. Recently, I had the privilege of attending a Cancer Relay for Life in the town of Bonavista in my riding. The event was attended by over 500 individuals from Bonavista and surrounding communities. The opening ceremony was a powerful and moving experience. To witness over 80 cancer survivors parade into the local arena amidst the applause of those in attendance was overwhelming. Approximately $40,000 was raised to go toward continuing research for a cure for this devastating disease and has touched nearly every family in Canada and certainly in the Bonavista area. I commend the many organizers, volunteers, cancer survivors, and the people of the Bonavista Peninsula who participated in making this event such a huge success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Marie Vincent Foundation Award is given annually to an organization preventing mistreatment against children, and it was given this year to La Traversée in Saint-Lambert, which is an organization that helps women and children who are victims of sexual assault. This award validates the merits of an innovative program that prevents violence, and it is based on a philosophy. It works in 10 schools in Longueuil. As Ms. Catherine Audrin, director of La Traversée, said, this is a good program because it helps children develop respect and tolerance. Mr. Speaker, this is a good example of an organization's work to help women, and it is unfortunately not by cutting programs that the Conservative government, in its dogmatic approach, will help women.
For Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party continues to struggle against the idea that they are little more than laggards when it comes to the environment. However, when they make this claim, one of their own senior ministers makes a public statement to remove any lingering doubts. First, we had the Prime Minister who suggested that it was difficult to predict the weather next week, so how could he possibly believe that global warming is a threat to Canadians? And now the Minister of Public Safety was begging for Big Al Gore's glacial melt when the mercury hit -24. This same minister went on to prove his utter misunderstanding of the pine beetle crisis and the impact that global warming has had on it. I'm wondering if the same minister also still believes that there is not enough evidence to prove that smoking actually causes cancer. Mr. Speaker, we are at the beginning of a legislative committee that will rewrite Bill C-30 and create what could be one of the most important environmental legislations in years. The NDP will fight hard to create hard targets and real timelines to ensure that we change the course that Canada is on. My fear is that the Conservative members may have a lot of catching up to do, and I strongly urge them to do much study over the Christmas holidays. Thank you.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, as Canadians prepare for the holiday season, this is a time for reflection, a time when Canadians can celebrate all the wonderful things of the past year. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind Canadians of the great things that have happened under Canada's new government. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are now experiencing a lower GST as this government reduced it from 7 to 6%. Mr. Speaker, this government has delivered tax credits to all families. Mr. Speaker, we've delivered on our child care benefit, a universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, we continue to deliver on our Get Tough crime bills. Mr. Speaker, we have signed the softwood deal that lingered amongst Canadians for many years. And Mr. Speaker, today we will finally pass the Accountability Act, which will say to all Canadians that this Parliament will now become accountable and responsible for the people of Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have much to be happy about, but particularly a government that does what it says. On behalf of all Canadians...
Order. The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to speak in tribute to two long-serving mayors from my riding, both of whom did not seek re-election in November after many years in public service. Mayor Don Cousins of Markham was elected mayor in 1993, and Mayor William Bell of Richmond Hill was first elected mayor in 1988. They were both involved in politics even before then, and have a combined total of almost 60 years of public service to the York region. I send out my deepest appreciation and warmest wishes to former mayors Bell and Cousins, and wish them good health in their retirement years. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate three newly elected mayors in my riding: Dave Barrow in Richmond Hill, Frank Scarpetti in Markham, and Wayne Emerson in Richard-Stouffville. I look forward to working with them in the coming days.
Honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome Madam Radir Kadir, the President of the World Uyghur Congress and the nominee for the 2006 Nobel Peace Prize, to Ottawa. Ms. Kadir, one of the most successful business people in China, eventually fell out of favor with Chinese authorities and was tried and wrongfully imprisoned for 6 long years. Since her release, Ms. Kadir has championed the Uyghur cause from her home base in America. She's been all over the world raising the issue of China's human rights abuses with groups both governmental and non-governmental. She offers encouragement to all oppressed people around the world and is a role model that we in this House and Canadians from across this country can applaud. On behalf of my constituent, Hussein Jahil, and his family, we thank you and commend you for the work that you are doing to address the travesty of human rights and human abuses in China. You're a hero to many of us, and we're honored by your presence on the Hill today.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I highlight today the 150th anniversary of the town, parish, and county of Valcourt in my riding. The history of Valcourt goes back to 1856 when the parish was created. Valcourt has become a major center in the region, especially because of its industrial activities, of which we are very proud. The multinational Bombardier is the powerhouse in the region. There is also the museum, the Armand Bombardier Museum, that talks about the life and work of the inventor and entrepreneur of that name. Valcourt is the capital of the snowmobile. There is also a great carnival, which will be 40 years old this year, and there is a duchess and a duke chosen every year on the basis of their personality. I salute the 2,500 inhabitants of Valcourt, and I wish them great 150th anniversary activities.
Monsieur le Président, dans un discours à Québec hier, le chef du Bloc québécois a osé soutenir que le Québec régressait depuis un an.
In his speech yesterday in Quebec City, the leader of the Bloc Québécois dared to say that Quebec had lost ground under the Conservative government. Does he really believe that Quebec families have lost ground when the Conservative government required new standards for gasoline, and also the families in Quebec now are receiving $1,200 in the form of the universal child care benefit to help them when they already have good child care? There is also the fact that we are taking action to deal with climate change. How can he say that Quebec has lost ground when Quebec in October had the lowest unemployment rate in 30 years? The bloc may be denying reality, but our Conservative government is proud to represent Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow we will commemorate a very important event in the Polish community in Canada. On December 13th, 1981, the Communist government of Poland imposed martial law. This unfortunate event followed actions by the Solidarity movement to bring in democratic values and respect for human rights in Poland. Many people were imprisoned, others died, and many sought refuge in Canada.
Liberty and democracy, values all Canadians hold dear, prevailed. Today, Poland is a sovereign country, a member of NATO, and will be sending soldiers to Afghanistan. In
memory of the ideals that were embodied by the Solidarity movement, the imposition of martial law and the victory of democratic values in Poland must now become still more a part of Canada's collective memory. The Honourable Member for Prescott Russell. Today we have an interesting contrast in leadership. 3 years ago, the Liberal member for La Salle-Aymar became Prime Minister and, along with Jean Chrétien, added to 13 long years of Liberal waste mismanagement and scandal.
Highlighted by dithering, delay, and virtually no action on any file.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, contrast this with 10 months of strong leadership by our government. Accountability in government, done. Pension splitting for seniors, done. Choice in childcare, done. Our GST cut for every single Canadian, done. The comparisons are very striking, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the last Liberal government, which is dominated by scandal and only looked after its Liberal friends, our government is getting things done for all Canadians.
For everybody.
This is what Canadians asked us to do, and this is what we are doing. Thank you.
Good job. Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, last week the House voted not to reconsider legislation that opened marriage to gay and lesbian couples. The Prime Minister has said that as far as he's concerned, the matter's settled. That's good news for gay and lesbian Canadians, for gay and lesbian couples who've decided to be married, and for those who support them. But problems still exist with this government's approach to marriage. The Department of Citizenship and Immigration has a so-called interim policy for gay and lesbian Canadians, sponsoring a spouse for immigration purposes. They won't recognize a legal marriage performed in another country. They won't recognize legal marriages performed in the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, South Africa, or Massachusetts. Instead, these couples must use the common law or conjugal partner application process. This is inappropriate, discriminatory, and just plain wrong. It won't survive a court challenge, but couples shouldn't be forced to use that route again. The Minister of Immigration must fix this immediately by recognizing all legal gay and lesbian marriages performed in other jurisdictions in exactly the same way heterosexual marriages are recognized.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, one of the first actions taken by the so-called new government under the Conservatives was to terminate the CRA Disability Advisory Committee. The purpose of this committee was to help the Canada Revenue Agency make meaningful improvements to the tax treatment of people living with disabilities. This all-volunteer committee was created with the unanimous consent of the House of Commons, and I might add, with the support of the current Prime Minister. Since the committee was terminated last September, the members have continued to meet on a monthly basis simply because the work is too important to be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, if the government is really serious about improving the lives of disabled Canadians, I call upon the Minister of National Revenue to immediately recognize the continuing work of the Disability Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, December 31st will mark the end of the mandate of Kofi Annan as the 7th UN Secretary General. His 10 years were strongly marked by conflict in Africa, in particular in Darfur, as well as the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War. He managed to bring in reforms to improve the organization's credibility. He was the first Secretary General to come up through the organization. He was in the UN since 1962, and then he climbed the ranks to become Secretary General. In his goodbye speech yesterday, Mr. Annan issued a serious warning to the Americans about their attitude in the Iraq War, and he said, among other things, that any great power intervening in a conflict must do so within a multilateral framework. The Bloc Québécois congratulates Kofi Annan for his contribution to peace throughout the world.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2006 should be a year of celebration for the 25th anniversary of Canada's ratification of the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, known as CEDAW. However, we are not celebrating today. The new government has made disturbing decisions to change funding criteria for women's groups, remove the word equality from their mandates, bar them from doing advocacy work, cut the operating budgets and offices of the Status of Women Canada, and further, the Court Challenge Program and the National Child Care Program have been cancelled. Women in Waterloo Region and throughout Canada have been and will continue to be negatively impacted by these changes. It is absolutely unacceptable that women's voices will be weakened by the actions taken by a Canadian government. Canada, as a progressive country with a reputation of respecting women's human rights, should be leading the way forwards, not backwards. Mr. Speaker, when will this government honour the principles of equality and fairness that all Canadians value?
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the leader of the HoC Québécois insinuated that the Conservative government was making Quebec lose ground. Does he really believe that it's saying that the Québécois form a nation within Canada means that they are losing ground? The Conservative government is helping Quebec. It put an end to Liberal mismanagement. We've come in with the Accountability Act, the anti-pollution measure. Does the leader of the Bloc Québécois really believe that Quebec is losing ground when we have the new budget, we have the softwood lumber accord, and other measures to help Quebec? We are protecting the interests of Quebecers, and all they want to do is promote independence. The time for statements is over.
Order. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House received from the Chief Electoral Officer the certificate of election for Mr. Raymond Gravel, member for the riding of de Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present Mr. Raymond Gravel, member for the electoral riding of Repentigny, who has been sworn on and now asks the right to sit. I ask the honourable member to now take his place. Order. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Access to information, we've been able to confirm we're part of
$7.4 billion in additional cuts will be made. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? They are in areas as vital as research and development, post-secondary education, and the environment. Why do they continue to insist on these damaging neoconservative cuts? When will this stop?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is wrong. I notice the list of environmental programs he cited. You know, under the previous government, they had these Kyoto environmental programs, and emissions went up. What this government has committed is that we are re-examining all the programs, and we'll bring in programs where emissions will go down instead of up. That's why, Mr. Speaker, far from just getting rid of these programs, we will be replacing them with far more effective programs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has therefore confirmed that the cutbacks of $7.4 billion has already been made, as the Deputy Minister said to the Finance Committee. But what we don't know is where these cuts were made. We have part of the answer thanks to access to information, but I would ask the Prime Minister for a minimum of transparency and tell us exactly where these cutbacks have been made. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government announced budget cuts back of $1 billion back in September. The Leader of the Opposition is referring to our intention to replace the environmental program with a more effective program, and this is necessary, Mr. Speaker, because the Leader of the Opposition, a former Minister of the Environment, knows that things were ineffective, and therefore we need to have better performance.
The Opposition. I will be very pleased to debate with the Prime Minister about his policy, about the environment, and our policy. Today,
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition has the floor. Order.
But today, Mr. Speaker, what we need to have is a minimum of transparency from this Prime Minister. Since a week, we are asking him when he knew that the Commissioner of the RCMP would change his story. He's unable to answer. Today, we're asking him where he will put these cuts, where these cuts will happen. He's unable to answer. I asked the Prime Minister how long he will hide the truth to Canadians.
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't like the answers he gets, which is that his facts are wrong. But I tell you, Mr. Speaker, we certainly look forward on this side of the House to debating the environmental record of the Liberal leader. In fact, we'll be able to quote his own seatmate from Etobicoke Lakeshore, who said he had a chance to do something in the environment and he just didn't deliver. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader has a record on the environment that is no different than the record of Alfonso Galliano on accountability.
Order. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West. Order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the committee we asked the Minister of Environment if Canada's contribution to the UN for the climate change development mechanism had been paid. She said that yes, it had. But she was immediately contradicted by an Assistant Deputy Minister that said that Canada had not yet paid this amount, this $1.7 million. Has she now authorized this payment of $1.5 million? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm again what I said at committee that was accurate. Canada has met all of our obligations, all of our mandatory obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. We're paid up in full. I have the United Nations document here to prove it if you'd like me to table it. And the honourable member, I would appreciate if he retracted the comments.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West. Order. The honourable member for Don Valley West has the floor now.
But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Assistant Deputy Minister from Foreign Affairs said that we hadn't paid, so she must have paid overnight. Right. At her first appearance, the Minister for the Environment said that she would never use the Clean Development Mechanism to purchase international credits, emission credits. Yesterday, she said she would use the Clean Development Mechanism to purchase international emission credits if they were duly authorized and proven to lead to reductions of greenhouse gases. Will she or won't she use the Clean Development Mechanism?
The Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, let me put this on the record once and for all. This government will not use taxpayer money to purchase international credits, period. And we definitely won't do what the last government did, which was to spend millions of dollars through the World Bank carbon funds to buy international credits, which got us no closer to our Kyoto target than 1%.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. Mr. Speaker, a week ago the Prime Minister participated in a meeting for NATO where he asked for greater participation, military participation from the member states, and that more people be put into reconstruction. He's not all that convinced of this himself, and the Prime Minister has come back empty-handed without receiving any assurance from member states. Does the Prime Minister realize that if the Afghan situation doesn't change, if there is no rebalancing of the mission, and if member states refuse to make an effort, that this mission will be doomed to failure? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the number of troops in Afghanistan, more in the south. There are the Irish, the British, the Estonians, and other member states. And we have more support so that we can have long-term success. But yesterday I noticed, Mr. Speaker, I read the comments made by the member with respect to the Afghan mission. But on the website today, he says that Canada and Afghanistan, despite his reservations, well, we must support the presence of the army in Afghanistan. The member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. Mr. Speaker, he's just understood that the question needs to be dealt with. He has a better understanding of what we need to do. We have to rebalance the mission. It is the ideological approach of the Prime Minister that allows him to look at the world in terms of good guys, bad guys, but he sees everything in black and white. Will he stop using these soldiers and put an end to his ideological ideas? Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our soldiers in Afghanistan have a mission that is very dangerous. They are participating in the economic development of the country, and they are providing humanitarian assistance. But the situation is very dangerous, and therefore their resources are needed. And some have been killed recently carrying out development activities. But we have to help our soldiers in Afghanistan for their own safety. And, Mr. Speaker, the only problem here is the political opportunism of the leader of the Bloc Québécois. He's just playing political games on the backs of our soldiers. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, in last October, General Richard affirmed that 70% of Afghanis would support Taliban if conditions did not improve over the next 6 months. Shouldn't the government open a dialogue with its NATO partners in order to substantially modify their mission with respect to the humanitarian and military missions in Afghanistan? Of the Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the statements made by NATO show that we need development both for security and safety and for economic development. These two things cannot be divided. But once again, the Bloc is being opportunistic. I can quote the parliamentary leader who said that even if the mission is difficult. Their immediate withdrawal without conditions would be irresponsible for our soldiers, for Afghanistan, and for the other nations to whom we've made a promise. We must support our soldiers. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Quite so, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said exactly what we've been saying. We have to rebalance this mission. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister has a very narrow-minded vision of our mission in Afghanistan, and he focuses on the military aspect, and he's pushing the Afghan people to the arms of the Taliban. We need to do something else to help humanitarian efforts. Will the Prime Minister take steps to convince its partners that we need to focus on humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government is in Afghanistan, participating in a military mission, in the economic development mission, and in the humanitarian mission. The Bloc Québécois wants to change its position just to play games on the backs of our soldiers, and that is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the report on the Arctic Ocean ice, apparently this ice could disappear by 2040. Global warming is having a devastating effect on our health, on our economy, and on our quality of life. Will the Prime Minister take action quickly by imposing a cap for big emitters in Canada, or will he wait until all of the ice in the Great North is melted? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the problem. Our government has proposed a national legislation to regulate greenhouse gas emissions and to deal with atmospheric pollution. That's why the parties in this House are working hard to achieve, to adopt this legislation so that it is effective and will in turn produce good results. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The Prime Minister's targets don't have any real effect until 2050. That's 10 years after the Arctic will have melted. Now that's not acceptable. The oil and gas sector puts out 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions in our country. And this government, just like the previous one, wants to continue to subsidize it with massive subsidies. In addition, refuses to put on real controls on the big polluters. Will the government support the NDP's call for strong emission caps on big polluters starting within 12 months from now?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually, just like the framework bill that the Honourable Member presented, this government's Clean Air Act outlines a plan to have targets in the next few years all the way to 2050, not starting in 2050, Mr. Speaker, but ending in 2050. Short-term targets, medium-term targets, and long-term targets. We want to make sure we have targets. We're in discussion with industry, make sure we have targets that are attainable, that will achieve results. But, Mr. Speaker, I think this government has made absolutely clear in the Minister of Finance tax fairness package that we will have tax fairness for all industries, and all industries, including the oil, gas and gas sector, will pay their fair share of taxes.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, students and parents were shocked to learn this government is abandoning $2.9 billion worth of programs that help low-income Canadians go to university and college. With only 21% of low-income youth attending university, this government's put another barrier in their way. Why is this mean-spirited minority government punishing these Canadians when they were sitting on a $13 billion surplus?
The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker,
I think it's time that the honourable member actually worked with the Facts for Change. He's confusing his government and the $4 billion that they cut from post-secondary education. With the investments that we're making to help students, including $1 billion in infrastructure, including a textbook tax credit, Mr. Speaker, and including better eligibility, increased eligibility for Canada's student loans.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says one thing, the government's briefing books say another. It's time for the minister to be honest with Canadians.
Yes.
It's clear the Conservative ideology is if you're poor, if you're homeless, if you're Aboriginal, if you have disabilities, you don't count. Why have you turned your back on people who want to learn to read and write or who want a decent job and a better life for their family?
Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member would like something to look at, I suggest he look in the mirror, because that's where he'll see where all those cuts were made. This government, Canada's new government, is investing in students. We're investing in adult learning. We're investing over 800,000 working Canadians through our apprenticeship programs, our toll tax credits, to create the people with skills that will fill the jobs that are needed, the ones that the previous government didn't even bother with.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Across Canada, women are protesting the ideological cuts of this government and removal of equality provisions. Now there is more evidence that over the next 5 years, $1.8 billion will be cut from skills development programs that directly affect women trying to upgrade literacy and other skills to enter the workforce. The minister has carried out the single largest attack on women's services in the history of this country. Doesn't this minister understand her job is to defend women, not to attack them?
The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board. Order. 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 The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board has been recognized to answer this question. The House is going to want to hear his answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is certainly entitled to her own opinion, Mr. Speaker, but the member opposite is not entitled to her own facts, Mr. Speaker. I say to the member opposite very directly, where did she find this alleged briefing note? On the grassy knoll?
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious the minister is not allowed to answer her questions. This minister's cavalier attitude towards women knows no bounds. In a letter to me on November 28, she states the women's program will receive $10.8 million. But there is no mention of the reallocation of the $5 million that she cut. Now her story has changed. She doesn't know whether she's coming or going. Yesterday, the minister tried to justify closing 12 regional offices by saying women can use the internet. Does she have any idea how contemptuous that sounds when many women have no access to access and offices are thousands of kilometers?
The Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've got to again reiterate the facts and the straight facts. $10.8 million in the women's program was there, is there, and will be there. That's $10.8 million. $5 million that was found in streamlining and more efficiency for status of women will be seen in the next budget for women's projects that are going to help women directly in the community. Mr. Speaker, we know that we can provide the resources needed to support women in every community, not just where offices were located.
The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence is about to spend $4.9 billion to purchase planes that the Pentagon doesn't want to have because of the numerous technical problems. Can the Minister of Defence tell us whether or not these planes, which the Americans paid $40 million for a piece, and that Canada is prepared to pay 3 times more for, is it because the
Is it because Lockheed Martin says that they want to rectify the problems first? We're going to pay 3 times as much for planes that the Americans no longer want. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I read the news reports, and they're based on information provided by competitors, and it's basically fallacious. There are no technical problems with the C-130, and we're getting them at the proper price.
The Honourable Member for Rebel-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there are official reports in the United States that talk about the shortcomings of these planes. I would ask the Minister, does the Minister understand that he's no longer a lobbyist and that his job is not to make as much money for one company as possible, but to do as much as he can for the taxpayers of Canada for the money they're investing? That's his job, and he shouldn't repeat the mistake was made by buying the old submarines, the nuclear submarines from the Brits. The Honourable Minister of the National Defence.
This aircraft meets the requirements. We will not purchase paper aircrafts or paper trucks.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry announced yesterday, which is not a good piece of news for the region, that there will be a deregulation of the telecommunication sectors and that this would be good for consumers because there will be greater competition. Can he assure us that it's not the regions that will pay for the reduced rates that will be good for cities, but on a short-term basis and for not very long? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, the question is clear, and the answer will be as well. According to the documents we presented yesterday, this government has no intention to change anything with respect to the regulation in the regions. The regions will benefit from competitive rates. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. But the fact remains that the Minister's approach will mean that subscribers won't have the same rates as those who live in the cities. When the Minister talks about transparency and openness, given the lack of consultation, which were taken back in December, does the Minister not realize that if he had wanted to impose his own attitude, that he is simply just be looking ridiculous because of the lack of consultations? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we presented a reform project to ensure that all Canadians in Canada can benefit from competition. It's normal that in cities where there is ferocious competition that we have an organization that sets rates. This doesn't make sense. Now we're going to open this up so that consumers can get the best services possible, and this will ensure that we have good services that meet the needs of consumers, Mr. Speaker.
Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister asked members of the House to come forward with all they know about the Arar affair. Let's see. On June 23, 2004, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "There were mixed messages given not just in the House of Commons, but to us privately, even by, I'm probably not at liberty to say much here, by authorities in this country that had suggested the deportation of Mr. Arar was appropriate, and we found out later that may not be the case." End of quote. What did the Prime Minister know on June 23, 2004, that he was not at liberty to disclose?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Tried to follow that as closely as possible. There was a long sequence of events there being articulated, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you what has happened, that the Prime Minister has given very clear direction right from the beginning of this affair, which took place under the federal Liberal government, that we wanted to get answers. We've taken and accepted all 23 recommendations of Justice O'Connor's report. On the second part of the report, I was pleased to table in the House of Commons today, and also pleased to table the information related to an inquest now into 3 more individuals that need to be followed up in terms of what happened under the previous Liberal government and what happened to those individuals.
Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will support any attempts by this minister to change his profession into a comedian, because Canadians deserve a minister that deals with this issue seriously. Canadians expect us to ask these questions. The Conservatives may not like them, but they have a responsibility to answer them. Canadians are uneasy given the historical attitude of the Conservatives towards Mr. Arar. We want clear answers. What was the private information given to the Prime Minister about Arar, and who gave it to him?
Yes, Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're all quite aware in our present profession that a backup position is always a good thing to have, and any assistance they want to provide for my future, I'd be interested in pursuing that. And I can also say, Mr. Speaker, that from one former minister after another, from the present leader of the opposition, who sat there around the cabinet table and apparently didn't even ask questions on this, not on the sponsorship scandal, not on funds that have gone missing. I think, Mr. Speaker, that never mind June 23rd, on January 23rd of last year, or of this year, Canadians made a decision that they want parliamentarians who are going to get answers and get action for them.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Yesterday, the Minister of Industry played Santa Claus with the big telecom companies, bringing in deregulation, more deregulation. Mr. Chantanguay denounced this, saying it's a big Christmas present for Bell, TELUS, and other telecom companies, but it's, in the end, consumers are going to have to foot the bill. Does the minister not think that he's acting like the Grinch rather than Santa Claus? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say to my honourable colleague what happened yesterday. We're going to allow all Canadians to benefit from competitive services in the telecom industry. It's not normal that Canadians should not be able to benefit from competitive prices. This is reform which is for consumers. Consumers, again, will benefit. Nothing will be changed but what will benefit consumers.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell the Minister what happened in the United States when we had the same deregulation. Consumers not only paid higher prices for their services and telephones, they also have less service and less innovation. Now, Mr. Speaker, this scheme that the Minister now has announced, without any notice to anybody, cuts the CRTC from setting phone rates, eliminates competition and consumer choice, and forces rural Canadians to finance temporary discounts in urban centres. If the Minister of Industry wants to play Santa Claus with the big telcos, he should do it on his own dime and not out of the pockets of consumers in rural Canada or elsewhere. Now, I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister admit that he's giving consumers coal in their stockings and a huge Christmas bonus to the telcos with a big...
The Honourable the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say again the same thing, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear. What we want to do is to give to Canadians the choice, freedom of choice, and the competition. That's most important. We believe that the individual, they'll be able to choose their services that they want at the price that they want, Mr. Speaker. And we won't touch anything about the rural and remote area in this country.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians voted for change in the way government is accountable to the people, they voted for our Conservative government. When they're voting to end years of Liberal corruption and mismanagement, Canadians voted for our Conservative government. The Federal Accountability Act has often been referred to as the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history, and it was brought forward by our Conservative government. Can the President of the Treasury Board please advise the House on the status of the Federal Accountability Act?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I know all members, particularly Conservative members, will be thrilled this afternoon when at 5:30 the toughest anti-corruption bill to ever go through this House becomes the law of the land, Mr. Speaker. We will put an end to the billion-dollar boondoggles that characterize the Liberals' time in power, Mr. Speaker. We will clean up government. We will do what we said we would do to restore honesty and integrity to the federal government.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam. Order.
Reported on a controversy that's been raging in the U.S. It's over Lockheed Martin's C-130J, the plane that the Minister of National Defence seems to be determined to buy. The Pentagon's Inspector General describes the plane as one that cannot perform search and rescue operations, cannot perform night operations, and has difficulties in cold weather. How could it protect us? How could it protect our Canadian Arctic? Will the minister please explain to the House how this plane fits into his National Defence Capabilities Plan, the plan he still hasn't finished?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the House that this aircraft meets the requirements of the military as a medium-lift aircraft, and it meets all the requirements, including weather.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not the opinion of the Pentagon. It's likely that these planes are going to turn out to be lemons, just like the Victoria-class submarines. The minister's been running a closed shop on procurement, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Industry met with Boeing's last spring in Washington, a closed-door meeting about helicopters. There are only 2 companies left to build support ships, and the truck contract was written so that only one supplier could possibly fulfill it. Inside the department, it's unclear who is driving this process. Is it the minister? Is it Rick Hillier?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member should take another acting lesson. The requirements set for aircraft, for trucks, for ships are set by the military, and it goes through a competitive process with the Defence Department, Industry Department, and Public Works. And we have followed all those processes, and whatever the results are, they are done through a fair, competitive, open process.
Hear, hear. Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, the requirements identified by D&D for the purchase of tactical aircraft were designed to eliminate all aircraft except the C-130J. This is very much like a contract directed to Lockheed Martin masquerading as a competition at the expense of the taxpayers. Given that the competition in defense procurement always favors better equipment at a better price, why was this process manipulated to limit the competition to one particular aircraft?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered this question 4 times today, but I'll try again. The military set the requirements for the aircraft. After a rigorous process, they discovered that the C-130J meets the requirement, and it's the only aircraft that meets the requirement.
L'Honourable Député de Vancouver South.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Committee of the whole, the minister admitted that he was not aware of the price we were about to pay for the C-130J. This government's purchase price of $3.2 billion suggests a price of $188 million per plane. Italy is paying approximately $80 million for the same product. Can this minister tell us why his government plans to pay $100 million per plane, more per plane, and that is a scandalous $1.7 billion for 17 planes?
Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I've also answered this question previously. The price per aircraft is $85 million US.
Fine
and
answer.
That's what we're paying. All the other costs involve spare parts, training, project management, etc.
Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, at a time when the Defence Minister is going to be spending this money without tendering, we've learned that this new plane from Lockheed Martin cannot be improved, cannot have what it needs for our forces. It will be dangerous and inadequate. How can the minister justify this $148 million per plane when we could have contracts for less? The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Speaker, it might have been better some of these members coordinated their questions today. They could have got some other questions in Parliament. The answer is that the military set the requirement, and the only aircraft that met the requirement was the C-130J, and the military are quite happy with that choice.
Pretty well the same.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
defenseman. Canada is about to buy expensive flying lemons. This minority conservative government chose to buy, without any real competitive process, Lockheed Martin C-130Js as a favor to their buddies in Washington. Not only are we about to pay more than double the original price, $188 million instead of $80 million per plane, but the technology in the flying jalopy has been ruled obsolete by the UK and unsafe by a US military auditor. How does the minister justify spending nearly $5 billion for 17 underperforming planes? Why such?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Order. Order. The Prime Minister has been recognized to answer the question, and everyone will want to hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence just pointed out the errors in the honourable member's question. What we see here, once again, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal Party opposing new equipment for our military under all circumstances, just as they did for 13 long years in office when they starved the military. But it's amazing what extent they're prepared to go to do it, Mr. Speaker, saying that the White House and the Pentagon should pick Canada's planes. Well, we're going to pick our own planes.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, will the government be doing something for the Quebec City region? There is supposed to be a centre for technology that will promote science among young people. The member for Lévis-Bellechasse said he was for the project during the last electoral campaign, but the Conservatives voted against this at Finance Committee. Will they reverse their position given this project, and will they say yes or no if they're going to support this project? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, over the past election campaign, this member did not support the Science and Technology Centre, and now she's supporting it. We are being asked to spend $500 million, or $50 million rather, for a project that should cost $30 million. If we're going to go forward with a study on this project, we have to know that once this centre is built, it will be viable and won't be useless within a year. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, if this project is not being supported by the member for Lévis-Bellechasse, why hasn't the Bloc received support for going forward with this when we know that the Museum of Science and Technology in Ottawa has received more than $50 million over the past 5 years? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, this file falls within a program in the department I lead. Right now we're being asked for $500 million. If we go forward, we're talking about $7 million in operating costs every year. Mr. Speaker, we'd have to spend another, if we're going to have to spend another $30 million, we want to know that this is going to be a viable project. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the President of the UPA is angry with this government for having taken no exceptional measure to help producers in Saint-Amable. They're not getting sufficient help to deal with the golden nematode. Why is this government condemning these farmers to watch their crops perish? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it's not true. The federal government has put forward a plan to deal with the disaster in Saint-Amable. There's $3.4 million in a program to help them, and there's another special program with another $2 million for families in Saint-Amable. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work with producers in Saint-Aimable, and the federal government will support these producers.
Mr. Speaker, areas of farmland across Canada have suffered severe drought conditions this past year, including areas of my own riding of Peace River. Farmers are at their wits' end, and they have been forced to sell off their cattle because they're unable to feed them through this winter. They'll be facing additional expenses when they have to buy replacement cattle this spring. This situation requires that the government take action. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell this House what the government is planning to do to help these farmers get back on their feet?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Our new government is acutely aware of the drought situation in certain parts of Canada and the difficulty these farmers are going through. That's why today I'm pleased to announce a tax deferral for producers in affected areas who've had to sell their cattle due to drought. Mr. Speaker, the money they save from the tax deferral this year will greatly assist them as they have to restock their herds in the spring. Mr. Speaker, this is good news for farmers, and this is part of our government's ongoing commitment to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the farmers come first in this caucus.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Halifax.
Globe and Mail carried a picture of Prime Minister shaking hands with Afghan warlord Mullah Naqib, a man who admits to using his influence to free a leading suspect in masterminding the suicide bombing that killed Canadian diplomat Glenn Barry and injured 3 of our soldiers. Can the Prime Minister explain Canada's relationship with Mullah Naqib and why he saw fit to meet with him?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I met Mullah Naqib when I visited the Canadian Provincial Reconstruction Team in Kandahar, where he met me as part of a delegation of Canadian and Afghan officials. He was introduced to me as an individual who had been involved in the insurgency and was now working on our side. I would point out that if the honourable member reads the rest of the story carefully, she'll see that much of the allegations in there are speculative.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
The situation gets worse. Not only did the Prime Minister stage a photo op with this shadowy warlord, he rolled out the welcome mat for Naqib to visit Canada. Is this the Prime Minister's concept of justice for the families of diplomat Glenn Barry and 3 of our soldiers wounded in action? Offering hospitality and a handshake to the warlord credited with subverting the police investigation into these tragic Canadian deaths? Or given Mullah Naqib's close association with the Taliban leadership, is this the Prime Minister's notion of dialogue with combatants? Which is it, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I was introduced to Mullah Naqib. In fact, at the Glenn Barry room at the Provincial Reconstruction Team in Kandahar, and was introduced to him as an individual who was assisting Canadian and Afghan government officials.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this Prime Minister sees the Charter as an impediment to his goal, which he made public in writing last July, of undermining native-based fisheries. The Prime Minister has stood by in silence while the member for Delta Richmond East campaigns aggressively against new treaties that give First Nations access to the Fraser River fishery. At the same time, he slams the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs for negotiating the deals. My question, Mr. Speaker, is straightforward. Who does the Prime Minister stand behind? The Member of Parliament who refuses to recognize these constitutional rights, or his Minister who wants to uphold them? Which is it?
Yeah. The Honourable the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
The 3 treaties that have been signed in British Columbia speak for themselves. Certainly there are people who have many different points of view with respect to these treaties, including the member that has been referenced. I would point out that he and I have had a respectful dialogue about this subject. This is a free country. Everyone is entitled to their point of view. And in our caucus, we have an opportunity for people to speak up, unlike the party opposite, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many Canadians, I'm alarmed by the Iranian government's decision to hold a conference questioning the historical accuracy of the Holocaust. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell the House how the government will respond to this decision, and in particular, if the government will publicly condemn this outrageous exercise?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my friend has referenced, this conference was in fact an outrage. It was an insult to Holocaust victims. It was an insult to their descendants. And Canada's new government and many others, I'm sure, in this House and around the globe condemn this conference, just as we have previously condemned the Iranian president's comments about the Holocaust as hateful. Canada would never take part in such a sham of a conference. However, we would highlight the work of the Task Force for International Cooperation on Holocaust Education, Remembrance and Research. Canada has participated there as a special guest in Hungary last week, and we commend this ongoing work that actually serves humanity while this despicable, provocative conference is taking place in Tehran.
The honourable member for Halton.
Thank you, Speaker. Last year, more than 85,000 Canadians went bankrupt, and my question is for the Minister of Labour. This government is introducing legislation which is about to make it easier for creditors to seize the retirement savings of bankrupt Canadians. So my question is this: will the Minister please tell Canadians why it is exactly this government is about to put their savings more at risk?
Honourable the Minister of Labour.
Monsieur le Président, le député fait référence au projet de...
The member is referring to a bill having to do with employees who can get back a certain amount of their salary when there is a bankruptcy. The bill is now a Ways and Means motion. We have to look at it at first, second, and third reading, and then it will go to the Senate.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. John Steffler, the new Poet Laureate of Parliament. Order. It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, December 11, 2006, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in the name of Mr. Sixay. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés. Order. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Sixay, seconded by Ms. Bell, moves that the 6th report of the Standings Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, tabled in October 2006, be now approved. All those in favour?
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Washalis.
Ms. Washalis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Ms. Stronach.
Ms. Stronach.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Martin, Esquimalt, Wantafuca.
Mr. Martin, Esquimalt, Wantafuca.
Mr. McTagg.
Mr. McTagg.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Santamond.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Mr. Rezhnevsky.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Correction, back to Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Got Mr. Algabra. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Madame Lalonde. Pardon, Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard, Hochelaga.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Néjet-Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Néjet, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Hearn. Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Ablonsey.
Mrs. Ablonsey.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Kemp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Brown, Barry.
Mr. Brown, Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Yes pour 164, 164. Nays contre 122, 122.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion adopted. The House will now move to a recorded vote on the motion of the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in the name of Mr. Easter.
Seconded by Ms. Keeper, moved that the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, December 6th, 2006 be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Dion. Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Madame Marleau.
Madame Marleau.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Ms. Stronach.
Ms. Stronach.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Ms. Beaumier.
Ms. Beaumier.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Ms. Brown, Oakville.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt, Wantafuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt, Wantafuca.
Mr. McTagg.
Mr. McTagg.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Cullen, Etobicoke North.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Denis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Ms. Kertek Lindell.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Boshkov.
Mr. Boshkov.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Santamon.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Temelkovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Mr. Rizhnevsky.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy. Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Gauthier.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Fay.
Madame Fay.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame Morani.
Madame Morani.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Washalish-Lease.
Ms. Wazalish-Lease.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Co-Martin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marsden.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Monsieur Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon, Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Clement.
Mr. Strahl. Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Ms. Georges.
Georges.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Breitkreutz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson, Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, or Camp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward
Cramp,
Hastings.
Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Brown, Barry.
Mr. Brown, Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Harvey.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Order. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received which is as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Michael Jean, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 12th day of December 2006, at 5:15 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to certain bills of law. Yours sincerely, Sheila Marie Cook, Secretary to Her Excellency the Governor-General. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la...
I have the honor to inform the House of a communication, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to advise you that the Right Honourable Governor-General of Canada will be at the Senate Chamber House today, December 12, 2006, at 5:15 p.m. in order to give royal assent to certain bills. Sincerely, signed, Marie Cook, Secretary to Her Excellency.
Order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, affaires émanant.
Government orders, government business.
Business number 13, pre-budget consultations.
Before debate is resumed, I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-34, an act to provide for jurisdiction over education on First Nation lands in British Columbia. Resuming debate, before a question period, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville had the floor, and he's now going to be recognized so that he may resume his remarks. And so we'll have a little order in the House, please, so the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville can be heard. Order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, question period, I had three themes concerning the government's fiscal and economic policy. The first, which I've already completed, is its mean-spirited nature. And the second theme, which I'd like to mention now, concerns what could be characterized as a deceptive or a gimmicky or perhaps even sometimes bordering on dishonest approach to economic and fiscal matters. And we all know in this House, for example, that the government raised the income tax at the lowest rate for Canadians, even though for some reason they persist in characterizing that as an income tax cut. And we all know that they blatantly broke their promise not to tax income trusts, resulting in a $30 billion meltdown of the hard-earned savings of Canadians. But if we can turn now to the fiscal update, my text for the more recent cases of gimmicky behavior comes from an article that appeared in the press only today by one John Williamson, president of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Now, Mr. Williamson, generally speaking, is no great friend of Liberals, at least when we're in government. He tends to be on the small c Conservative side, and his article characterizes this gimmicky approach by this government quite well, the article being entitled Canada's Minister of Gimmicks. And if anyone has a doubt, this Minister of Gimmicks is the Minister of Finance. And he gives three examples, Mr. Williamson does, of why the Minister of Finance is the Minister of Gimmicks. First, gimmicky behavior on net debt. Second, gimmicky behavior on the so-called automatic income tax reductions. And third, deceptive behavior on control over government spending. On the net debt issue, as I said to the finance minister in committee, if you have a debt of $480 billion and you pay down $3 billion a year, you don't have to be Sir Isaac Newton to figure out it'll take you 160 years to pay down that debt. And by throwing out some arcane statistic, the minister seeks to deceive the Canadian public that he's doing something more than he really is. And John Williamson refers to this as, quote, phantom debt relief and a political gimmick. In the second case mentioned by Mr. Williamson, the proposal to pay off $3 billion in debt each year will save taxpayers approximately $10 annually, a trivial amount, end of quote. So again, we have a gimmick. Much is made of this automatic reduction in income tax as the debt is paid down. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but as John Williamson, president of Canada Taxpayers Federation, points out, it amounts to $10 a year, a trivial amount, and not all that the finance minister would trumpet it to be. And the third and final point mentioned in this article, Mr. Speaker, is, and I quote here again Mr. Williamson, that the policy to keep spending under control is a policy already in tatters. And I go on. He says, ink on the update wasn't even dry, and the Conservatives already betrayed the commitment to keep spending below the growth of nominal GDP. So this is supposed to be the low-spending, frugal government. And what did they say in their first fiscal update? They projected an expenditure increase of 7.1% in 2006-07. That is a rate significantly and substantially in excess of the growth rate of nominal GDP, thereby breaking this other promise about keeping government spending growing less fast than the economy. So, in addition to the mean-spiritedness, I would emphasize the gimmicks or the lack of honesty, whether we're talking about an income tax rate that is in fact going up and they say it's going down, the huge broken promise on income trusts, or this gimmicky behavior that tries to deceive Canadians on the subjects of net debt, income tax, and the control of government debt. And my final theme, Mr. Speaker, having dealt with mean-spiritedness, deceptiveness, my third theme would be lack of productivity. And on this point, I would suggest that the government talks a good game on productivity, prosperity, competitiveness, all those good words, but their actions don't correspond with their words. And I would give you two primary examples of that point. First of all, if you really care about Canada's productivity, Canada's competitiveness, the last thing in the world you would ever do is cut the GST. Yes, put money in the pockets of Canadians, but do it in a way that enhances productivity and prosperity and investment and saving, not through reducing consumption taxes. And there is not an economist on the planet, with the exception of the Prime Minister, who I think would disagree with this statement. And it's not just a trivial sum of money, Mr. Speaker. To do the 2-point GST cut costs you $12 billion a year, $60 billion over 5 years. That's a huge chunk of the government's margin for maneuver over the last 5 years, and all of that $60 billion over 5 years committed to something that does absolutely nothing for Canada's productivity and competitiveness. And that money could still have been put into people's pockets through income tax or through other measures that would both have increased people's spending power and at the same time enhance the productivity and prosperity of the nation. And the second reason why their words ring hollow is that not only have they given the worst possible tax cut from the standpoint of productivity, but they've cut all the previous government's investments in those things that really matter for productivity and competitiveness, things like innovation and research and education. And that came up in question period today. $7.4 billion of such cuts, which the government chose not to identify, but clearly in areas of maximum impact for the productivity and the prosperity and the competitiveness of the nation, things such as access to post-secondary education, things such as research, things such as innovation, all of which are certainly key to Canada's future prosperity. So I think they're totally out to lunch on productivity and longer-term prosperity of our country, both on the tax side, where they choose to make the tax cut, that is consumption tax, least conducive to productivity of any possible tax cut, and on the investment side, where they slash the critical investments in post-secondary education and innovation. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to say that the government receives a poor grade on mean-spiritedness, on deceptive behavior, and on a lack of a clear focus on the productivity and growth of our country. And I'm pleased, though, that these points were made very well by the hundreds of Canadians that we heard across the country in the visits of the Finance Committee. And once again, I thank all of those Canadians for taking the time to come and visit us. And I'm also pleased, and this is my very final point, that we on the opposition side of the House were able to work together to overcome, at least in part, the mean-spiritedness and the deception and the lack of productivity of this government, because we, as the majority in the House of Commons, were able to come together on many motions involving the GST and investments in post-secondary education and innovation, and also in terms of reinstating the mean-spirited cuts that this government had imposed on Canadians. Thank you very much.
Are there questions or comments on this? Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, it's interesting. I read a quote this week said that what politics has become is both sides trying to demonstrate that the other is unfit to govern. And I thought of this when I listened to the member's speech opposite, because the measures that our government has taken, the plan we put forward in Advantage Canada is common sense. It's been widely applauded, widely recognized as being a very sound budget for Canada, having high marks, and yet we see the Liberal Party opposite doing nothing but mischaracterizing it and using negative buzzwords to describe it. And I just wonder if the member could tell the House, is there anything in this budget and in the government's plan that he does approve of, that he thinks would be good for Canada? I think it'd be good to have a little balance from the opposite side, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, usually I'm quicker off my feet, but that's a really difficult question. Can I think of anything at all in those hundreds of words and thousands of pages that I think is good for the country? Beats me, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech with great interest and found it quite remarkable that he came away from the same hearings that I did with a very different take. And I speak specifically of the Retail Council of Canada, that specifically remarked that the GST cut was responsible for the single largest increase in real disposable income in 15 years. My goodness. How can he come away from that and think that this wasn't good for Canada? I find it remarkable that he speaks of mean-spirited, but he's from the government that cut $26 billion from healthcare and education, and now wants to pretend it didn't happen. That was mean-spirited. I find it remarkable, absolutely remarkable, that following their shameful record of spending increases of 14.4% in 04-05, that he would stand before this House and suggest that we are being irresponsible in spending. Perhaps a member might want to talk about why his government campaigned in '93 to axe the GST entirely, and now thinks that by cutting it by 1 percentage point that we are somehow working against productivity. I'd love to hear that explanation.
Member for Markham Union.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member reminds me of an important development that I had forgotten to mention when he talks about GST. It's not terribly surprising that retailers like a low GST, is it? They're retailers, after all. But every economist who we heard, the IMF, the OECD, all of the experts agree that the GST cut does nothing for productivity. And the honourable member and his colleagues may remember that when we were in several cities in the country, in St. John's, Newfoundland, in Vancouver, and I believe others, I did an informal poll of our witnesses. And I asked the question to all of our witnesses, do you agree with the government that it's a good idea to proceed with the cut in GST from 6 to 5%? Or can you think of other things you'd rather do with this money? Now, I remember the witnesses in both Vancouver and St. John's were particularly perceptive because to a man, to a woman, they voted unanimously that the GST cut was a bad idea, that there were far better uses of the money. And the other places, I don't remember a single person defending the GST, but there were others that might have been a little bit not wishing to go against the government, who were agnostic on the subject. But certainly on both coasts, there was unanimous condemnation of the second cut in the GST, as compared with far more productive uses that could be, to which that money could be put.
Member for Burlington.
I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question of my colleague who sat on the Finance Committee with me. And during his presentation, he talked about honesty, which I thought was very interesting. My question is very simple. I looked at what the Liberals have added in terms of their supplementary submission. We agreed on a number of the 45 or so things that are in here in terms of recommendations. Then we had supplementary. But honestly, I don't think you were planning on supporting this budget no matter what recommendations were coming from here. So based on what you said in your speech, you're opposed, period. So my question is to you, that if the finance minister takes on some of the Liberal dissenting opinion, how many of those before you support the next Conservative budget here, or were you ever going to support a Conservative?
Order. The honourable member for Burlington knows he has to address his remarks to the chair and not to the honourable member for Markham Unionville, who now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I guess it's a fair statement that the more of those wise Liberal recommendations this government chooses to accept, the less likely it is that we will vote against the budget. But this is a very long, steep hill that the government has to climb, because having pointed out that the budget and the subsequent fiscal update is not only mean-spirited, not only deceptive, but is actually counter to the need for Canadian economic growth and prosperity and productivity and competitiveness, it would take a really radical change in his whole philosophy, I think, for this finance minister to produce a budget that would likely be acceptable to our side. But I can say, in all honesty, that the more he goes along with the Liberal recommendations, the more likely it is that we might support the budget.
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member may be able to assist the House in understanding
what the latitude the government has in terms of making changes which affect the fiscal position of the nation. For instance, the announcement to allow pension income splitting, which will benefit, as the member knows, only high-income earning seniors who make over $35,600 a year, but provides no benefit to those who make less or have no partner. So all of a sudden, we're changing the balance in terms of the progressive nature of the income tax system by making major adjustments without even going through the budget process. I wonder if the member could advise Canadians how dangerous it is to make significant decisions outside the purview of the budget process.
Honourable member for Union Markhamville.
Actually, I would say that's a very perceptive comment by my honourable colleague, because one gets the impression with this government that they do tend to make policy on the fly. And I don't think that's limited to economic policy. I think my colleague raises a very good example, but I think it seems the Prime Minister likes to make his policy literally on the fly, that is, when talking to reporters in airplanes. Whether one thinks of his rather amateur approach on China, where he, I think, ignored all professional advice, or his rather startling statements on the Middle East over the course of the summer. It seems to me that my honourable colleague has chosen a very good example in the financial domain, but I think one can look in many, many other areas, and we find a somewhat amateurish policy on the fly that has become a typical characteristic of this government in many different areas.
The honourable member for Burlington, a brief question.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during one of our meetings, and it was during the budget process, there was a discussion on what was happening with the GST cut to the tourism area. And the question came, and the honourable member across was the Minister of Revenue a number of years ago. And the question was presented, well, when did the department know about the problems with that program? And sure enough, the member across admitted that he was the Minister of Revenue at the time when he knew about it. My question to the minister, to the member, why did he, as minister, not inform the community, those who were directly affected, that there was a problem with that program, and make a move to fix it or get rid of it?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to talk to the member afterwards, but I'm at a loss to understand his point. It is true, when I was Minister of National Revenue, as I recall, the department proposed that we abandon this program that would provide a GST rebate to foreign visitors. And I said no at the time, and I only wish this government had been as wise, because we heard from all of these witnesses from the tourist industry about the high economic cost that this government decision had imposed on the tourist industry, an industry suffering from many other problems like the high value of the dollar. So I was very pleased to maintain that program, because I think it was an effective program, and it was working. It was instrumental in bringing package groups for conventions and things of that nature. We heard that from many witnesses from the tourism industry. So I'm not quite sure what the member is talking about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel this is a very important debate we're having, because we're talking to the finance minister about what will be in the next budget of this minority government. I think that on the Liberal side and on the NDP side, there are some things that are absolutely essential for them, and it's the same case with us in the Bloc Québécois. We were extremely disappointed with the general tenor of the report submitted by the Finance Committee. There are certain recommendations in the report that we agree with, and others which, in our opinion, could have been better drafted, and some that we oppose outright. What disappointed us in particular are two things. The first was the absence of the will on the part of the committee, all parties, the lack of their will of showing that they respect and that they want the government to respect provincial jurisdiction. And this has always struck me. I've been here since 2000, and it seems that those who most want to defend and protect the Canadian Constitution are members of the Bloc Québécois. And I feel that we are the lost representatives of what was important when the Confederation was created, the two nations concept. It seems that other political parties have no will to respect provincial jurisdiction, and the federal government over the years, and especially since the Second World War, has undertaken a whole series of initiatives to encroach on provincial jurisdictions with respect to taxation, which it asked for during the two world wars, and then failed to give back, refused to give back that part of the tax base that it had under the two world wars. There are also these problems with transfers for education, health, and other things. Various areas which are manifestly within provincial jurisdiction. So there was this lack of sensitivity on the part of the members of the committee with respect to the will of the Bloc Québécois to have these jurisdictions respected. So that was our first major disappointment. The second is the manifest refusal to recommend to the Finance Minister, to the Prime Minister and the government any concrete measures whatsoever considering the tax base. And this is really rather strange coming from Conservatives. I would remind them, as I did in committee, that the Prime Minister committed last year, almost a year ago, during the election campaign, he committed to dealing with the fiscal imbalance. I think that the Liberals didn't even want to recognize it. But after the convention, the new leader said that for him, he said that the fiscal imbalance was a myth. So it would be better to propose solutions to deal with the imbalance rather than simply criticize it and refuse to accept it. The members of the Bloc Québécois feel that we haven't given proper guidance to the Finance Minister. And I've seen that since the tabling of the budget, that our support for the budget is based on the solution or a solution to the fiscal imbalance. We're not waiting for everything to be dealt with in the upcoming budget, but we at least expect that the people of Quebec should be able to see that the Prime Minister respects the promises, keeps the promises that were made earlier. This was reasserted in the throne speech and in the budget. There's a budget coming up in February or March, and then we'll know what kind of solutions the government intends to put forward. We don't expect for the solution to be put into practice immediately, but we want to know just what is needed to correct the fiscal imbalance. We feel it would take about $12 billion for all provinces, and for Quebec about $3.9 billion. So this will give us an idea of the magnitude of what is needed.
Second, we need to look at a timetable. So we've had a proposal for 3 years. The federal government would have to correct the situation by providing $12 billion for the country as a whole and $3.9 billion for the province of Quebec. So we also want to know the timetable. The third element is what measures the government would take to erase the fiscal imbalance. in terms of transfers to the provinces, and Quebec for the $12 billion. My colleague for Jean Lebert and myself brought these issues up at the committee, and sometimes it has been very troubling and stunning to see the issue of transfers for post-secondary education and so on dealt with. We've had associations of presidents of universities and so on. We have had all sorts of presentations, whether we were in Halifax, Quebec, Toronto, or the West. We've had all these proposals, and all the other parties, except for the NDP, voted against the recommendation that is part of the solution. It is not the whole solution, but it is part of the solution, and there is a consensus around it throughout Canada. Therefore, having heard from students not only from Quebec but other areas of Quebec, then we saw that we had a need to defend the interests of students and universities everywhere. We heard from rectors in Quebec and everywhere, and only the Bloc Québécois heard all these people. It really threw me to see that there was such a consensus in the post-secondary and university sector, because of course we've got colleges, and there was a consensus throughout Canada and in Quebec, but the party in office and the Liberals did not see this consensus. Therefore, we were not able to support the general thrust of the report, even though within the report there are some very useful suggestions. I will have an opportunity to come back to this. Now, the first aspect that really disappointed us was the lack of respect for provincial jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of Quebec. In one area, perhaps my colleagues forgot that there was a division of powers in the founding document of our confederation. Perhaps they lack knowledge in the legal or historical area, but in fact, this is a consistent problem. We first got education, and we know that education is a provincial jurisdiction and belongs to Quebec, and yet there is this drive to come up with national standards for education. And we're talking here about post-secondary education. We are talking about the social transfer, and what we want to do is to have a balance between post-secondary education, health, and social services. We know that the needs are very great. We have the post-secondary education field, we have social services, and we know that Quebec has great needs there. We have a transfer now that goes to post-secondary education and another one for social services, and that depends on the size of the province and so on. Then we also have recommendation 8 in the report. If you are following with me, at the end, it talks about the transfer for post-secondary education and the fact that the government should have standards, rules, and accountability. Here we are talking very directly about Quebec jurisdiction. They are talking about standards and subjecting the transfers to the federal standards. This is certainly interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. This is a problem for all provincial governments and anyone here who thinks that we need to respect the Constitution. And then we come to health. As you know, this is a major issue. There's one on mental health in here. I couldn't find the recommendation when I was looking for it. there was a recommendation to create a mental health commission, but we know that health comes under provincial jurisdiction. So here again we have new programs, new interference, new infringement on provincial jurisdiction. They want to go even further than before and further in education. At least we were able to prevent the development of a federal education department. Then we come to municipalities, Mr. Speaker. In the economic update, the minister talked about this and talked about public-private partnerships. And obviously, if there is something that comes under Quebec jurisdiction, it should be these programs, infrastructure programs, for which the Quebec government should be responsible. We know what public opinion is in Quebec. The choices in these matters should belong to the provincial government. Then there is a call for the creation of a mental health commission. This is recommendation number 2 as well. The development of a cross-Canada commission or an organization to come up with more standards, and this would be in place by March 31st, 2007. In Quebec, we have the Civil Code, as you know, so how can a cross-Canada organization really meet those needs? We know that the Securities Commission is very important, and this has been a problem for other provinces as well. Many provinces disagree with the federal government on this. This does not respect provincial jurisdiction. They are also calling, or rather we called for the report to be revised to take into account the motion that was passed here in the House about the Quebecois nation. It would have been preferable, we felt, though when we are talking about a program that deals with all of Canada, to use that. In fact, they did not take into account this democratic vote in the House, and some people feel that this is just a symbolic vote. But the Bloc Québécois, the Québécois nation, and any government that is in office in Quebec know that this is something that needs to be taken into account within Canada. We feel, therefore, this is very disappointing to see these kinds of recommendations. The second problem is the fiscal imbalance. Everything that the committee identified in the way of recommendation in this area was the last recommendation of the report, which here I find this very surprising because there is talk about the fiscal imbalance being dealt with in the next few months, but in fact it says that the federal government should meet with the provincial and territorial governments to assess the relative fiscal capacity and the extent to which they are able to fulfill their constitutional responsibilities. We know already what the fiscal capacity is. We proposed a solution. We've actually mentioned several proposals, but I did mention one a little earlier, and that is to have transfers for social programs that would be at the level of the 1995 transfers before we started drastically cutting those transfers under the Martin, when Martin was finance minister. This would be $1.2 billion for Quebec. The Romano Commission recommended that 25% of the health costs in the provinces in Quebec would be covered by the federal government, and we are far lower than that right now. We felt that this needs to move forward, and we need to reach 25%. this would represent $400 million for Quebec. So those are two aspects. First of all, bringing post-secondary education transfers and the social services up to the 1995 levels, and to bring health funding up to 25% for the federal government. Then we have equalization, which is an extremely complicated aspect. There was a promise made on December 19th last year by the now Prime Minister to fix this. We need to take into account everything in all the provinces and territories. When people talk about excluding oil revenues, that is ridiculous. We need to look at the municipalities and the various needs, and if we ignore the oil revenues, then this makes no sense. Look at the Maritimes. We see an 11% GDP increase being forecast. 11%. Why is that? Because we've got Hibernia in Newfoundland, and so we get this huge GDP increase, and there is a huge industry developing around the oil field. This is extremely important. Why do we want to not take it into account? We want to put our heads in the sand. The position that we have heard from the Government of Quebec, from the Securities Commission, from others, that there needs to be an increase of about $5 billion at least in equalization, and $2.1 billion increase for Quebec alone. The Conservatives decided to unilaterally eliminate the Canadian daycare program, and we get $210 million. We would have got that money. We feel that that money was promised. It should be delivered. Of course, the Conservative government may not want to move ahead with that, but Quebec already has a daycare network that it has to fund properly, and we're talking here about $210 million. So if we take that money, $2.1 billion, $400 million for health, the compensation for the elimination of the daycare program, that $200 million, we arrive at $3.9 billion. The committee heard a number of recommendations in line with this, but these were not accepted. Finally, the government, or the committee, fortunately, recommended restoring the programs that were cut by the government in September. We heard from women's groups about the social economy. We heard about the needs of museums, and so we're glad that the museum funding was restored. We are glad that the Canada Council raised the budget to $300 million at the Canada Council, but they cut back in the environment and elsewhere. We hope that the Minister of Finance will be reading my speech at least. We hope that he will not perhaps be conservative, to use that word, but rather that he will use wisdom and that we will have a good budget. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talks about the importance of respect for provincial jurisdiction. I quite agree that we can no longer accept the federal government coming in holus bolus without consultation into provincial jurisdiction. But in many of the examples he mentioned, there have been agreements with the Quebec government. My colleague will agree, I hope, that a country is more than a distribution of federal provincial jurisdiction, that there is consultation and agreement possible. Given the sensitivity regarding provincial jurisdiction, I would like to know how he can explain why he supported the agreement on softwood lumber. The agreement requires the provinces to consult a foreign government in Washington on policies that are really provincial in nature because they deal with the forestry industry. So I'm wondering how he could support the Softwood Lumber Accord, which is a very bad agreement. It gives up our sovereignty to the U.S., and that is a provincial jurisdiction at that, with this type of recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois has never said that the Softwood Lumber Agreement was a good agreement. There were many deficiencies in it. When I was the critic for international trade, we looked into this carefully. But the industry in Quebec asked us to support the agreement because they are really in bad straits because of the actions of the American authorities. We might have a great victory in a few months, but if our industry has gone down the drain, then we are no further ahead. For a long time, I was involved in union activities. We would get a collective agreement, but we always hoped to do better the next time around, and this was our attitude here. I just want another few seconds to address what my colleague said about the fact that when the federal government gets support from the provinces in areas of provincial jurisdiction, that's fine. I feel that that is the greatest illustration of the fiscal imbalance. If the federal government has money to deal with its own responsibilities and to transfer to the provinces monies for their responsibilities, then we want to have the money. We want the transfers at the level they were before the cuts, and we want the tax base transferred so that Quebec can look after its own responsibilities. And that is what we are suggesting. We also hope that the federal government would limit its spending powers and to enable provinces to withdraw from programs with full entitlement and coverage. This is what we propose to the Finance Committee.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from across the way who joined us on the committee and did a decent job in terms of representing his constituents. Well, my concern is this, that I listened to his speech and I've actually read the submission from the Bloc. They like to call it a minority position. And they have a number of recommendations there. And there's a number of recommendations we agreed on that are in the main body of the report. But of the number of recommendations, the one thing that I see missing is that they don't attempt to tell us what they would cancel. Would they cancel the fitness tax credit, the transit tax credit? Would they roll back the GST back to 7%? Because they have a lot of spending in there, but they don't tell us how we're going to afford it without cutting back on a number of items, which, from my recollection, they actually supported in the budget of 2006. So I'm just asking the member opposite if he's got any ideas on how they're going to pay for all these things that they want rolled back, including some of those cuts that were made. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, because on this, the Conservatives and I believe, agree. The Bloc Québécois made a proposal to reduce the government's operating expenses over 3 years by $15 billion. I made that recommendation to the Minister of Finance. I think the Conservatives will agree with me that the operating expenses have increased by approximately 8% a year over the past 7 years, year by year. So we're talking here about computers and so on. We feel that this is too high. There is a recommendation here to reduce the increase in spending increases we would use attrition and more effective use of resources to do this. There are many professional services that are contracted out that could very well be carried out within the public service. And we believe that within 3 years we could save $15 billion. I saw that during the last election campaign, there was a proposal by the Conservatives to reduce the operating spending by $22 billion over 5 years. So I think that we might be able to work together on this. And last year, I would remind my colleague, there was a surplus, and this year we think that there will be another surplus of several $billion. Therefore, we believe that the operating expenses could be reduced, and this would deal with the fiscal imbalance along with the surplus. Questions and comments?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important discussion for our place, Mr. Speaker. We have spent many, many months engaging Canadians in pre-budget consultations. We have met with hundreds of individuals and organizations, and we have, on behalf of the Government of Canada, brought before the House a complete synopsis of options and views that must be taken into consideration in the budget preparation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are watching today with a great deal of cynicism and skepticism, because based on past experience, based on the record of the previous Liberal government, there has hardly been an occasion when governments of the day have listened to what Canadians have said. Expectations have been raised, and Canadians have invariably been disappointed. It's been the case over the last 5 or 6 budgets under the previous Liberal government, and I certainly hope it's not the case today. But, Mr. Speaker, given statements made by the government, given announcements delivered by the Finance Minister, I don't hold out great hope that, in fact, this government is listening any more to Canadians than the previous government did. But we need to try. We need to remind this government what Canadians said across this country. I want to give a few impressions of those hearings, Mr. Speaker, but before I do that, I do want to indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that our committee was a well-functioning, active committee, and I want to thank all of my colleagues on it, including the chair, the member for Palliser, the member for Portage La Prairie, and I want to thank the staff, the research staff, the clerk of our committee, the translators, the interpreters, and the logistics personnel, all of whom made it possible for us to travel to many parts in this country and to hear from so many Canadians. The first impression, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to you about our hearings is one of cynicism in the face of the knowledge that this government has basically used up the surplus capacity it has had and, in fact, provided us with almost a bare cupboard. By all indications, the surplus dollars that we have seen over the years will not necessarily be the case in the next several years. And the great surpluses that we have seen, especially the last fiscal year, have been unceremoniously put towards the debt, without due regard for balance and without due regard for the concerns of Canadians. If there was one thing we heard over and over, Mr. Speaker, from Canadians, it was that this government and the one before it has not offered a balanced approach, and it is high time they did so. For years, Canadians were told we had to get rid of the deficit and then it would be their turn. When the deficit was eliminated through huge cuts, the Liberals said, sorry, Canadians, it's not your turn yet. We have to, in fact, give big corporate breaks and tax reductions to wealthy individuals. When that was done, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals turned to Canadians and said, sorry, it's still not your turn. We've got to take all of every penny of our available money and put it against the debt. And then came the end of the Liberals, and Canadians looked to the Conservatives with some hope, I wouldn't say with a lot of hope, but with some hope that, in fact, they might be prepared to balance the equation. Because it's not really, Mr. Speaker, a radical concept. It's not a social democratic approach by any means. It is a compromise position to say, let us put some money against the debt, some money towards tax cuts, and some money towards program spending. And let's start to repair the damage that's been done over the last decade or two to Canadians. You look at the increasing gap between the rich and the poor, the increasing desperation on the part of working mothers, the growing frustration on the part of low-wage earners in this country who never seem to get ahead and never get a wage increase, never get a raise. So that was one of the most important messages we heard right across this country. It is time for Canadians. But instead of actually listening to those concerns, we listened to the minister give his economic update, and he said, in fact, we're going to do even more in terms of getting rid of the debt, and we're going to do even more in terms of spending cuts. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to note, since my time is almost halfway up already, that I am splitting my time with the member for Victoria. And how much time do I have?
4 minutes left for the honourable member.
The second important message we heard from Canadians was that competitiveness is not just something you deal with in economic terms, and it's not just about the bottom line for corporations. It's about how you build a society that can be competitive on a global scale in economic and human terms. And people over and over rejected the notion that all we had to do was reduce corporate taxes and give more tax incentives to big corporations, and the trickle down will happen, and Canadians will benefit sometime, somewhere, somehow, even though by then, by cutting so deeply into programs and using all available revenue for tax breaks for corporations, we really kill Medicare, universal education, public housing, sustainable environmental programs. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want, in fact, this government to understand that the most competitive nations in this world are those that have not only been responsible in terms of fiscal planning and in terms of debt reduction, not only in terms of a fair progressive taxation policy, but also in terms of major public investment. So the countries that do the best competitively, economically, around the world are those, in fact, that invest in a universal child care program, those that invest in health care, those that invest in housing, those that invest in environmental sustainable programs, those that invest in the most vulnerable peoples like women and people with disabilities and our Aboriginal folks. There's a lesson around the world for all of us, and I don't know if members on the Conservative side heard this or if the Minister of Finance is going to ever grasp it. And that's what we have to do today, is make them understand that when we look at the future, we've got to invest in those programs that both ensure economic prosperity, but also raise the level of the human condition, ensure that we address some of the most embarrassing and shameful circumstances and statistics ever faced in this country. A country as rich as Canada that sees the kind of homelessness and poverty we've seen in this winter weather is absolutely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we heard from a homeless person who I'm sure my members on the, my colleagues on the committee will recall. His name was Dry. His real name or full name is Rainer Dreimeyer. And he said, taxation is the cost of living in a civil society. Mr. Speaker, he was reminding us that taxation isn't bad per se, but it must be done in a balanced context, and it must ensure that, in fact, we've got the resources to pay for the things that we cherish as a country. Mr. Speaker, we heard from childcare workers who showed us smiling faces of children who had been through the most progressive childcare facilities anywhere in the world and who want to see that that kind of program is encouraged and continued. We heard from Canadians who felt that, in fact, we've got what it takes. We've got the resources, we've got the knowledge, we've got the abilities. We just need a government that is willing to let us put those talents to the use of this great country and a future for our children.
Before we go to questions pursuant to Standing Order 38, I should advise the House that that will be dealt with during the debate, German debate, is as follows.
Affairs, l'honorable député de Madawaska.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Aristogouche, Regional Economic Development of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain on pensions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my fellow member of the committee, the member from the New Democrats, who came to most of the meetings, and appreciate her work on the committee while we were traveling the country. Two questions for her. One, it's really, does she agree? You know, basically everybody who came to see us said if we spend more, we'll make more. And based on that theory, we could spend $1 zillion with a Z, and we'll make $1 zillion. I want to know, she talked about that a little bit. I want to know if she actually agrees with that concept. And two, you know, we're spending $13.2 billion to pay down debt, and you know, I want to know, what we're doing is trying to get the debt of this country down. She seemed to be opposed at the time. Would she prefer that the taxpayer pay interest on debt, or what is her view of what the role of interest is on debt and the role of debt in this budget coming up, and what her party's views are on that matter?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague who sits on the Finance Committee, the member for Burlington, and I appreciated all of his participation in the committee over the last number of months as well. And I want to say, in the context of the issue of spending, I think the theory is that if we spend more, we'll make more. No, I don't agree with that. I don't think anybody who came to the committee agreed with that. In fact, the opposite was said. People said, when you keep spending on things like tax breaks for corporations, we don't necessarily see the benefit. People over and over reported to us, in fact, that over the last number of years, we've seen millions and millions of dollars in tax breaks for corporations, and that hasn't resulted in increased investment. In fact, the contrary has happened. Investment has declined as tax breaks have grown and as profits have risen. And over again, those who had thought this through said, if we're going to do anything in terms of more public spending in the form of tax breaks, then we've got to apply a cost-benefit analysis. I found it very interesting when I go to some of the big business folks around our tables, especially the business tax reform group, and asked them and said, do you not think there should be some sort of a cost-benefit analysis in terms of any more tax breaks? And you know the answer was? No. Simply no. No, we don't need any accountability. There doesn't need to be any kind of transparency, and we just need to take from the public purse and take, and never give. Mr. Speaker, that's what we object to. Public spending in certain strategic areas can produce jobs, can create good working conditions, can deal with some very difficult social and environmental issues, and can actually build a better society where we bring down the debt. Finally, let me answer the question about debt, because, in fact, the member and others on his benches like to present the myth that the NDP does not believe in paying down the debt. Nothing could be further than the truth. We have always said that a portion of our surplus should go against the debt. We have recommended that be decided by Parliament, something that the Conservatives used to support when they were in opposition, but not now, and we recommend that there at least be...
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always curious, when people suggest that somehow there was any option after the year ended March 31st, 2006 was over, and 6 months later the Auditor General report said, in fact, there was a $13.2 billion surplus. In fact, there is no option. There is no option, Mr. Speaker, other than to have it applied against the debt and recorded in the accounts. It doesn't mean that the savings from the pay down of debt isn't there. But governments do have an opportunity during the fiscal period, during the year when they get up progress reports, to be able to adjust their programs to assist. And so I wanted to ask the member, I think the member is bang on. We're talking about differences in ideology, differences in the view or the vision of Canada. The Conservatives seem to think that tax cuts are the solution to all problems and that people should fend for themselves. The literacy cuts, the women's programs cuts, Mr. Speaker, and the whole range of them, whether all affect people. So I want to ask the member whether or not she feels that we need to call to Canadians more strongly to give this government the signal that it is not acceptable to leave Canadians who are unable to help themselves to fend for themselves.
20 seconds response.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, there is an option to putting all surplus dollars against the debt, and that is honest and open reporting and accounting and forecasting, something the Liberals refused to do and led to $80 billion over the last 5 budgets going against the debt because they would not report to...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Winnipeg for sharing her time with me and for her work on the committee. I understand there were over, from the records, there were over 300 witnesses. And one of the issues that seems to have taken up a lot of time in discussion was how to increase Canada's competitiveness in the world. And the overwhelming message from the predominant message from the presenters was that we should look at competitiveness from a broad perspective. The committee was told that if it was serious about meeting the very real challenge of keeping Canada competitive in the world economy, we must not take a superficial approach by simply equating economic competitiveness with lower corporate taxes and higher profits. It involves wise economic stewardship with a strong emphasis on investing in people, together with targeted industrial investment, for example, investment in the environment. During the week of November 13th, I held a series of meetings in Victoria with my constituents, university officials, elected officials, business leaders, and in addition to an open town hall meeting that was attended by a large number of citizens. And during these meetings, I collected some key recommendations. And I think that the people of Victoria want overwhelmingly what the rest of Canadians want. And they don't want the federal government to withdraw from social policy, from wise environmental stewardship. Their recommendations, their suggestions included investment in housing options, to face the shameful issue of homelessness in cities across Canada, to invest in adult literacy programs, to reduce post-secondary education student debt, increase funding for basic research, and put in place effective programs to tackle climate change. There were, of course, specific suggestions, and if I have time, I'd like to talk about those as well. But in the end, that's what making Canada more competitive really means. That's what our economy should be for, enhancing the quality of life for all Canadians. And that's what Victorians want from their federal government. I'd like to just start talking about the economy, in particular the role that Canada's human capital plays in keeping our economy strong and sustainable. 2 recent polls show Canadians' strong preference for greater federal investment in post-secondary education. One poll conducted by Decima Research for the Canadian Association of University Teachers and the Canadian Federation of Students reported that 56% of those surveyed preferred reducing tuition fees to the Conservatives' promise to cut the GST by a further 1%. Canadians know that tax cuts don't lower tuition, they don't hire new faculty or create new apprenticeships. They understand that focusing only on tax cuts actually impairs the creation of human capital that makes our economy run. Canadians know that our human capital requires investment. In the second poll released last week by the Canadian Council on Learning, 75% of Canadians believe that the government does not spend enough on post-secondary education, and they're right. Since the start of the Mulroney years, federal transfers for post-secondary education have plummeted as a percentage of GDP. Tax cuts don't magically equip Canadians with the skills and knowledge they need to be competitive. The poll that they did coincided with the Canadian Council on Learning report that concluded Canada lacks mechanism at the national level to ensure coherence, coordination, and effectiveness on key priorities such as quality, access, mobility, and responsiveness. And they cite a number of countries in Europe that have begun setting national standards dealing with post-secondary funding. How much do we want to spend as a country? Class size, library holdings, teaching credentials, etc. Canada has neglected to set any such standard. We just don't have a vision for post-secondary education. And we're simply out of sync. In Australia and the United States, individual states, like Canada, regulate higher learning, yet that hasn't stopped them, their federal government, from creating national post-secondary watchdog agencies. We know that now 70% of jobs require post-secondary education or training, and only 44% of Canadians have this much formal schooling. The CEO of the Canadian Council on Learning said, Paul Kaplan said, "We can hardly ask the rest of the world to give us a decade to work out our jurisdictional difficulties. It is time." Canada now ranks 15th among Western industrialized countries in spending on research and development as a percentage, for example, of gross domestic product. The post-secondary education sector is still largely designed to respond to the needs of younger learners, Mr. Speaker. The lifelong learning requirements of many adults are not adequately addressed. Many barriers still exist that make it very difficult for workers to upgrade their skills or go attend college or university. The issue of lifelong learning means concrete supports and incentives for adult learners, whether in colleges or university or in the workplace. Added to the lack of a lifelong learning strategy in the Conservative program is a lack of skills agenda in Canada. The Conservative idea of a skills agenda is a set of tax credit for apprentice tools. The skills agenda must facilitate transition from suffering sectors to booming ones. Transition skills training is key, preferably to greener industries. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, to cut the huge tax cuts to, for example, the oil and gas sector that's booming in favor of other sectors that we would like to encourage. We need the federal government to play an active role investing in lifelong learning to help workers overcome the barriers of upgrading their skills. And we greatly need sector partnerships. Conservatives cut the Workplace Partners Panel, the only forum for business and labor collaboration around workplace training planning. There are many issues addressed. Clearly, the economic benefit of a strong system of learning is understood by Canadians. It is building our human capital, our skills, and our knowledge that improves our standard of living, not single-minded tax cuts. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to address the issue of the importance of basic research and the need to invest in research in the sciences and humanities. Research councils are losing ground compared to inflation, including Canada Research Chairs. HoC, for example, has lower funding than others, proportionately the amount that it gives. I believe it's 14%. By comparison, it has social sciences and humanities student are 67% of undergraduate students and 69% of graduate students in Canada. Relying solely on commercialized research misses the point of research and progress in the public interest. Commercialized research is largely short-term. Marketable results are what's important. And there are certainly important research projects that do have commercial implications or that have very long-term that the government seems to have forgotten. For example, research on climate change at the University of Victoria has not been funded in 3 years. There have been some federal funding in the past for important projects, research projects of national and international importance called the Neptune and Venus Project, stands for Northeast Pacific Time Series Undersea Network Experiments, and the Victoria Experimental Network Under the Sea projects, both at the University in Victoria. Very important projects, Mr. Speaker, that have implications for our knowledge, the knowledge that we may gain of what's happening in our oceans, but also the development of giving opportunities to scientists and young students in sciences. I see that I'm running out of time. Do I have one minute, Mr.? No? Okay. Well, I will close then by saying that we need, finally, just to speak for the urban agenda, we need a real deal for cities instead of improvised ad hoc approach that weakens the extraordinary efforts of local citizens and what cities are trying to achieve in terms of infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member for Victoria with interest. I think the points she makes are actually not entirely correct, and I think that the picture is far more nuanced than the one she has led on here in debate. And there's no doubt that in the mid-1990s that the previous government of the day cut significantly the Canada Health and Social Transfer, which is used by provinces to deliver post-secondary education and health care. For they, under the Constitution, have primary responsibility for the delivery of that education, that post-secondary education, that training. And it's no doubt that those cuts in the mid-1990s had a significant impact on the delivery of post-secondary education and training in Canada. But it is also the case, Mr. Speaker, that in recent years, that transfer, which has now been split into two separate transfers, has been partially restored. On the healthcare side, it's the government's view that the healthcare transfer has been fully restored to pre-1995 levels, and that significant steps have been taken to restore funding for post-secondary education and training in the form of the Canada Social Transfer, in the form of the myriad of tax credits that have been put in place in recent years, so that we can invest in human capital, so that we can invest in the education, the knowledge economy. So while those transfers on the Canada Social Transfer, while those transfers for post-secondary education have not yet been fully restored, they have been significantly restored to pre-1995 levels. And that's why our government has committed to coming forward with a long-term framework for post-secondary education and training to be delivered in the budget of next year. And I think that the members should wait until that budget and should support that budget, because it will contain this new long-term framework, which will provide significant support through various mechanisms for Canada's education across the country, so that we can have a competitive economy and an able and skilled workforce.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that was a question. It was a comment, but I certainly look forward to reading the government's framework, because their economic update certainly didn't give a hint that they were going to look at too much at the human capital side or at the environmental side, certainly reading from the Advantage Canada seems to be focused almost entirely on tax advantages. But I should say that the transfer, it is very difficult to identify exactly how much is going to provincial governments in terms of education transfer for post-secondary. Even the minister in the House made a mistake on how much money was going. That transfer, because it is not specifically a targeted transfer to education, it's simply difficult for it to be clearly identifiable.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for focusing her attention to the post-secondary. It's difficult to talk about all aspects that would be dealt with in pre-budget. But, Mr. Speaker, I can recall doing some work on the need for post-secondary education, and it showed that high school, people who dropped out of high school, their unemployment rate at the time was somewhere around 17%. People who just had high school, it was about 12%. People who had some post-secondary, Mr. Speaker, it was down below 10%. Of people who had a post-secondary degree or some other skills training, in fact, their unemployment rate was probably in the range of about 3 to 5%. So it makes some economic sense. This is a knowledge-based economy. And, Mr. Speaker, the member is also quite right that even though we have the CHST, that's simply for the purpose of calculation. There's no guarantee that the money's actually going into post-secondary. I wonder if the member would agree that we need to sit down with the provinces to make absolutely sure that when there is an investment from the federal level in post-secondary, that it indeed hits its target squarely.
The honourable member for Victoria has 20 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And any targeted transfer or increased funding for education certainly should go to provinces in discussion with provinces, that we should develop a common vision, a Canadian vision for what we want to achieve in terms of access, quality of education. So absolutely a targeted transfer with an agreed upon vision.
Debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Sure. Well, I see it'll be a lively afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I can hear that already. I'd like to certainly thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing and giving me the opportunity to spend a little bit of time this afternoon speaking about our budget report, our submission in regard to the budget that will be coming up in 2007. Certainly want to thank all of the members from all parties who put a lot of work and effort into moving really from one side of the country to the other, in particular the member from Peterborough and his outstanding work, and the member from Burlington, and certainly the member who takes on the responsibility as parliamentary secretary, who did a great job on our behalf. And also the 417 witnesses, Mr. Speaker, who presented 403 briefs on the theme of Canada's place in a competitive world. Mr. Speaker, we traveled 6 weeks we spent 4 weeks here in Ottawa. We spent 2 weeks traveling from coast to coast and held pre-budget consultations in 4 communities in 4 provinces, which had never happened before, in Whitehorse in the Yukon, Fort McMurray in Alberta, St. John's, Newfoundland, and Portage-la-Prairie in Manitoba. And, Mr. Speaker, there was a very specific purpose for these budget consultations. The witnesses were asked to provide their input on 4 specific questions. The first was what specific federal tax or program spending measure should be implemented in the upcoming budget to ensure that our citizens are healthy, have the right skills for their own benefit and for the benefit of their employers. Second, what specific federal tax and or program spending measure should be implemented in the upcoming budget to ensure that our nation has the infrastructure required by individuals and for businesses. Third, Mr. Speaker, what specific federal tax and or program spending measure should be implemented in the upcoming budget to ensure that our businesses are competitive, both here in our country and across and globally? And, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to make sure that it was understood in the 4th question that there had to be accountability for those expenditures. So the 4th question was specific as to what federal actions should be taken
in order that the federal government is able to afford the tax and or program spending measures needed to ensure that Canada's individuals and businesses can prosper in the world in the future. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that the pre-budget consultations in large part were strong but were built upon the foundation of the 2006 budget that provided tax relief for everyone in this country. Tax credits like the new Canada Employment Credit, the new deduction for tradespeople tool expenses, a complete exemption for scholarship income received in connection with enrollment at institutions which qualify for the student for the education tax credit. Mr. Speaker, the new children's fitness tax credit, which, in the riding of St. Catharines, will provide assistance to over 23,000 children under the age of 16 to benefit from that credit. Incredible. And Mr. Speaker, it isn't just this party and this government that supports that credit. The Minister of Health Promotion here in the province of Ontario presented to the Health Committee, and when asked about this credit, Mr. Speaker, actually extended congratulations to the government for implementing and putting forward this measure. And in fact, went on to say that he thought it was he that actually provided the advice to the Prime Minister to make sure that it was in the platform of our government. And it was interesting to note, and I had the chance to ask him at committee, that if he was so successful in convincing the Prime Minister that it was an important piece of our budget, an important piece of our platform, that indeed he should be able to convince his finance minister and his leader in the province of Ontario to do likewise. We also doubled to $2,000 from $1,000 the amount of which the pension income credit is calculated. We've got the new apprenticeship job creation tax credit, an increase to $400,000 from $300,000 of the amount that a small business can earn at a small business tax rate effective January 1st of 2007. In child care, $3.7 billion over 2 years for the universal child care benefit, which will provide all families with $1,200 a year per child under the age of 6. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be investing and creating new child care spaces. The budget allocates $250 million, beginning in 2007, to create real child care spaces as part of Canada's universal child care. For students, Mr. Speaker, expanding eligibility for the Canada Student Loans Program by reducing the parental contribution required. And not just students in school, Mr. Speaker, but students and youth that need our help to prevent them from ending up either in the justice system because of a crime they committed, or certainly on the wrong side of where they should be. Ideally, we need to put tools and textbooks in the hands of our young people, not guns. Tools that will help them realize that they can grow up to lead successful and productive lives. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, we're investing $20 million for communities to prevent youth crime with a focus on making sure that they have programs and educational opportunities available for them. And, Mr. Speaker, province after province that we went to, presentation after presentation that was made at committee talking about the need for affordable housing in this country, whether it be First Nations, whether it be in the province of Newfoundland, whether it be in British Columbia, whether it be right here in Ontario. Well, it was certainly a welcome response from every single organization who presented to talk about affordable housing, that this government put in its budget $800 million for a major one-time investment to increase the supply of affordable housing in our cities and our communities through a new affordable housing trust. Transit tax and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, transportation is one of the leading causes of pollution and greenhouse gas emissions in this country. We invested up to $1.3 billion in Canada on public transit and infrastructure. This funding will assist in the building of the infrastructure necessary to deal with increased ridership. Now, increased ridership, you say, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's because, effective July 1st of this year, our government provided a transit rider tax incentive. This means that transit riders who buy monthly passes will receive almost 2 months of free transit rides per year. I'm seeing that in my own riding, Mr. Speaker. And probably one of the best comments that came from any of the presentations we had was from Mr. Robert Padden, Vice President, Corporate Public Affairs of the Greater Vancouver Transit Authority. And he said, after being questioned by the member from Markham Uniondale about this exact piece of legislation, he said, finally, I just want to touch on it again, compliment and congratulate the government for putting forward an initiative to encourage people to use public transportation. Concerning the tax credit, we're just coming off the end of the first quarter when the tax credit's been in place. We haven't finalized our numbers, Mr. Speaker, but they are already recognizing towards the end of this year the significant increases in ridership. 10% increase in June. A 10% increase in June of this year from 2005. 13% increase in August, Mr. Speaker. Huge. We also have taxes, lower taxes for all Canadians, and the lowest tax rate on new business investment among the group of 7 countries. And under fiscal finances, elimination of Canada's total government net debt in less than a generation. Now that comes from Advantage Canada, Mr. Speaker, presented to the Finance Committee towards the end of our deliberations, which made a lot of sense because it tied into everything that folks talked about from across this country, whether it was entrepreneurialism, whether it was knowledge, the creation of the best educated, most skilled, and most flexible workforce in the world. And one of our recommendations speaks specifically to this, Mr. Speaker. With respect to infrastructure, efforts to build modern and world-class infrastructure in Canada through public-private partnerships in order to ensure a seamless flow of people, goods, and services. Well, Mr. Speaker, all of that, combined with all of our meetings, came with a host of recommendations that are included in the document, the pre-budget document that we will be submitting to the Finance Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, it comes with, and I'll say we certainly don't hold a majority on the committee from a government perspective, but we certainly, a number of the recommendations that come forward in this document speak so closely to the type of budget recommendations, to the type of economy, to the type of fiscal responsibility that is necessary to be led under and to be led by this government. In fact, I have a top 5 out of the 40-some recommendations that are in the document, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to touch on just a couple of them. For example, recommendation number 2, the federal government, in conjunction with the provincial territorial governments, will help to develop a national mental health strategy. This strategy should include the creation of a Canadian Mental Health Commission, and it should address the mental health needs of all Canadians, but particularly those who are determined to be at a higher risk. Mr. Speaker, this has been a request that has come forward time and time again, year after year, that mental health in this country is an area that we need to focus on. Well, we listened, and it's in here. Recommendation number 15, Mr. Speaker. The federal government, in conjunction with the provincial and territorial governments, will help to fund existing infrastructure initiatives at a level designed to reduce the public infrastructure deficit. As well, the government should make permanent a program for the sharing of gas tax revenues with municipalities to make sure that they have that infrastructure fund and funds that they will need. But that speaks, I think, back to our budget, Mr. Speaker, and that there were $16.5 billion in our budget for infrastructure, $1 billion for infrastructure for universities across this country. If that isn't responsive, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Recommendation number 30, that the federal government, following consultations with relevant stakeholders, make changes to the scientific research and experimental development investment tax credit with a view to ensuring high levels of private sector research and development. There's $40 million in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and it needs to be focused where it's going to have the best use, whether that's in conjunction with universities doing the work with the private sector, or whether it's with government ensuring that where we're moving forward, that we have universities and the private sector capable of conducting that research with valuable outcomes so that we can, in fact, invest into the future, because we know to have a strong economy in the future, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we're investing in the tools and the research that we need down the road, but we need to do that right now. And recommendation 35, that the federal government eliminate the use of tax havens in an effort to ensure that all corporations and businesses and individuals pay their fair share of taxes. We all know the stories, Mr. Speaker, of the ships that fly a flag of convenience across the world. And they fly that flag of convenience for one simple reason. They don't have to pay taxes in the country that they necessarily do business in. Well, every party represented at the table on the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, supported this. They know that it's time that we move away from corporate tax havens and offshore anything, Mr. Speaker, that'll make sure they don't have to pay taxes in the country they live in. That, Mr. Speaker, I think is a positive result of the work that was done by this committee. And finally, Mr. Speaker, recommendation 41, that the federal government continue to pursue a balanced budget in order to avoid federal budgetary deficits. And as well, that the government should continue to include in its budget planning an annual allocation of $3 billion for repayment of the accumulated federal deficits. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was all of and then we heard from the NDP member of the committee who indicated to all of us here today that in fact we should be paying down the debt, not in the way that we believe it should be paid down as quickly as possible, but indeed supporting the finance minister's recommendation in not only his budget, but in the presentation that he made at Finance and Advantage Canada, that in fact he was going to commit on behalf of the government to pay $3 billion down minimum on the debt, supported by all parties at the Finance Committee. If that isn't working together, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Now, why this makes for good government. First, it shows responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Responsibility in terms of paying down debt, responsibility in terms of investment in our future, responsibility in terms of investment of infrastructure. But it also speaks to accountability. And in about, I guess about another 10 or 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, there will be royal assent given to the Accountability Act. I can't think of a better thing to do than to talk about the budget of 2007, a number of the recommendations that are in this document, to hand over to the Finance Minister at just before, Mr. Speaker, we finally have an Accountability Act passed by this House through the Senate, given royal assent, to ensure that we are responsible and that we are providing good government and that we are doing so in such a way that we're transparent and that we're accountable. Very, very simple. You know, I was refreshed to hear, Mr. Speaker, that even as we work through this process across the country, there are some impacts that it had on the very on my riding, in that we actually are talking about something that is a federal budget that is for all Canadians, but it shows, I think, how these changes, these recommendations actually will have an impact on ridings like mine, Mr. Speaker, in terms of helping restoring integrity and ethics and accountability back into the House of Commons, something that all of us on this side of the House campaigned on, and I did in the city of St. Catharines during the election, to be able to say that part of this consultation process included that if we're going to make expenditures or if we're going to suggest or recommend expenditures, that in fact that we be accountable for the budget and that they have to fall within the framework of responsibility, not increasing budgets by 14%, not having Ways and Means motions in November and passing 3 or 4 budgets in a single fiscal year. No, Mr. Speaker, being accountable, making sure that folks in communities like St. Catharines and Burlington and Peterborough and in Saskatchewan know that when we're making presentations and that when we're talking about the budget, that we are in fact making sure that we're bringing integrity to it and we're being accountable. And that means certainly, Mr. Speaker, that communities across this country get their fair share of federal spending, and it isn't focused in only 1 or 2 areas, but in fact it has a benefit to all communities. Now, there's been some discussion around the budget reduction that this government promised to do and also has done over the last couple of months. And certainly the opposition, the Liberal Party, has cried hue on a number of those tough decisions, but wise decisions made, Mr. Speaker. And I quote from the Globe and Mail on Friday, December 1st, just a number of days ago, that they state, from the opposition outcry over budget reductions to status of women Canada, Canadians might think that Conservatives have throttled women's aspirations for equality. They are simply incorrect. The closing comes as Ottawa pairs $5 million from the annual budget over 2 years. Well, it's about time. Today, it seems more like a government relic. It's the status of women is laden with jargon from old wars. On paper, it's a mission to promote gender equality, focusing on the improvements of women's economic autonomy, the elimination of systemic violence against women and children, and the advancements of women's human rights. In theory, that is exactly what all of us stand for in this House, Mr. Speaker, but in practice, their efforts, as quoted, are scattershot. So, I guess after this process, after having gone through the experience, Mr. Speaker, of traveling across the country, of sitting on the Finance Committee and hearing the input from so many good folks across this country, we actually have been able to focus this process into a focused agenda. A focused agenda that talks about Advantage Canada. A focused agenda that started with the budget of 2006 and that will lead into the budget of 2007 that is going to be another great budget for the people of this country and our communities. And while the folks that sit on the opposition benches, particularly in the Liberal Party, want to play politics about where we are going, future of our country, and our budgets, we in fact are not. And this report, and there's minority reports attached to this document, the minority report that comes from this side of the House, from the government, is signed by each and every member of that committee who sits on this side of the House. The minority report from the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, is signed by no one. Thank you.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions between all the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to its study on democratic development, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C. and New York from February 4th to 8th, 2007, and that the necessary staff do accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Does the House give consent to the motion? Agreed. Carried. Questions and comments? Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Hello, my flock, yes. Mr. Speaker, you know, there was one line in the speech that I think that we should reflect upon, and the members said that the budget should ensure that businesses and individuals can prosper in the future. And then he went on to list all the different ways in which the current government is going to help businesses and people who have jobs and people who want to, get tax. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Check the speech out. Check the speech out and see what the member said about people who live in poverty. Nothing. Check the speech out and see what the member said about people who are illiterate in our country. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Check the speech out to see what his speech said about people who are disabled. It said nothing, Mr. Speaker. How about, Mr. Speaker, a few others, those in most need in our society? What you'll find in this member's speech, and in fact in the government's platform, is that this is a government who wants people who can't take care of themselves must still be meant to fend for themselves.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to clarify what my colleague across the way has said, and that the impact of the reductions that we have made and the opportunity to provide for Canadians that are at the poverty or below the poverty line is clear. Over 600,000 people in this country no longer pay federal tax because of this budget.
That's great.
Now, we can talk about illiteracy, or we can talk about literacy. I certainly, from a future going forward perspective, would rather talk about literacy, and those that can't read or write now should have the opportunity to learn how to read and write. Or I guess we could talk about illiteracy, where under the previous government, not in the 13 years was there ever a reduction in literacy rates. In fact, illiteracy rates went up year after year after year. We canceled the program and reduced the program because it was about advocacy. Nothing about actually getting adults learning how to read and how to write.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I think that there was another rather interesting and albeit disturbing line in that speech. And I heard the member refer to the status of women in Canada as a relic. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say that the only relic hereabouts is the relic who would fail to understand that there is still a profound need in this country. And as long as there is no national child care program, there is no affordable housing program, there is no determined action to end violence against women or to support Aboriginal women, we need status of women. And I would like to ask the member if he is sending a signal here to the members of the House that this government intends to further undermine status of women in Canada and further demean the women of this country by preventing their equality and their seeking of equality.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly don't mind responding to the member from London Fanshawe's points. Certainly those weren't my words, actually. Those were the words out of the editorial written on December 1st in the Globe and Mail. What they said is that this government has taken action. Not that this government is going to just have offices open across this country for which advocacy can take place and lobbying, funded by the federal government. If we are actually sincere to the project or the opportunities that we need to continue with respect to equalization in this country, not just equalization, the equalization of women, but the equalization of all those in this country so that we all have the same opportunity, we should not be wasting money on advocacy and lobbying. That's not what taxpayers invest their money for. What they invested in for is for action, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're doing.
Hear it, hear it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this debate does not mean that much to the Liberals. For them, budget reports have been something to ignore. Pre-budget reports, majorities tossed them aside. Finance ministers had already made up their mind. For them, this is all about politics and not what is best for Canadians. The Liberal finance critic has already called for a spring election and predicted that the Liberals will vote against the next budget. He said, and I quote, "If we are tied with the Conservatives without a leader, I think a new leader and all the publicity of our convention, we should move in front after the convention, and it will be good for us to have a spring election." That's from the member from Markham Unionville, quoted in the Globe and Mail October 19th. Why do the members opposite pay more attention to the polls rather than what's good for Canadians? Why won't they wait and see what's in this budget in the spring to see how this finance minister and the prime minister are acting in the best interests of all Canadians before talking about a spring election?
Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, I want to thank the member from Palliser. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I should mention that we did spend a day in hearings in Saskatchewan, and time again, Mr. Speaker, the member of Palliser's name came up, congratulating and thanking us for having his the advice that he provided us, the guidance he provided us when we were in Saskatchewan. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the question that he asks is a great one. It's not one that's easy to answer because I thankfully don't sit on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. I sit on this side. But the fact is that we are not working. We are working for an end and for a means in the 2007 budget. It seems to me that perhaps the opposition should think a little bit more about the benefits of 2007 budget rather than whether we should have an election.
About people.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hearing the member from St. Catharines speak as he did on the environment brought to mind very quickly the smog days in Ontario And I think we have company.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency, the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency, the Governor General.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
They were just standing for me, Jim.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of Her Excellency, the Governor General, that the honorable members do appear at the Senate.
It is a desire of Her Excellency, the Governor General, that all honorable members attend her immediately in the Senate chamber.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to inform the House that when the House went to see her Governor General in the Senate chamber, Her Excellency gave, on behalf of Her Majesty, royal assent for certain bills.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Oh, that's not fair.
As a former parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, I always find these particular interventions very important. And I certainly have, speaking of myself, no preconceived notions in terms of what the government may bring down. But I can tell you that I'm very proud of the fact that in the past, the Liberal government of Canada was able to bring down 8 consecutive budget surpluses, the longest in the history of Canada. And we were the first ones to be able to deal with paying down the debt. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, when we inherited the government in 1993, we had a $42.5 billion deficit, and 33 cents of every dollar was borrowed money. So 33 cents of every dollar was being transferred was actually borrowed. So it wasn't, in my view, Mr. Speaker, real money. The fact is that what we need to see, and the Standing Committee on Finance has had over 400 submissions. 400 submissions, 400 witnesses have come, and they have outlined their concerns. And, of course, no government can respond to all 400, no matter how worthy they may be. But I hope that this government will, in fact, approach the budget in a balanced manner. That is, dealing with debt reduction, dealing with social spending, and obviously with tax reduction. But it's important that we have a balance. We can't do all without a clear balance in dealing with the needs of Canadians. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, there are issues of sustainable economy and environment, healthy communities, high quality of life, dealing with seniors, etc. I'm going to focus on a few issues, Mr. Speaker, but I want to say that I found it a bit ironic that the Treasury Board President and the Minister of Finance announced $1 billion in spending cuts at the same time they announced a $13.2 billion surplus from 2005-2006. They certainly can't accuse us of leaving them the cupboards bare, because, in fact, at $13.2 billion, and I support the fact that money was put on the debt. We have a debt, Mr. Speaker, at the moment of about $481 billion, but because of past Liberal governments, we've paid $82 billion on the debt, and I think that's extremely important. Now, the Conservatives, unfortunately, the Conservative government, as we know, has done a lot of cutting, and I think that obviously deals with the root of the problem, which is that cuts affect communities and they affect people. And obviously, when we see funding cuts that are targeted at women or Aboriginals or needs of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, these clearly have created concerns across the country. Now, of course, we know that when we see this issue, the Conservatives always say that they, of course, are concerned about minorities. Well, the only minority that I think they're really concerned about is the minority of people who voted for them in the 2006 election. The reality is that when you see money slashed for Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, $45 million, Mr. Speaker, $10 million for the elimination of support for Canadian volunteerism, when you see $6 million cut for the Canadian Firearms Centre, $18 million for literacy skills, these are issues, Mr. Speaker, which clearly affect the average Canadian. And one of the areas that I'm very concerned about is the lack of, as former president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I'm concerned of the lack of a focus dealing with communities across this country. The fact is that it was this Liberal government in the past which brought down the first national infrastructure program in 1994. It languished under a previous Conservative government for 10 years, and it was this government. It was this government that first said we are going to deal with the issue of infrastructure deficit in Canada. And we do not see that in this government. We need to see a program again, partnership with provinces, territories, and municipal governments. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we deal with those issues. And clearly, when municipal governments have a very limited tax base, it was this government in the past, the Liberal government, that came through and eliminated the issue of GST rebate, which was at the time 57.14%, and then we were able to save $1 billion for municipalities across this country. And again, municipal governments are saying we don't have those kind of programs. The previous Liberal government dealt with the Green Enabling Fund, a revolving fund to deal with green projects, again something which was well used by municipal governments across the country. In the 2005 budget, Mr. Speaker, we had dealing with brownfields, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, in your own riding, you will have communities that may have a former gas station site, but very difficult to deal with. And so you need to, a brownfield of that nature, you need money, you need to leverage money in order to be able to clean it up. And we had that in the last one of our environmental initiatives, Mr. Speaker, an extremely important initiative that it was. Now, I talked about the $1 billion that the government cut in September. And now we understand that they're going to cut $7.4 billion, particularly at environmental initiatives, post-secondary education, job training, research innovation. I'm not sure which of those that the government really, I don't understand the logic. Some people say it's ideologically driven. I would say it's simply a lack of understanding of the importance that many of these areas have for Canadians. If we want to be on the cutting edge, we want to be cutting edge in the world, we need to have the best trained and the best educated people, and therefore we need innovation. My colleague from Dartmouth knows all about this. He worked very hard in the past on these issues and knows that unless we are at that cutting edge, we're not able to compete. And we need to be able to compete. We need job training programs that are going to put people back, even those, Mr. Speaker, who have been in a job for 20 years, 25 years, and they suddenly are out of work. Older workers. How do we deal with older workers? Well, we need a job training program that gives them an incentive to go forward. And I would hope that the government will look at those kind of things. We need to find post-secondary education funding. Now, one of the problems, Mr. Speaker, of course, is on post-secondary education, is that when we transfer money in a block to the provinces, the difficulty is that, of course, we don't really know where it ends up. And that, I think, is something that we need to talk about, and I certainly like to talk about a little more today. The one area that I want to talk about in the environment. Very disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that this government has decided to slash and burn many of the programs that we had in the past to deal with the environment. Now, I notice that the Minister of the Environment is in the House, and I want to say to the Minister of the Environment and to our Parliamentary Secretary over there that, in fact, I think we all agree, and I will say this quite sincerely, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, I think we all agree that the environment is probably the #1 issue facing humanity today. We see the problem. We see the problem of the polar ice cap melting. We see the problem in terms of habitat being affected by this. We see the issue of depleted rainforest. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, that we understand on this side of the House the urgency of this issue. And on that side of the House, they think that they can set targets that are in 2050. The fact is that they cut $584.5 million from environmental programs at Natural Resources Canada, $2.9 billion in grants and scholarships for post-secondary students. These are the kind of things which make one wonder. What are they thinking about? Why would you cut, Mr. Speaker, $227 million from the Energuide Houses Retrofit program? In fact, they cut it without telling anybody. I actually had people who were in the system, and suddenly overnight they were told they don't qualify anymore. Now, normally when you do that type of thing, when you're changing a program, you at least grandfather it to a certain date. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that there were people who had already spent money, were prepared to move forward to make sure that their homes were environmentally sound, dealing with windows, doors, new furnaces, etc., and were caught in that. And I think that's something I would urge the government to review. I think that is very, very sad to have seen that. Energuide, of course, for low-income households. We've seen that situation. And that, again, is another issue where people who need those kind of assistance obviously were in some difficulty, relied on this type of program, and again, without any warning, it was cut. Again, Mr. Speaker, some people would say that this is ideologically driven. Again, I would simply say that the government needs to get better advisors. The government needs to really look at what other countries are doing. We brought down in 2005 Project Green, which was the most aggressive plan of the G8 when dealing with climate change. And I will tell you that the programs that were in place were ones that Canadians understood, that they could take advantage of and use in their own communities. And over 70,000 homes, Mr. Speaker, took advantage of the ability to retrofit. So 70,000 people thought it was worthwhile enough to participate. And Energuide programs were rated in the top 5 of the most efficient Kyoto programs by the Environment Commissioner. And yet, without warning, they were cut. Now, on the area of education, and I think we're all very aware of the importance of having the best educated society we can, to attract the best and the brightest to stay in Canada and to bring the best and the brightest to this country. As a former educator, I'm particularly sensitive to the fact that we really have to provide the ability for research and development. We have to provide that for Canadians. And of course, we, as the national government in Ottawa, are not responsible for tuitions. We're not responsible for the programs, but we, as a partner, provide money. But the difficulty is that a lot of these are what we call block transfers. And I noticed that the Standing Committee on Finance, Mr. Speaker, is looking at having a separate item identified for post-secondary education. And I think that's very important. Whether on that side of the House or this side of the House, we all would like to know where the money goes. We'd like to see it to be identified. And I think that's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, that in the post-secondary area that in fact, is done. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, that the government could do, and I make this as a recommendation to the government, is that they could act immediately on the post-secondary education in terms of low-income and disabled students. Importance of developing a highly educated, skilled population. They could do that in many ways. First of all, as we know, investing in students is not about promoting individual wealth. It's not about who's lucky enough to go to college or post-secondary school or university. It's people should have the opportunity regardless of their financial situation. And the previous government, previous Liberal government, of course, had provided tax credits and obviously things towards textbooks as an example. We, of course, had the Millennium Scholarship Program, and we've had people come, I know, to the Standing Committee wanting to see that back. Again, an initiative rather than, when the Millennium occurred, the previous Liberal government, rather than create some big monument to the Millennium, decided to invest in university students and college students across the country. Well received, even by colleagues, I think, at all parties. Cutting youth employment programs is a mistake, Mr. Speaker, because young people often need to have a part-time job, summer job, in order to be able to get money to go to university. And by not having those youth internship programs, the literacy programs that they need, this, I think, is a very, very sad thing to do, and I'm hoping that the government, again, will review that situation. Now, one area that I do want to talk about, and I talked about it when I was Parliamentary Secretary, and that was the Canada Social Transfer, the CST. I believe it should be divided into the social transfer and a post-secondary education transfer as a means of increasing transparency and accountability. And I think all members on all sides of the House, we talk about transparency and accountability. This would be very good. It also gives, I believe, Mr. Speaker, holds the feet to the fire of the provinces, because they can't simply say, well, we didn't get enough money from Ottawa. They will have to be able to say, here is the money that went for this. particular area, which happens to be, as I say, both in the social transfer area, and I believe we need to do that in post-secondary education. And I think the Standing Committee on Finance had thorough discussions on that and had excellent representations on that. I think it's important that, again, by having the highest educated workforce, we also see the problem of increasing tuitions. Now, tuitions do not fall under the purview of Ottawa, but clearly we need to provide as much assistance as we can, and we do that in terms of availability for student loans. We see that in terms of grants, but we also need to make sure that we have opportunities for students to be able to go out there and to be able to work when they need to in order to help them go to university. We need to motivate young people. We need to provide opportunities across this country. We live in the greatest country in the world. We have the opportunity galore as long as people have hope. And they need hope. And one of the things that government can do is not hand out, but hand up. And that's how they can do that through these kind of programs. Lack of education is simply a loss, not only for that individual, but it's a loss for our country. And I think that is something we cannot continue to see. One of the areas we have, Mr. Speaker, is the Registered Education Savings Plan. And one of our colleagues in the House here has a private member's bill, which says that only 27% of Canadian families, in fact, have an RESP to pay for their children's education. But it's not tax deductible, Mr. Speaker. So the problem is that if you put money in, there is absolutely no credit. And one major reason for that is obviously that there is not that incentive, whereas you have with an RSP. So making contributions tax deductible, I believe, as the bill proposes, will offer families incentives and financial assistance to create and manage that RSP. So if you put even down $100 a month times 12, there's $1,200 right there. And again, I think that's important because, again, the aim is to make sure that we get young people to post-secondary institutions. It also will provide assistance in addressing some of the educational costs that are out there as well, and will lessen the impact on post-graduation debt, which, of course, is one of the things that I certainly hear about, and that is the debt that often students come out with at the end of their 4 years of university. I think all members of this House will concur that we need to make access easier for post-secondary education, skills training for our young people. And the government, I believe, has an important role to play. I don't think that this is a partisan issue. I don't think it's a Liberal issue, an NDP issue, Conservative issue, Bloc issue. It's everyone's issue. And again, how we approach that, Mr. Speaker. 1/3 of the students who left before graduating in 2002 did so for financial reasons. So again, addressing that issue. It's projected by 2010, a 4-year degree program will be in excess of $10,000, and we're going to see the fact that that's not including, of course, we have books and all those things, which really add up. I'd like to return, Mr. Speaker, briefly to the issue of the environment. Now, I see the Parliamentary Secretary is here, and he's obviously, he and I have worked together in the past. I want to point out that the environment plan that the Minister had presented, the Clean Air Plan, was basically rejected by environmentalists, NGOs, and certainly by many members in this House. And I thank the government for at least now sending it to a special committee which will review this particular piece of legislation. And it will be an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to put back many of the things that have been decimated in the past. We have seen, for example, that 92% of Project Green funding was cut by the government. And clearly, we're still looking at the impacts of that, and I talked earlier about EnerGuide and other opportunities which Canadians had been using up until these cuts. Now, the Minister enunciated yesterday about the issue in debt, particularly the international Kyoto system, and about the $1.5 million. I was not clear today in the question period whether or not the $1.5 has been paid. Did they FedEx the money over? I'm not sure. The Minister has indicated that it's been paid. I will take her at her word, although her ADM did contradict her in committee yesterday, so I'm not really sure there, but that's something that clearly needs to be sorted out. We had, of course, the issue of the government, the previous Liberal government proposed to add 6 greenhouse gases, Mr. Speaker, in September of 2005 under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, CEPA. Now the government is now talking about having to amend CEPA and deal with different changes. Well, the legislation already has the ability to deal with that. They don't need to change it. We know, Mr. Speaker, that we have an international responsibility in dealing with the environment. And clearly we've got to provide both financial support in that regard, and we need to provide policy in that regard as well. And that's why the previous government had launched Project Green, as I said, the most aggressive plan of the G8. But the fact is, honoring our commitments. We hear often from the government that, well, you know, we weren't going to make our targets. Well, for the last 10 months, I haven't seen anything which would suggest that they're meeting their targets at all, because they've wasted 10 months. We need to move forward, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I abhor debt of any kind, and that is why I was very proud of the previous government paying down the national debt, and I certainly am pleased to see that the government is intending to do so, although the $13 billion that they put down from the 2005-2006, of course, was part of that. And if, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me my 20 minutes is up, that's the fastest 20 minutes, but I think I've tried to enunciate at least some of the concerns that I have and some of my constituents have in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:54 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant du gouvernement. Motion 235, standing in the name of Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey, seconded by Mr. Mills, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should continue to work collaboratively with Statistics Canada, the provincial and territorial cancer registries, and key stakeholders towards the ultimate goal of creating uniform national standards and guidelines for the surveillance of all malignant and benign brain tumors, including data collection, analysis, and reporting. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Not bad. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's with a great deal of pride and emotion I stand today to talk about this private member's motion. And it basically identifies a gap in research on brain tumors, especially benign brain tumors in Canada. There's a gap in information that's gathered in that there is no consistency from province to province and territory to territory. There's no opportunity for comparisons for environmental causes of brain tumors, for geographic causes for brain tumors, for heredity causes of brain tumors, and lifestyle causes. So we've definitely focused on this as a gap in research, and we're asking the government to fill that gap and provide consistency with research and record-keeping right across the country, as they have done in some other countries and are working on in many other countries to establish the same standard. And I want to speak to how this happened to come to my attention, first of all. It started for me when 2 families in my riding had children afflicted with brain tumors, and they came to my office seeking help in a number of ways to help raise public awareness or seek additional research and access to assistance for their predicament, which is most troubling and most difficult to handle. In 2001, Allison and Wanda McDonald came to me in my office in Truro, Nova Scotia, about their son Matthew, who had passed away the year before. Matthew was diagnosed at age 11 with a brain tumor and died at age 14. I didn't know Matthew, but from everybody I talked to, he was truly an inspiration. I understand he visited Parliament and was here during a short life. He was identified or named an IWK champion. That's an Isaac Walton Killam champion for his positive attitude and his great outlook while a patient at Isaac Walton Killam Hospital in Halifax. My understanding, he won everyone's heart. Matthew's father became the chair of the Brain Tumor Research Assistance and Information Network, better known as Brainchild Maritimes, and went to work to try to help other parents and other victims of this affliction. A few years later, another family came to me Jennifer Dempsey and Alan Dempsey from Amherst came to me about their son Brandon. Brandon was diagnosed at age 4, had several operations, has had chemo, radiation, and he's been through everything that you can possibly imagine at a young age. He's now 12. He's in grade 7. He's got an 88 average. He's doing great. He's enthusiastic and he's courageous, and he too is an inspiration to all of us. Now, if I was allowed to say so, Mr. Speaker, I'd point out that he's in the gallery, but I'm not allowed to say that, so I won't. But now Jennifer, Brandon's mother, has assumed the chair of Brainchild Maritimes, and I'm so proud that both of these families have been through this and had the courage and commitment and perseverance to take this cause on, and I'm so glad that we in this House are going to be able to help them with this motion if it passes, and I sincerely hope it does. Jennifer and Alan began their 8-year battle to help Brandon, but what's happened is their effort to help Brandon has expanded a lot. They came to my office. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to help them, but I wanted to. We had a staff meeting. We decided to do everything we could in our office to help the Dempsey family and see if we can help Brandon with his challenges. And we started to gather information. We did what we could, and my assistant, who always exceeds expectations, Lauren Byrne, said, let's do a private member's bill. And I said, well, that's a good idea. Let's do it, not thinking that it would get drawn very soon, and maybe not ever, the way things go. But here we are. It was drawn, and here we are with the private members bill, and we do have an opportunity to help. The impact has been astounding. We have not broadcast this in any way, shape, or form. This was focused on trying to help the Dempsey family and the McDonald family and victims in our area. But what's happened is we've had response from all over the country. We had response from the United States, from Australia, from Germany, from Britain. And it's just been absolutely incredible, the response and support for this very simple private members motion asking the government to gather up statistics and do it on a national basis with national standards. And I want to use other words or words of others because I believe they're more meaningful than anything that I could ever say. I have divided them in just some of the statements. We've received hundreds of letters. I'm going to go through a few lines of a few of the letters to give you an idea of what we're receiving. And here's a letter from Stephen Melody Northey in London, Ontario. And I'll just read a line. As a father who lost his 8-year-old daughter to a brain tumor and co-founder 25 years ago of the Brain Tumor Foundation in Canada, I applaud your efforts and support your cause. Here's another one from British Columbia, from Natalie Tabrinki. There have been 3 people living within a quarter mile of my house who have been hit with brain tumors. I'm the only one still alive. We need to have answers, and I think we owe them answers. Here's one from Joseph Beldanza from Toronto. I am part of a family that has lost 1 member to a brain tumor, and 2 others have been diagnosed with different types of brain tumors. We need help. Shirley Fleming from Dartmouth. I am the mother of a child who is a brain tumor survivor. I am not confident that all is being done that can be done and should be done for prevention and treatment of these tumors. Well, Sherry, I hope we can help you. Joanne Morrison from Mississauga. My husband Guy was diagnosed with a malignant tumor in December 1997, passed away from this terrible disease in March of 2002. And it goes on and on and on. I have survived since 2001 with a diagnosis of a malignant brain tumor. I was an active, healthy 43-year-old mother, wife, and small business operator. As a family, we continue our healing journey. The doctors have told me it's only a matter of time before the tumor returns. I totally support your effort with motion M235. They go on and on. I even have one here from Taiwan. Now, some of you know this man, I'm sure, Dr. Thomas Chen. And he emailed me and he said, my sister was recently diagnosed of having a brain tumor. We are totally devastated and stressed to hear it. We are sure that all Canadian citizens and even the world would support you. So those are just some of the letters we've had from the families and the victims. And then I want to read a few letters from the doctors and the people in the healthcare industry have written us. And here's a very poignant one. This doctor has emailed me 2 or 3 times, is Dr. Michael Cusimano. He's a neurosurgeon at the St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto. Dear Mr. Casey, as a neurosurgeon who deals with a large number of families of these patients and their families, and someone who would like to study the causes of these tumors in our communities, I applaud this move. The foresight shown in moving this forward will advance the hope of thousands of patients. I hope that this will be the first of many advances for these patients who are often most disenfranchised members of our society because of the nature of their tumors, and he's referring to benign tumors. And he goes on to explain what that is in a later letter. But we've had letters from all across the country, from medical facilities everywhere, and they're totally supportive of this. Here's one from British Columbia from the BC Children's Hospital saying, as a director of the Pediatric Neuro-Oncology Program at BC, I applaud your efforts. Please push on. Here's one from Princess Margaret Hospital in Toronto. As the Administrative Secretary of the Pencer Brain Tumor Centre at the Princess Margaret Hospital, I am writing to express my strong support. The Capital Health in Halifax at the Queen Elizabeth II Hospital. I am the Brain Tumor Coordinator at the Queen Elizabeth II Health Sciences Centre in Halifax. As the neuro-oncology nurse who deals daily with the devastating effects of the diagnosis of brain tumor has on patients and families, I applaud your efforts and promote a national standardized approach to the collection of information. Calgary Health Region at the University of Calgary, the Calgary Health Region Foothills Medical Center, same thing, written by the neuro-oncologist, neurosurgeon, and cancer researcher. These people are busy people, but they see the need here. Here's one from, this is really quite amazing. It's from the Princess Margaret Hospital in Toronto. We are writing today to offer our support for your private member's motion M235. The passing of M235 by the House will be a very, very positive step toward the creation of uniform national standards and guidelines for the surveillance of all malignant and benign brain tumors. This valuable data will be of great assistance to us and our colleagues around the world in directing future research into treatments for these devastating diseases and ultimately finding a cure. And that's signed by 5 doctors, and I'm so grateful to them for taking the time to do this. Dr. Warren Mason, Dr. Barbara Ann Miller, Dr. Mary Elliott, Dr. Norman LaPierre, Dr. Cynthia Menard. And again, here's another one. Here's one that is amazing. This one came from Australia, from Dennis Strangman, chair of the International Brain Tumor Alliance, and he said he just returned from Australia, and the New South Wales Cancer Registry has decided to count benign brain tumors in all of their information, and that's exactly what we want to have done here. My last little batch of letters, I want to thank these doctors so much for taking the time to do this. This is from the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada, and I think every director of the board sent me a letter, but here's just one of them. As a neurosurgeon and vice chair of the board of directors of Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada, I am writing to express my strong support. This information may help patients and families to access the resources they so desperately need. I got a letter from Dr. David Coleman, PhD, from the Wilder Penfield Institute at McGill University and the Montreal Neurological Institute. As the director of the Montreal Neurological Institute and Hospital at McGill University, this motion will help us answer questions about the incidence, best treatment practice, and outcomes of brain tumor patients. And as a coincidence, Dr. Wilder Penfield operated on my grandmother decades ago when she went blind. Dr. Wilder Penfield operated on her and restored her sight somehow through brain surgery. She's long gone, but it was such a surprise to get this letter and to have that memory revived. But here's one from the Robarts Research Institute in London, Ontario. Same thing, letters of support. The Oklahoma District Brain Tumor Support Group, the Brain Tumor Research and Assistance Information Network at the IWK Health Center in Halifax, the Brain Tumor Coalition of the United States. But here's another letter back from Dr. Cusimano, and he said, and this is the key, it is extremely important to realize that the word benign is not entirely appropriate when it comes to brain tumors. This work in your bill represents a critical first step towards making meaningful progress that will not only have ripples throughout Canadian society, but will also help those with brain tumors elsewhere by the new knowledge, research, and awareness it will raise. So I just think those words are far more effective than anything I can say. I want to just ask members in the House to support this bill. It will do nothing but good. It will help a lot of people, young people, old people, people that have no place to turn now. This will provide them with a great deal of tools and research ability that they just don't have. My time is running out. I don't want to run out without thanking Jennifer and Brandon for their incredible contribution to this cause and their dedication. To Allison and Wanda McDonald, who lost their son Matthew, and who are still working on this cause to raise attention and public awareness. They have put the spotlight on this gap in research, and we're all very grateful for them. I want to thank all those hundreds of people and doctors that have written us so surprisingly, and so written me and our office with letters of support. All the organizations that supplied us with the details. I want to thank the Minister of Health who has supported us 100%. I want to thank the Prime Minister for taking the time today to meet with Jennifer and Brandon. It meant so much to them, so much to us. It will help us so much. By him taking the time, inviting young Brandon to his office and having a chat with him and talking about what he's gone through in the way of treatment, how he's doing in school. And I just want to thank the Prime Minister again. I want to thank all the MPs in the House today for listening to this and for their support for it. I want to thank my staff, especially Lauren Burnt, for his dedication and great work on drafting this. And I just want, in closing, I want to read, if I can find it, a quote by Jennifer Dempsey out of the Amherst Daily News today. When I first started on this, Jennifer is Brandon's mother. When I first started on this, I was doing it for Brandon, which was rather personal and selfish of me. But I believe this is now going to help people all across Canada in other places. And I just want to say to Jennifer and Brandon, you've already helped so many people. You've done a great job. And we are all very, very grateful for your persistence and determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his excellent bill and his thoughtful presentation. And I think he'll find a lot of support in the House for this, a tremendous initiative. And I just want to do two things in my questions. One, his speech was very well researched and had a lot of interesting information. First thing I'd like to do is ask him if there was anything that he didn't have a chance to say that he wanted to. I'd like to give him that time to complete anything. And the other thing I've had a constituent that has complained, validly about the determinants of cancer that we could control, like chemicals in society. And I wonder if the member could answer two questions. One is, why hasn't extended this to all forms of cancer, which, I mean, obviously that information would be helpful in saving lives in other forms of cancer. And second of all, if the research could then be also studied to analyze or enumerate the causes of those cancers, because then that could help prevent it in the future.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatobit Valley.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your generous offer to allow me to talk some more. I appreciate that opportunity. But these cases have homed in on a gap in the research. Actually, there's more research and statistics on cancer than there is on benign tumors, and this is the issue. Benign tumors are often overlooked, and as Dr. Cusimano from Toronto said, it's an inappropriate word. And because they're benign, often they're left off the statistics. Some people think that if benign tumors were included in the statistics we have now, there'd be 40% more tumors listed. But as it is, my understanding is there's 55,000 Canadians now are suffering from brain tumors of one type or the other, and we don't want to prevent anybody from having research. We want to make sure that they're all researched, they're all recorded in a uniform way across the country, so we can determine just exactly what the member raised. I mean, is this a cluster of people that have gotten tumors, and why? Is it heredity? Is it environment? Or is it lifestyle? And is there another group that may live near some kind of a mine or something, or some radiation? I mean, we have no idea. But without statistics, we can't say. We can't match that group with that group and find out. But thank you very much for your question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for this bill. And I think the member's commitment to fighting cancer is commendable, and I think all Canadians should be very proud of the work that this member has done. I wonder if the member could talk about the initiative, the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer, and how there will be synergies between this member's initiative and the $260 million over 5 years that this government has committed, and all the entire cancer community are supportive of. I wonder if the member could comment on this government's work on cancer and how it works with his private member's bill.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatobit Valley.
Thank you very much, and I want to emphasize. I said quickly that I wanted to thank the Minister of Health for his support, but he's been instrumental in us drafting this bill. Actually, we drafted it. We asked him if he could support it. He said if you can make a few little changes, we'd love to support it. And I'm not allowed to say what goes on in caucus, but he actually spoke at caucus in support of it, but I can't tell anybody. But he's been very supportive all the way along. In fact, he said we should make this part of our $260 million cancer strategy, which the parliamentary secretary has worked so hard on, too, by the way. But to answer your question, I want to read another letter if I can find it very quickly. I just can't put my fingers on it. But I had a letter from a physician or a neurosurgeon that said that he thinks that this all ties in nicely with what the government's doing, and he supports it in that way. So, again, I want to thank the Minister of Health. He met with Brandon today and Jennifer, and had a long chat with them about what their circumstances and what they've been through again. And he's just been very supportive, and I'm sure that we're going to make progress with this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak to this motion on a subject matter that is awfully important to many thousands of Canadians who are affected by brain tumours. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatobit Valley for the excellent job he's done on this issue and for placing before this House this important motion, and one that I support without reservation. We often hear in the House that when members speak to an issue, they say this is not a partisan matter. Quite often it turns out to be. In this case, it certainly isn't. Mr. Speaker, I first had this issue highlighted to me when I was visited by a number of people, including Ann Chapman, the coordinating nurse at the IWK Brain Tumour Clinic, about a year, perhaps just over a year ago. And she visited to tell us all of the plight of Canadians who are suffering from brain tumours. I know Ann a little bit, and I know of her dedication to children as a nurse at the IWK. And as my honourable colleague did with the Dempsey family, if I was allowed to mention that Ann's daughter Ashley was here with us, I would, but since I'm not, I'll pass on. As the nurse coordinator, Ann comes into daily contact with young children and their families all the time, families who struggle with this awful disease. She's with families throughout their treatment, and she had written me a letter, which I'd like to just read a little part of. This is from Ann Chapman, who says, Mr. Speaker, as the nurse coordinator who sits by the bedside of far too many children and families to help support them through this devastating diagnosis and treatment, this bill can't get passed soon enough. This bill will help raise awareness about the actual number of Canadians diagnosed with brain tumours, both malignant and benign. There are many children diagnosed with benign brain tumours, but the treatment and late effects can be hardly considered benign on a young developing brain. Some children with benign brain tumours undergo multiple surgeries and are treated with chemotherapy and radiation. So the word benign, as my colleague has already indicated, is very misleading. Mr. Speaker, having been on the board of the Isaac Walton Killam Hospital in Nova Scotia before I became a member, Ann Chapman represents the kind of work that is done by so many people at that great institution dealing with children from Atlantic Canada. So I believe this motion today will help raise awareness of persons diagnosed with brain tumours, both malignant and benign. Mr. Speaker, statistics provided to us by the Canadian Alliance of Brain Tumour Organizations really are kind of troubling. Every year in every community in Canada, it's possible that somebody could be diagnosed with a brain tumour. Data indicates that up to 10,000 Canadians are diagnosed with a primary or metastatic brain tumour in each year. And sadly, children account for about a third of that total. Although some children are diagnosed with the benign brain tumours, the treatment and the ensuing effects are such that it potentially harms a child's developing brain. Many of these people, as we heard from Ann, have to endure very invasive surgeries and are treated with chemotherapy as well as radiation. We hear that accurate data on primary brain tumours is needed to facilitate the research. Mr. Speaker, we need accurate pan-Canadian data in order to better understand this disease, and by better understanding it, we can provide improved diagnosis and improved treatment. The Canadian Alliance tells us that there is no national mechanism or standard for the collection of both malignant and benign brain tumours data. They have a particular concern that jurisdictions in Canada seem to be reporting only the malignant cases. It's clear, as has been suggested earlier, that we need to have a better understanding of the actual numbers to accurately reflect the impact of this awful disease on Canadians and their families. So I'm very pleased that this motion calls upon the government to work with its provincial partners and advocacy groups in order to obtain timely and accurate data. And I'm also pleased to hear from the colleague that this has the support of the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister of Canada. Mr. Speaker, brain tumours are second only to leukemia in the incidence in children. The effects of brain tumours are particularly devastating because of the fact that they're centred in a person's centre of thought, emotion and movement. And the impact on families, as we've heard, is devastating. I'd like to, if I could, read a letter. I have two letters from constituents of mine who sent me letters today, as a matter of fact, talking about the impact of this disease on their family. Marilyn Parker in Dartmouth wrote to me, and I quote, part of her letter in support of this bill. She says, over a one-year period, her daughter Deanna underwent 5 different protocols of chemotherapy, and then finally 6 weeks, 30 treatments of radiation in Boston. She's now 10 years old and in grade 5 at Robert Kemp Turner Elementary School. Miraculously, she suffers no neurological deficits, but does suffer some of what she refers to as minor physical deficits: vision, hearing, growth, thyroid. She's very active in school and community activities and is the joy of my life, along with her 2 older brothers. That from Marilyn Parker. I have a letter from Colleen Ferguson, who she took the time to send this to me today. Part of her letter is as follows. I am the mother of a child with a brain tumor. Our son Mitchell was diagnosed in January of 2001 with a benign brain tumor. Once our surgeon indicated that the tumor was benign, we thought we would have somewhat of a reprieve. This, in fact, was not the case. As a result, Mitch has undergone 4 major brain surgeries and a few minor. Not soon after his diagnosis of a benign brain tumor, he quickly deteriorated. Mitchell was very ill. For some time, we weren't sure that he would make it. The benign tumor became a mix of benign and malignant. This tumor has resulted in Mitchell undergoing 6 weeks of radiation and 3.5 years of chemotherapy. The benign malignant tumor, along with the treatments, has left our son with some definite deficits. We are learning to overcome some of these deficits, and with your help, families such as ours will have more resources to draw upon. Mr. Speaker, these are pretty devastating stories, and pretty impactful stories from families who are affected by brain tumors. We're fortunate in Canada to live in a country that prides itself on our healthcare system. Many countries in the world are nowhere near as fortunate. One of the principles of Medicare is that nobody should be denied health service based on where they live or their condition. But we know there are gaps. We hear it all the time. And those gaps affect lives, often dramatically. Gaps can be province to province. Mr. Speaker, perhaps another form of 2-tier health care in Canada. Treatment options vary dramatically in a lot of cases across Canada, and certainly in the case of brain tumors. Last year, I presented a statement in this House on the issue of brain tumors after my visit from Ann Chapman and her friends. I've learned a great deal since then about how this issue affects the lives of our fellow Canadians. As parliamentarians, it's our duty to make choices every day, and some of those are very difficult. But, Mr. Speaker, the voices of people with brain tumors speak to the need to do more. How can we hear these stories of families whose lives are turned upside down, of Mitchell and Deanna and their families, of Brandon, who inspired his mother, Jennifer Dempsey, to work with the honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley to bring this motion here today? Many of us know people who've gone through chemotherapy or radiation. I've had 2 parents who've gone through cancer treatments, and I can hardly imagine 3.5 years of chemotherapy and how that impacts on a person and their family. I hope in some small measure we can all be of help in creating greater awareness of this issue. Again, my congratulations to my Nova Scotia colleague for his work, and I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a motion that is of interest to all members who are concerned about the fate of cancer patients, but we have to also look at the intention behind this motion and the concern shared by many people in this House, if not all members. But when you look at the wording of the motion, Mr. Speaker, I will read it, that in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should continue to work collaboratively with Statistics Canada. No problem there. But after that, and I will continue to read the motion, the provincial and territorial cancer registries and key stakeholders towards the ultimate goal of creating uniform national standards and guidelines for the surveillance of all malignant and benign brain tumors, including data collection, analysis, and reporting. Mr. Speaker, that's where the Bloc cannot support the motion, because we would be opening to the door to federal meddling. I will quote what was said by the press attaché for the minister, the Prime Minister, or Premier of Quebec, Mr. Charest. The government has decided not to support this motion to create standards, and we are pleased that in each of the provinces people are taking measures to deal with this problem. However, I have to base myself on what was said by the Premier of Quebec and the Minister Couillard, the Minister of Health, Couillard. The health care services comes under provincial jurisdiction, and the Premier of Quebec said it would be a good idea for the federal government to not meddle in the way that we provide health care services. So therefore, I think it would not be a good idea for the federal government to stick its nose into matters that come under provincial jurisdiction. The critic, the health critic, Minister Philippe Couillard, said we will not tolerate any intervention into matters that come under provincial jurisdiction. We will not be told how to provide health care to Quebec citizens. That was in reaction to what the former Minister of Health had to say to the province of Quebec. So this motion is not shared by all stakeholders in Quebec, and whether it be the Liberal government that's at the helm, or we know that this is an issue that has gone on for a long time now. We cannot go ahead and produce standards and guidelines, national guidelines and standards. The Bloc cannot support such a motion. We are very concerned by this tragedy of cancer. We know that cancer is really growing. There are all kinds of statistics that show that this is the case. We know about the magnitude of the problem. There are 8 deaths every minute due to cancer. So, Mr. Speaker, indeed, there are some very alarming signals here. There's apparently a 3% increase in cancer per year, and this is a source of deep concern. But what this motion does is that we have to understand that perhaps not all provinces have assumed their responsibilities in this jurisdiction. And as far as waiting times are concerned for cancer patients, or they get their first treatment in less than 4 weeks in Quebec. But in other provinces, this is not necessarily the case. Saskatchewan has the longest wait times. More than half of the patients have to wait up to 12 weeks. So a federal minister or a MP who sits here in Ottawa, I can understand that they're very concerned about the patients in their provinces. But it's up to their province to do something about it, because they're responsible for this. Quebec compares quite favorably with other provinces. We compare very favorably with Manitoba, that has the most effective system and has a 1-week wait time for prostate cancer patients. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that Quebec has its own strategy. It's a very complicated one. We know that health requires many different types of interventions from many sectors. Where here I refer to doctors, CLSCs, secondary support measures, organizations that are linked to the health sector. So Quebec did adopt a plan back in 1998 to better meet the needs of this particular issue, that is cancer. And we are relying on the expertise on many different intervenants, interveners to take action. So we are not doing this because of mean-spiritedness. We simply want greater consistency, and I can understand that the member who tabled the motion, I realize that there's a sense this is a sensitive issue. We're all aware of the problems, but it's not by adopting this motion that we will enable Quebec to have a better performance. And I would also like to talk about another issue. Since 1994, there have been incredible cutbacks in the healthcare sector. $6.2 billion in transfer payments were slashed, and that also includes payments for education as well, but primarily health. And the money was used to pay down the debt. And today, now we're having a debate which is very, and all that we can say is that provinces are the ones that deal with health, and if we can see that the Conservatives have recognized that this is a provincial jurisdiction. They realize that there is pressure being brought to bear on the provinces, but the fiscal imbalance exists. People are starting to acknowledge this now, and it's the Bloc that has pointed out there is there's a lack of balance. There's an imbalance for Quebec and the other provinces. The other provinces have shown that they have recognized that there is a fiscal imbalance as well, and they're seeking compensation. They want money that they don't have in their pockets and that enable them to meet the needs of their citizens, because establishing standards and guidelines, well, that's all well and good. It's very easy to say, oh, we're the fathers, we're going to impose these standards on you, we have to have action plans, objectives, but the provinces have to be able to meet the needs of their citizens. And the federal government is perceived by the citizens as having too many responsibilities. But who is the one who is responsible for the CLCs and for the doctors and healthcare services and social services? Well, it's the provinces. And that's why we feel that this motion we're studying today, I don't think that the government of Quebec and the other provinces don't want to provide information for their own programs or for their own strategies, but imposing national standards and on the provinces, I don't think that the political actors, I think that all the political actors have said no to this type of intervention. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that if we are serious about this today, I would have liked to have heard a proposal or a motion that would say that we recognize a fiscal imbalance, and so that the provinces, in order to meet the needs of their citizens for health, for cancer, well, that the federal government will help the provinces resolve the fiscal imbalance so that health care could be dealt with properly by the provinces, that the federal government would ensure that the provinces have the tools they need to meet this objective, that is, to meet the needs of the population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion, and I would like to offer a few comments about it. There's no question that we do not have a surveillance method for brain tumors, either benign or malignant, in this country. And I think it's important at the beginning because people hear the word brain cancer
or brain tumor, and they think of a malignant cancer. While a benign tumor is not cancer, it nevertheless can cause a great deal of damage to an individual. Unfortunately, I think people also who read a little bit about medical terminology may hear the word benign and not pay much attention, because it sort of means, oh, it's benign, it's okay. I don't have to worry now. You know, if as somebody who's had breast cancer, if somebody had said the biopsy was benign, I would have gone, whew, because benign to me means everything will be fine. And I think it's the area of benign tumors where there has been less focus on surveillance, less focus on follow-up, less focus on the kinds of supports that need to be in place for those either children or adults that may be diagnosed. I think that we know that whether a tumor is benign or malignant, the treatment can lead, if people are very lucky with malignant tumors, brain tumors, people will do well. But we do know also with benign tumors as well that while the tumor will not spread, it may reoccur. And in point of fact, does reoccur. And it is not at all uncommon. I can think of 3 people, without sort of thinking very much about it in my life, who have recurring benign brain tumors. And for at least 2 of those individuals, the surgery and the treatment for the benign brain tumors has caused permanent physical disability. One person has lost most of their vision. One person has a number of facial movement and speech disorders, because when you go in to take out for instance, a breast tumor, you're not going to do damage to the surrounding area. You go in to take out a benign brain tumor, you're still going to do damage, potentially, depending on where it is, to the surrounding area, because you're so close, as has been said, to all those areas that control thought, smell, sense, movement, all of that. So I think that it is important to have surveillance on both. And I thank the member for raising it, because most of the focus, as I say, has been on I think, on malignant. If you do surveillance, we have an opportunity to see across the country where there may be, you know, is it consistent across the country? Are there provinces or parts of provinces where we see this in a greater degree? As a federal government, we need to know that. We need to know that, and we need to be able to share that with provinces. Because there may be, and I have seen this in another sort of neurotubular disorders, that when some surveillance was done, suddenly we saw that far larger number of children than we should have seen, although one should never see any, but the statistics would say you would see with neurotubular disorders in areas where spraying was going on. So it helps us when we look across the country to see, are there particular places where we need to have a closer look at the environment in which children or adults are living who are developing tumors. Secondly, it provides us with an opportunity, I think, that we don't currently take advantage of or provide enough support for, which is the area of what happens after. So the benign tumor or malignant tumor is treated and is halted. But there are not the kinds of supports and programs in place that provide for education, job retraining, any health care that might be needed, because they don't fit into the existing categories. I mean, they don't have particular challenges where there are programs actually already developed, and often simply are at home with no support, or out of school, or have to stand back from their jobs, which helps them support their families, because there hasn't been a focus on the kind of post-treatment supports that those individuals would need. I would agree strongly, actually, with the member from Dartmouth that we have a healthcare system where we believe that nobody should be denied treatment. The better the surveillance we do, the more likely we are to be able to get more causal information, and the better we are to be able to respond, and to respond not just to the tumor, but to what kinds of supports people need after the fact. If somebody's in a rural area, obviously they're going to need more support than in an urban area, because they're going to have to travel for their treatment, and so that has to be in place. But it also allows us causally to look at what are the differences between, what are we seeing in terms of population groups? Are we seeing more adults? Are we seeing more children? What percentage are we seeing who are children under 5, teenagers, older adults? So what are we seeing around age? What are we seeing around cultural background or ethnic background? Do we see more in people from a particular ethnic background than another? Because that lets us do far better surveillance. It also lets us know more about genetics. Do we think this is familial, or do we not? Having surveillance allows us to identify that kind of information as well, and then to be able to set up in the way we have with other kinds of, certainly with cancers, other kinds of cancers, whether there's a familial characteristic to a particular kind of tumor. Now, I have to say, this may very well require more funds. Not just funds for surveillance, but because programs, I think, are significantly lacking after treatment, then I think that there are going to have to be more health dollars and perhaps education dollars and training dollars certainly from the federal government and perhaps provincial governments, to make sure that once people are identified as having particular needs, then they're not one-offs. They are followed up with particular kinds of programs that do meet their needs. So there is a funding issue. And we already know that provincial governments are struggling for health care dollars now. They cannot meet the needs of everybody. They can, with rising drug costs and wait times and growing population, and having been a health minister, I know how hard it is to meet everybody's needs within a health budget. The one concern I have, not a concern, but I guess a comment I would make is, I would like there to be a federal government responsibility to look at surveillance in a more overall way. Like, I don't want people to have to bring a motion to the House every time somebody has a disease that we need to do surveillance of, because it's a very cumbersome and I think not effective way of doing surveillance. So it's not that I don't support the member's motion. I do. I just think that in terms of how we do surveillance on illnesses across our country, I don't want it to have to be a one-off and a one-off and a one-off because a member gets a motion day and can bring that motion forward because it's important to them, as it is to this member. I would like it to be in a more organized, systematic, efficacious way than we currently see.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut off the honourable member there, as her time has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to just comment on the previous member's concluding remarks. In fact, this motion is very compatible with the government's agenda to increase collaboration with the provinces and territories, and it's well aligned with the Canadian Strategy for Cancer Control, which has now been released as the Pan-Canadian the Partnership to Fight Cancer. And it also goes along with the Healthy Living and Chronic Disease Initiative that this government is pursuing to create a comprehensive pan-Canadian surveillance system. So the members' concern about a surveillance has been addressed by this government, which I think is very positive. Now, to speak of the motion itself, first let me congratulate the member from Cumberland Colchester for this excellent motion. As we know, benign brain tumors have not routinely collected by provincial and territorial cancer registries, and thus are not included in the Canadian Cancer Registry. There are several reasons why data on benign brain tumors should be collected. First, there's the human dimension. Brain cancer is the most common solid tumor in children and youth. Each year in Canada, over 200 children and youth under the age of 20 are diagnosed with brain tumors, and nearly 60 die from their disease. Among those who survive, the long-term health effects and the functioning consequences are serious. In addition, brain cancer is also significant among young adults. In 2003, there were 388 cases diagnosed within the 20 to 44 age group, or close to 20% of brain cancer cases among Canadians aged 20 or older. In total, 2,500 cases and 1,650 deaths from malignant brain and nervous system cancer are expected in 2006 in Canada. The number of brain and nervous system cancer cases would increase by about between 40 and 70% if benign cases were included. Benign cases contribute to a substantial portion of the total burden of brain cancer. Second, the creation of a uniform national standards and guidelines for the surveillance of all types of brain tumors has the potential to improve the quality and completeness of brain tumor registration across Canada. Third, having this complete and accurate data on primary brain tumors will facilitate research into the causes of this disease, which may lead to improved diagnosis and treatment of patients. It will, for example, help identify factors that influence the risk for developing the various types of brain tumors. Fourth, cancer registries serve several important purposes by linking available sources of administrative data to obtain information on a number of new cancer cases and corresponding patient follow-up information. This information allows basic surveillance and establishes a platform to provide the additional information needed to develop and evaluate cancer control programs. There is also a link between cancer registries to other administrative databases such as vital statistics to further assess causes of cancer, such as behavioral risk factors, as well as occupational and environmental exposures. It would also allow an evaluation of trends in the rates of newly diagnosed cases. Fifth, the inclusion of benign brain tumors is also needed to allow these tumors to be compared across registries, both nationally and internationally. Sixth, there are many subtypes of brain and nervous system cancers. The chance of recovery and choice of treatment depends on the type, grade, and location of the tumor, and whether the cancer remains after surgery and/or have spread to other parts of the brain. In addition, since studies have demonstrated that some benign brain cancers transform into more dangerous types of tumors, the full spectrum of information about these diseases should be included in cancer registries. And finally, this motion is highly compatible, as I've said earlier, with the government's agenda to increase collaboration with provinces and territories. It is well aligned with the objective of the Health Minister to create a comprehensive pan-Canadian surveillance system. Mr. Speaker, I heard some of the comments from my honourable member friend from the bloc, and I think it's important that Canadians from coast to coast to coast understand that there are synergies that can be gained by working together. That people in Quebec and Manitoba and Newfoundland and BC and the Yukon and so forth can benefit by us sharing information and learning from each other's experiences. And this is one of the great flaws that we see in the Bloc's argument time and time again, that somehow pandemic or other diseases respect provincial boundaries. Well, of course they do not. And we need to work together so that all Canadians can be as healthy as possible. I'd also like to take a moment to comment on the leadership that the Health Minister and the Prime Minister have undertaken with the creation of the Canadian Partnership to Fight Cancer. This partnership has the backing of all the major cancer groups throughout the land, including the Canadian Cancer Society, the prostate cancer groups, breast cancer, and you just name virtually any type of cancer, and they support this government's initiative. I recall when I was health critic that I brought forward the motion in June 7th of 2005 when the government of the day refused to fully fund and implement this strategy, even though every single stakeholder in the cancer community supported the initiative. And it took a change in government and the political will of this Prime Minister and Health Minister to ensure that the strategy can be brought forward. And I think the motion that the member has brought forward demonstrates the importance of the government's strategy to fight cancer, because it will be a model for future parliaments on how to deal with chronic disease. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we will defeat cancer. However, it's going to take all Canadians to work together, be it on walks or runs or just individual responsibility or guidance from the government on how we can ensure that the risks and the health of Canadians are such that fewer Canadians will develop cancer. And this is, in fact, the Health Minister and the Environment Minister just last Friday made a major announcement on reducing and eliminating the number of toxic substances that exist in Canada. This is that makes Canada a world leader in this area. And there is suggestion that many of the toxins and compounds that will be banned are some of the reasons why people acquire cancer. And I think that this government has demonstrated a profound sense of leadership and vision to ensure that Canadians live healthy lives. And of course, this ties in very well to our wait time guarantee, another very innovative and thoughtful approach that this government has taken to dealing with our healthcare crisis. As the population grows older, cancer cases will increase. But if we can manage that increase and work together to increase not only the lifespan but the health span of Canadians, we will improve the quality of life Canadians, we will reduce wait times, and together we will all be stronger and be stronger as we stand together, regardless of what part of the country we are from, Quebecers or Ontarians or Manitobans. We can, by sharing data and having national standards, we can really make significant improvements. And I think this bill, brought forward by the member from Cumberland, Colchester, and the initiatives of the Prime Minister and the Health Minister and the entire Canadian cancer community will go a long way to ensure that Canadians are as healthy as Canadians can be. So I'd like to congratulate the member, and I'd like to thank the members for listening to this presentation, and wish everyone a happy holiday season. Thank you.
La période prévue pour l'étude.
The period for private members' business is now expired, and the order will fall to the bottom of the order paper.
Ainsi, conformément à l'article.
And now, according to the standing order, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted, that this House now adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my question of November 6th, the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development said, and I quote, "I am certainly prepared to meet with the chief or any other chief at any time." And subsequently, that the Pikangikum community is one of close to 200 communities which the government inherited when the drinking water system is at high risk or worse. And further on in his answer, he said, I am prepared to meet at any time to discuss the way forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, my question is the same now as it was at the beginning of November. When will the Minister meet with the leadership in Pikangikum to help them deal with this public health crisis? I want to quote from the Northwestern Health Unit's observations and final recommendations from their inspection report on the Pikangikum water and sewage systems. In their observation, and this is a direct quote from their report, the most basic of 20th century, i.e. last century, health-supporting water sewage infrastructures are not available to Pikangikum First Nations residents. This includes, but is not limited to, housing, air, water, soil contamination control, and regulation of drinking water provision and sewage disposal. In multiple conversations with the federal and provincial representatives, the long-standing neglect is explained in various rhetorical guises through a citing of resource constraints and big-picture considerations. Further on in their report, the Northwestern Health Unit made some recommendations, and their overall recommendation is as follows, and again I'm quoting. It is recommended that in the presence of and led by Pikangikum elders, chief and council, and consultants of the community's choosing, an immediate, in 2006, meeting of the federal and provincial ministries of health, INAC, and the Public Health Agency of Canada be held in Pikangikum regarding the urgent and long-standing need for adequate water provision, housing, and sewage disposal in the community. Tangible outcomes from this meeting are required. Anything less than this constitutes a tacit approval of the present illness-producing situation and a continued liability regarding such health hazards as outbreaks of water sewage-related illnesses. End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, these are quotes directly from the Northwestern Health Unit. They sent a team in there to take a look at the situation at the request of the community, have presented a report with a number of observations and recommendations, and these include both short-term recommendations that could be immediately implemented as well as some longer-term plans. So, Mr. Speaker, this last quote that I had was the overall recommendation, and my question to the Parliamentary Secretary through to the Minister is, what has the Minister done to date to meet that recommendation?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in response to the question of the Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Cowichan, regarding the First Nation community of Pikangikum. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the members of this House that the government regards the situation in Pikangikum with the utmost seriousness. The health and safety of all First Nations is a priority for Canada's new government, and in partnership with the community, I am determined to resolve the difficult situation in Pikangikum as soon as possible. I recognize that this community faces a number of serious challenges. This is a remote community with difficulties in infrastructure, drinking water, and wastewater, compounded by limited access to electrical power. And it has the concomitant social issues that go with difficult living conditions, particularly, tragically, a high rate of suicide. Frequent changes in the leadership have further complicated the problem. Indian and Northern Affairs is committed to working with the Pikangikum First Nation, its Tribal Council, and the Anishinaabe Nation to address these and the other financial, social, and capacity issues that challenge this community. We are determined to create an effective and an integrated approach to resolving these issues in both the short and the long term. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I wrote to the Standing Committee on November 8th asking for their advice. I recognize the complex, multifaceted issues that face the community, and accordingly, I sought the counsel of this House. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed to say that the committee has not answered my call to contribute to finding a solution for the long-standing despicable conditions in Pikangikum, conditions that deteriorated under the watch of the former Liberal government and in the riding of the former Liberal Minister of Indian Affairs nonetheless. Contrary to the avoidance tactics of the Standing Committee, action is being taken on Pikangikum. To this end, we are working with the First Nation and the Independent First Nations Alliance Tribal Council to plan and provide for the community's infrastructure needs. Meetings were held to further discussions as recently as November 2nd and November 16th, and subject to weather conditions tomorrow, December 13th, INAC and Health Canada officials, Anishinaabe Nation Grand Chief Stan Beardy, and Tribal Council officials are meeting with the Chief and the Council in the community to further discuss the development of an action plan for the community. Pikangikum's water treatment plant, run by a certified Level 3 operator, is producing clean and safe water. Community members have access to this water at a water point located at the plant. We have also provided $900,000 in special funding to repair other vandalized or neglected water points throughout the community. Mr. Speaker, I'm also devoting funds to address the long-term water issues in Pikangikum. $1 million is identified for water and wastewater work in the community this fiscal year, $1.1 million for next year, and a total of $9 million in future years. However, there are considerable barriers facing expansion of the water services, one of which is limited electrical power, and over the past 6 years we have provided $7.5 million, Mr. Speaker, to assist Pikangikum in connecting to the Ontario power grid system via power line to Red Lake, but financial issues, frequent changes to the community's leadership, and changes in the provincial regulatory environment have hampered the development of this project. Nonetheless, we continue to be committed to work together, Mr. Speaker. We have budgeted another $14 million over the next 2 years to complete the grid. In closing, I am also aware that the growing student population in Pikangikum requires a new facility, and we are working to address overcrowding in the school. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I thank the Minister for his answer, but, Mr. Speaker, I think I would like to say that it's well within the Minister's purview to take immediate action, and there are some short-term solutions that were recommended in the Northwestern Health Unit's report that are within both the Minister's and the Department's area of responsibility. And these include things like decades-old technology used across the North to deliver safe treated water to homes by trucks that can happen immediately. Community and climate-appropriate in-home or modern external portable toilet sewage disposal could be provided immediately. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is certainly some longer-term issues here that need to be dealt with, but the Department, with direction from the Minister, could take immediate action. And I think that it's this kind of immediate action that we are asking the Minister to undertake. And there are other examples of communities where there has been political will to take those issues on. And so I wonder when the Minister will act on these short-term, immediate issues that have been recognized.
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
Speaker, let me repeat that this government is determined to work with all partners to bring about real and lasting change for this community. And it's for that reason that I asked for the advice of the committee, and I reiterate my disappointment in the Honourable Member for passing the buck when she had a chance to act towards positive change. Conservative members on the committee stood up for the people of Pikangikum, while this Honourable Member and others have brought us here tonight to try to get out of this on technicalities. Mr. Speaker, the committee has a mandate to visit communities, even though the committee's counsel has been requested by both myself and the First Nation. The Honourable Member continues to argue against going. It's shocking how fast the tides turn when it's no longer the shopping trip to New York, but rather a trip to the troubled community of Pekanjikam. Mr. Speaker, this new Conservative government will not sit idly by while opposition members turn a blind eye. Instead, we believe that we will collaborate with the community to solve and to make a real and lasting difference for the people of Pekanjikam, if the committee will not, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in this adjournment debate to talk about my concern about the lack of ECOA funding for the SEED program and the other initiatives for support. This helps Atlantic residents to have access to the capital and funding they need to modernize and enlarge their businesses. These businesses are a vital source of growth in the economy. Local entrepreneurs stimulate economic development throughout the Atlantic region. However, Mr. Speaker, according to the information received regarding funding available in the SEED capital program and Women in Business initiative, there is no longer any funding available. Business needs funding to achieve its potential. A certain number of aspects such as planning, funding, and marketing are required. People in rural regions such as my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche face serious obstacles, including training and capital. The ECOA programs enable people to get the training that they need to start up their businesses and be successful. Despite the barriers, people in the Madawaska-Restigouche area and the Atlantic region as a whole are more and more getting into business. We need to salute these people that take the risk of starting a business, but we also need to realize that ECOA has a role to play in providing training and improving the regional development in areas such as mine. A number of these people depend on the assistance from ECOA that can help small businesses and provide skills. Myself, I was responsible for this program for a number of years. I understand the need for this kind of program. This program enables our young people, among others, to start businesses without having to borrow money from a chartered bank or a credit union. Another program that is very important is the Women in Business initiative. This has helped a number of women in our area. In 2002, the Liberal government set up the Women in Business initiative with $7 million to provide strategic help for women in the Atlantic region. Over the past few years, demand for funding under this program and others is increasing. We need to help people realize their business potential. Since this new government has come into office, a number of projects have been refused funding. I would therefore call on the government to ensure that communities in Atlantic Canada no longer be penalized by the changes brought in by this government. We know that it is small businesses that create the economic development in Canada and in the Atlantic region. This is the case in my region. Therefore, we need to meet the needs of people and increase funding to enable economic development to get underway. I would like to conclude by asking whether the minister is going to continue to refuse to give funding, or is he going to provide retroactive funding? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from Madawaska-Restigouche for bringing this forward, and it's a privilege to respond to his question tonight. Our government continues to stand up for New Brunswick and, in fact, all of Atlantic Canada. Through ECOA, the Government of Canada is focusing on helping New Brunswickers and all Atlantic Canadians succeed in business. Mr. Speaker, our government is very much aware that the community of Baker Brook is facing significant economic challenges as a result of the downsizing of the local softwood mill. It might interest the honourable member to know that through HoC, the Government of Canada is continuing to focus on helping New Brunswickers succeed. We worked hard to conclude a softwood lumber agreement with Americans that continues to ensure that the lumber produced from the logs harvested in the Atlantic provinces will remain exempt from border measures. I would just like to say that the agreement is the right one for Atlantic Canada's forestry sector, which employs 30,500 forestry workers and accounts for 6% of Canada's softwood lumber exports to the United States. The agreement ensures that lumber produced from logs harvested in the Atlantic provinces, which are certified by the Maritime Lumber Bureau, will not be subject to border measures, and it exempts from border measures logs harvested in the state of Maine, a key component of bilateral trade in that region. These producers used to be subject to anti-dumping duty orders, and thus this agreement is of even greater benefit to them. In fact, the agreement enjoys the support of the 3 largest softwood-producing provinces, as well as the support of Atlantic Canada and the territories and the clear majority of Canadian lumber producers. Our government, Mr. Speaker, understands the need to be responsive to communities that depend on traditional industries such as forestry when they are faced with a significant downturn in industry or the closure of a major employer. We also recognize that there is no one single solution. Any sustainable response relies on a strategic approach and effective partnerships. That is why the Government of Canada, through HoC, continues to work with the local Community Economic Development Agency, the province and the community itself to help diversify the Baker Brook economy and create other employment opportunities in the region. HoC remains committed through its various programs to fostering an environment in which businesses and communities in Atlantic Canada can grow and thrive. We are delivering on this commitment. The New Brunswick Seed Capital Program continues to help rural entrepreneurs start and grow their businesses. This important program continues to be delivered across the province by community business development corporations and community economic development agencies, including CBDC Madawaska and the Victoria Madawaska South Business Development Centre. HoC also provides advice and assistance through its Women in Business initiative, where advisors provide businesses counseling and training services to women entrepreneurs.
Hear, hear.
This initiative continues to support women's business networks and management training allowances for women entrepreneurs throughout the province, including the Northwest region. Mr. Speaker, HoC remains committed to actively working with Atlantic Canadians to build strong communities. We recognize, and this government especially recognizes, that strong communities build a strong nation.
Honourable Deputy. The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have appreciated, I'm glad to see, in fact, that is my colleague from New Brunswick that answered my question, but I would have rather had the minister responsible for HoC or the parliamentary secretary to him. If he mentions these 2 support programs, the Seed Capital Program and the Women in Business Initiative, can he guarantee today that the funding will be provided to offer loans to entrepreneurs, women, and young people that want to start businesses in Madawaska Restigouche, or will the same thing happen as happened over the past few months? That is, that there will be no funding for loans under these 2 programs. I would also like to mention to my colleague that, yes, in the Madawaska region, this is a problem, but also there's the Restigouche region. So I want to know whether there will be retroactive funds for these 2 programs, and will there be funding for people that want to start businesses in my region and in the Atlantic provinces?
I thank my honourable colleague from New Brunswick for his question, and I can assure the honourable member that this government will continue to support Atlantic Canada, will continue to provide support to New Brunswickers. Over the past 11 months, Mr. Speaker, our new government has announced significant investments in New Brunswick communities. These include a regional pool for Shippagan and the Acadian Peninsula, infrastructure funding for the Huntsman Marine Science Centre, continued development of the Fundy Trail, upgrading of the St. Anne de Madawaska Municipal Water System, and a new multifunctional learning and training centre in St. Francois. Over the past 11 months, in northwestern New Brunswick alone, our government has approved investments of $8.2 million. These investments have leveraged more than $10.7 million in additional public and private funding, strengthening economic infrastructure and quality of life in communities across the region. So absolutely, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to support New Brunswick communities, New Brunswickers, and all Atlantic Canadians.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this rare opportunity to follow up on the question that I asked the Minister last week about the error admitted to by Stats Canada in calculating the rate of inflation. At that time, I asked specifically about the impact of this mistake on Canadians whose income is tied to the Consumer Price Index. By way of example, I referred to seniors who've been shortchanged on their CPP and OAS for the last 5 years. The Minister's response was wholly inadequate, both in tone and, frankly, in substance. She began by saying that, and I quote, "Unfortunately, Statistics Canada does take a retroactive look." That's not unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Far from it. If a serious error has been made that negatively impacts Canadians, then it is not unfortunate, but absolutely essential that the agency takes a look back to correct the error. The Minister's response was callous, and it lacked all compassion. Seniors have worked hard all their lives, they've played by the rules, and all they're asking for now is for what is rightfully theirs. Reimbursing them is not unfortunate. It's the right thing to do. And that leads me to the next part of the Minister's answer that was also incomprehensible. She said, and I quote again, "The adjustment is being incorporated with the regular updates to OAS and the GIS." What adjustment exactly is it that the Minister is making? Is she only addressing the shortfall from here on in? Or can seniors expect to receive the money that they are owed retroactively since the miscalculation was first made in 2001? And why did the Minister limit her response to the OAS and the GIS when my question specifically asked her about the Canada Pension Plan? Is this government reimbursing Canadian pensioners for the money that they did not receive for the last 5 years? All I need from the Minister is a simple yes or no. And then, of course, the Minister said the adjustment was, and again I quote, "very small." Really? She clearly moves in different circles than all of us who live on Hamilton Mountain do. This purportedly small adjustment for seniors amounts to over $1 billion. While that may be pocket change to this government, it's a lifeline for seniors who are facing daily decisions about whether to buy food or to pay their rent. It's time for this government to stop listening only to Bay Street and to start hearing the real concerns of Canadians as they desperately try to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, the official Consumer Price Index affects a whole host of payments that are based on the official inflation level as calculated by Statistics Canada. Contracts, collective agreements, welfare rates, and even inflation-proof investments that use the CPI to help determine payouts to bondholders. The Minister's blasé attitude about this issue is an absolute disgrace. This government owes it to Canadians of all ages and incomes to table a comprehensive report on how it plans to deal with making the appropriate corrections. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, deserve nothing less.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in response to the member from Hamilton Mountain on the issue of providing good stewardship to Canada's pension plan for seniors. And I would like to thank her for drawing this issue to the attention of the House. As has been reported in the media, Statistics Canada understated Canada's overall consumer price index by, on average, 0.1 percentage point between July 2001 and March 2006. That is over a 5-year period. The error related specifically to cost estimates associated with hotel and motel rooms, one of 600 components that are tracked in the calculation of this index. Statistics Canada had reported that room rates fell 16% when they actually rose 32%. We understand that Statistics Canada has now corrected the Consumer Price Index effective June 2006. The Department of Human Resources and Social Development Canada is required by law to use the published CPI data in the indexation of Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security benefits. Mr. Speaker, Human Resources and Social Development acted correctly and accordingly to the law. In terms of the old age security benefits, these were adjusted in October, as these benefits are adjusted on a quarterly basis. Effective January 2007, the rate increase for CPP benefits will reflect the correct consumer price index, as CPP benefit adjustments are made on the annual basis. These benefit adjustments are being made pursuant to the regulations set out in the CPP and OAS Act, based on the Consumer Price Index as published by Statistics Canada during the period of the issue. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the member for Hamilton Mountain that Canada's new government is keenly aware of the contributions made by our seniors to our country. We are making it a priority to ensure the Canada Pension Plan, the Old Age Security Program, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement remain the foundation of basic income security for seniors in their retirement years. Retirement pensions under the Canada Pension Plan are received by over 3 million seniors, while benefits under Old Age Security are received by 4 million. Together, these programs put over $50 billion in the hands of Canada's seniors every year. In addition, the Guaranteed Income Supplement helps over 1.5 million low-income seniors. Last year, these seniors received supplement payments totaling over $6.5 billion. Thanks to these solid cornerstones of Canada's retirement income system, we have witnessed a gratifying trend. The incidence of poverty among seniors has been dramatically falling from almost 21% in 1980 to less than 6% in 2004. Mr. Speaker, this government, working with the member opposite, wants to continue on this momentum. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker, and I really appreciate the government's response to my question. But it is unfortunate. Perhaps I was too verbose in the way I put my question. Let me try and restate it much more succinctly. Will seniors get what is owed to them retroactively going back to 2001, yes or no? I appreciate all the rhetoric about the government being keenly aware of the plight of seniors, but the reality is this government has done nothing, absolutely nothing, to improve the income supports that are available to seniors now. There's been no dramatic increase to OAS, GIS, CPP. There hasn't been even a parliamentary committee to review the process. We know that in communities like Hamilton, seniors are increasingly living in poverty. They're finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. Seniors don't need rhetoric, they need action. So please tell me, yes or no, will seniors be able to expect a refund check going back to 2001?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question, but I would like to take this opportunity to ask her to help us push through and put through Bill C-36, which would really be an asset for our seniors. I'd like to inform the House that Canada's new government has introduced important legislation for seniors. Bill C-36, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security Act. Under Bill C-36, a senior would apply for the Guaranteed Income Supplement at the same time they apply for the Old Age Security. No separate application would be required. In addition, as long as that senior files a regular tax return, he or she will automatically receive the GIS benefit in any year that they are entitled to. Mr. Speaker, this is good news for seniors. They would never need to reapply. In a nutshell, it means that all eligible seniors should receive the GIS as long as they file a Canadian tax return. Mr. Speaker, that's good news for seniors, that's good news for Canadians, and that's good news for the member. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.